All attributes martial arts. Arc 7. Merits of the Baron, Part 3 of 3. Countless dark creatures looked up at the sky, their faces filled with horror. All the human warriors couldn't help but look up, their hearts filled with shock. Wang Tang's strength is no secret among human martial artists, but it is precisely because people know it that it is even more shocking. Could such a terrifying attack really have been caused by a stellar-level martial artist? In the sky, behind that spatial passage, roars echoed continuously, coming from that demon lord-level dark species. The dark races' expressions changed drastically, and even mid-level demon emperor-level dark races like Bloodloon and Jaw Freak couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. The demon lord is angry. They looked at Wang Tang in the distance as if he were a dead man. That human brat is dead meat. They're absolutely doomed. Wang Tang was very unhappy. What's with those dark creatures' looks? They're making it seem like he's about to die. Could it be that the demon lord-level dark being really dares to cross the line? Wang Tang felt uneasy. Regardless of whether the other party would cross the line, running away was the priority, so he quickly sped off into the distance. Explode and run, so satisfying. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar suddenly came from behind the spatial passage, resounding throughout the heavens and earth, deafeningly loud. Blood oozed from the ears of both human warriors and dark race warriors. Not good. General Mokalin's expression changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously, "Wang Tang, run!" Needless to say, Wang Tang had already increased his speed to the maximum, so fast that even his afterimage was invisible. Inside the spatial passage, before the golden light had completely dissipated, a huge black tentacle suddenly shot out and swept downwards. The tentacles moved with lightning speed, instantly swirling downwards to a certain spot. That was precisely the direction Wang Tang was moving in. Wang Tang's expression was grim. Damn, this dark race has no sense of martial ethics. How could a demon lord-level dark being actually attack a stellar-level martial artist like him? Have they no shame? Moreover, since it crossed over from another realm, isn't it afraid of attracting the attention of immortal-level martial artists of the human race? Wang Tang underestimated the other party's anger. A demon lord-level dark species doesn't have many scruples in its actions. If Wang Tang angered it, it would naturally want to crush Wang Tang to death with its own hands, without any room for negotiation. In its eyes, crushing a stellar-level martial artist is as simple as crushing an ant. Whoosh! The black tentacle was too fast. It left a black trail in the air and arrived behind Wang Tang, like a black spear, piercing towards Wang Tang's heart. Wang Tang felt completely uneasy, as if he were being pricked by needles. Goosebumps rose all over his body as he sensed an extremely intense sense of impending death. He couldn't help but turn around and his pupils shrank to pinpoints. How could it be so fast? At that moment, he was deeply shocked and had only one thought in his mind. You want to kill me? No way. However, Wang Tang was not the type to sit idly by and wait for death. No matter how strong the opponent was, he dared to fight back head-on. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. A crimson battle sword of the realm master level appeared in his hand, bursting with dazzling light. An extremely dense spatial fluctuation erupted from his body and gathered into sword light on the battle sword. This sword light was not formed from any kind of primal force, but from the power of space itself. It was incredibly sharp, as if it could cut through anything. Wang Tang's strongest technique was originally the spatial storm, but there was clearly no time to use it now, so he could only use the Void Annihilation Divine Sword technique. As the highest inheritance of the Great Qian Empire, the power of the Void Annihilation Divine Sword technique is not weak. In a short moment, countless sword energies erupted from the sword in Wang Tang's hand, radiating outwards and causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Wang Tang stared intently at the approaching black tentacles, channeling all the spatial power within his body into his battle sword. The next moment, the black tentacles were already in front of him, less than a meter away. The black tentacles were coated with incredibly powerful dark star force, which condensed into sharp blades. A fierce gust of wind rushed towards him, making his black hair dance wildly and scratching his face painfully, leaving small bloody marks. If Wang Tang hadn't been physically strong, that gust of wind alone would have been enough to give him a hard time. That human is doomed. Bloodlin sneered disdainfully upon seeing this. The mid-level demon emperor-level dark races, including Geophilic, also revealed mocking expressions. They knew that if they angered the demon lord, any resistance would be futile and death would be the only outcome. Wang Teng could already feel the imminent approach of death, but he felt no panic whatsoever. Instead, he was extremely calm. Slay the god. Suddenly, his eyes widened in anger, and he let out a roar. Boom! In an instant, he suddenly slashed out with his sword, and a terrifying sword light burst forth, transforming into a silver-white streak that collided with the black tentacles. The silver-white sword light and the black tentacles froze simultaneously, as if someone had pressed the pause button on time. But then, a strong black light burst forth from the black tentacles, greatly increasing their power. The silver sword light could not withstand it and immediately made a cracking sound before exploding into countless silver light spots. The residual force of the primal force immediately rippled outwards, and Wang Teng was propelled backwards by the counterforce of this residual force. You want to leave? A cold snort came, and the black tentacles, which had only been blocked for a moment, attacked Wang Teng again with extreme speed. Air flash. Wang Teng's expression hardened slightly, and he immediately used a spatial teleportation technique, his figure suddenly disappearing from the spot. The entity behind the spatial passage seemed somewhat surprised, not expecting Wang Teng to be able to dodge its attack. It exclaimed in astonishment, "Spatial techniques." A kilometer away, a spatial fluctuation occurred, from which Wang Teng instantly emerged. He stared blankly at the sky, still shaken, his back soaked with cold sweat. That was close. I was almost killed by this Demon Lord level dark species. The Demon Lord level dark being was truly terrifying. Even if it only exerted a trace of power, and attacked him through a spatial passage, its power was something he could not withstand. How is this possible? The sinister smiles on the faces of Shui Lun and the other mid-level Demon Emperor level dark races had not yet faded, but they all froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. This human actually escaped from the Demon Lord's clutches. Is he really a stellar level being? Even the Demon Emperor Wanao showed a hint of surprise on his face, and looked at Wang Teng seriously. This human warrior is definitely a cosmic level prodigy? Even the armored eagle that it highly regards is probably no match for this human prodigy. Although their cultivation levels are equal, one being at the stellar level and the other at the Demon King level, Kato Taka certainly cannot withstand the Demon Lord's attack. The difference is too great. This human prodigy is acting strangely. Very strangely. General Mokalin and the others also looked incredulous. They all thought Wang Teng was beyond saving, and that even if they wanted to rescue him, it would be too late. Unexpectedly, he managed to escape from that Demon Lord level dark being. This result truly surprised everyone. Colonel Wang Teng's strength is almost unbelievable. It's impossible to fathom his abilities. He could even withstand an attack from a Demon Lord level, so where exactly is the limit of his strength? However, while they were shocked, they also breathed a slight sigh of relief. It's good that he's not dead. If Wang Teng had perished, it would have been their biggest loss, one that could never be made up for. At this moment, the explosion within the spatial passage finally subsided, the golden light dissipated. And even the light formed by the power of the strange fire and the tribulation lightning completely vanished, leaving not a trace. Wang Teng stared intently, wondering if their desperate attempt to detonate the Nine Treasures Pagoda had caused any damage to this Demon Lord level dark species. If not, then their efforts would have been in vain. After the light disappeared, the space passage was plunged into darkness, and the giant eyeball seemed to have vanished. It was a success. Many human warriors were overjoyed. Without the influence of that chaotic spirit, they were no longer afraid of the dark race. The dark beings, including Wanao Demon Emperor, narrowed their eyes slightly, their hearts filled with horror. Could it be that the Demon Lord was truly injured? That was why he attacked that human in such a furious manner. No. Before Wang Teng could even feel happy, his expression changed instantly. The darkness behind the spatial passage suddenly began to move, and a sliver of red light shone through the edge. Then the red light grew stronger and stronger, and the area it covered expanded. Those were actually the eyelids of a Demon Lord level dark being. It had just closed its eyes, but now it had opened them again. The enormous eyeball reappeared before all humans, its crimson color even more intense, exuding endless evil that could corrupt and ensnare them. How so? An uproar ensued. All the human warriors looked ashen-faced, a hint of despair in their expressions. This Demon Lord level dark being was completely unharmed. How could they possibly fight such a being? Did they even have a chance of winning? Many martial artists were shaken and their spirits were shaken. If it weren't for their strong willpower, they probably would have turned around and fled long ago. General Mokalin and his men looked grim. Were they really going to lose this battle? Roar! The Demon Lord is invincible. May the Demon Lord be victorious. Ellipsis ellipsis. On the contrary, the dark race was in high spirits, howling like ghosts and wolves. Ignoring the dark creature below, the giant eyeball shifted, its gaze settling on Wang Teng, and a chilling voice rang out, "You can't escape. You're injured." Wang Teng stared at it fearlessly and suddenly spoke. Everyone was taken aback. The Demon Lord level dark being is injured? You're courting death. The Demon Lord level dark being said coldly. You're injured, Wang Teng repeated confidently. Insolence. You're injured, Wang Teng repeated. Everyone. Demon Lord level dark species. You're injured. Enough, roared a Demon Lord level dark being. Are you a broken record? Ah, sorry, I just wanted to confirm something. Wang Teng scratched his head and said with a smile, but it's good that you're injured, so my 9 treasures pagoda didn't explode for nothing. Demon Lord level dark species. The Demon Lord level dark being fell silent, a cold light flashing within its enormous eyeball. That human brat is a despicable scoundrel, using such a vile method to find out it was injured. It originally wanted to pretend that nothing had happened. After all, being injured by a human warrior of the stellar level was a very embarrassing thing. Unfortunately, despite its efforts to hide it, it was still seen through. At this moment, its killing intent towards Wang Teng intensified even further. This human brat must die. On the other side, the human warriors were slightly taken aback. This Demon Lord level dark being was actually injured. General Qi Yuanju and the others were both amused and exasperated. Wang Teng was too cunning. He had managed to render the Demon Lord level dark being powerless. This can be considered unprecedented and unparalleled. They felt that probably no one would dare to do such a thing. Is he trying to boost morale this way? General Mokalin's heart skipped a beat, his eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he immediately shouted, "Soldiers! The Demon Lord level dark being is injured, it dares not cross the line. We, the warriors, will fight against fear. Kill!" All the human warriors came to their senses, and their eyes regained their luster. General Mokalin is right, the Demon Lord level dark being is injured, and it dares not cross the line. There's nothing to be afraid of. The martial artists present were all seasoned veterans. Although they had indeed been discouraged before, they had regained their confidence and were not afraid of a fight. Kill! 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 Countless warriors unleashed earth-shattering battle cries, seemingly trying to ignite their fighting spirit and dispel the trace of fear in their hearts. In an instant, human warriors raised their weapons and charged towards the surrounding dark race, and a fierce battle broke out once again. The previous sneak attack resulted in heavy casualties among the dark race, giving the human race the upper hand. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of a Demon Lord level dark race, their advantage would have continued. However, since the Demon Lord level dark being was injured and could no longer use its mental attack, they found another opportunity to counterattack. You bastard! The dark race, including the Demon Emperor Wanao, were enraged upon seeing this. The Demon Lord level dark being remained silent, its eyes flashing with killing intent. Several more black tentacles shot out from its enormous eyeballs, rapidly engulfing Wang Teng. Wow, murder to silence a witness. Wang Teng thought to himself, but his mouth didn't stop. He dodged with his air dodge while verbally provoking his opponent. Come on, catch me. Now that he was prepared, he immediately used his teleportation ability to dodge, and for a moment, the black tentacles were unable to catch him. Die! The cold voice of the Demon Lord level dark being came from behind the spatial passage. The black tentacles increased in speed and intertwined in the air, forming a large black net that enveloped Wang Teng. Wang Teng was almost caught in the trap, but he narrowly escaped by using a quick dodge and reappeared in the distance. Come here, he beckoned to the Demon Lord level dark being in the sky. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Everyone was speechless and they were all worried for Wang Teng. He dares to provoke us even though he can't beat us, this guy really wants to die sooner. The Demon Lord level dark seed Chi was furious. This human brat is infuriating. It's the Demon Lord, and no one has ever dared to provoke it like this before. Roar! The Demon Lord level dark being could no longer restrain itself, and a huge black arm suddenly shot out from behind the spatial passage. The arm was covered in black scales, and its nails were sharp, like swords, as it reached out to grab Wang Teng. Holy crap! So easily teased. Wang Teng was startled. He thought it would take at least a while to lure the other party over, but he didn't expect that after just 2 provocations, this demon lord level dark species couldn't take it anymore. He secretly reflected on whether he had gone too far and angered even a dark being of the demon lord level. But now is not the time to think about these things, escaping is the priority. Without further thought, Wang Teng immediately used his spatial teleportation technique, but he discovered that the surrounding space was completely sealed off, making it impossible for him to use his spatial power. This is true demon lord level power. At this moment, it truly crossed boundaries. Even just the arrival of one arm was enough to freeze this space. Damn it, Wang Teng's expression changed drastically. He gathered spatial power in his sword and slashed out, trying to shatter the space that was bound around him. Boom! A deafening roar resounded as the sword's edge struck the void, but to no avail. The space remained as solid as iron, completely unmoved. Wang Teng's pupils constricted, and he was shaken. A desperate resistance. A cold laugh from a demon lord level dark being came from behind the spatial passage. Its enormous arm slashed down from the sky and quickly closed, as if it were wary and dared not waste any time. Wang Teng, General Mokalin and the others were shocked. They hadn't expected this demon lord level dark species to attack Wang Teng, and even if they rushed to his aid, it would be too late. HMPH, angering the demon lord is courting death. Wu Now Demon Emperor sneered and blocked General Mokalin's path. Get out of my way. General Mokalin roared, slashing repeatedly with his sword in an attempt to force him back. However, the Demon Emperor Wunao was not afraid at all. A huge dark red warhammer appeared in his hand at some unknown time. He slammed it forward and made a huge roar, blocking all the blade light coming from the opposite side. Take care of yourself first. The Demon King Wunao's face was cold, his eyes flashing with a fierce killing intent. He grabbed his warhammer and charged toward General Mokalin. A fierce battle immediately broke out between the two sides. On the other side, Wang Teng's expression was extremely solemn as he watched the enormous hand reach out to grab him, his pupils shrinking to their limit. My lord, do you need me to take action? The solemn voice of the void-devouring beast clone rang in Wang Teng's mind. It can take Wang Teng into its devouring space. This is a racial talent. Even if a demon lord level dark species seals off the surrounding space, it cannot stop it. However, this method is only a temporary measure and can only temporarily evade its attacks. If you really encounter a demon lord level, even if you hide in the devouring space, you will still be found. Fortunately, the other party is on the other side of the spatial passage, so they probably can't do this. Wait a little longer. Wang Teng stared intently at the enormous hand, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice. The void-devouring beast's clone remained silent. This is recklessly flirting with danger. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense, with the threat of death looming over Wang Teng's head. The enormous hand slammed down, the strong wind whipping his hair wildly, and the terrifying air pressure crushing down relentlessly. Boom! Wang Teng's body immediately plummeted downwards. The distance was getting closer and closer. 8,000 meters, 7,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. The giant hand was already right in front of them. Wang Teng was also getting impatient, but the opportunity he was waiting for had not yet appeared. Die! The chilling voice of the demon lord level dark being resounded throughout the heavens and earth, sending shivers down one's spine. Nothingness! Wang Teng cried out in his heart. Just as Void was about to make its move, at that moment, a beam of light, restrained to the extreme, suddenly flashed out from the void and swept across the arm of the demon lord level dark being. PFF'd. Black blood sprayed out as if a heavy rain had begun, and the arm suddenly froze in midair before falling to the ground. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly rang out. A piercing scream echoed between heaven and earth. Wang Teng was stunned. General Mokarin was also stunned. Everyone else was completely bewildered, even the Dark Ones were stunned. What happened? What's going on? Where did that scream come from? It was so pitiful, so heart-wrenching, it was enough to make anyone who heard it weep. It happened so fast that no one knew what was going on for a moment. In the blink of an eye, that large arm fell from the sky, and black blood gushed out like rain, creating a spectacular scene. Damn it! Wang Teng suddenly came to his senses and quickly dodged, because the arm was right above his head and was now being severed and was coming down on him. And that black blood, it just poured down right on my head. Whoosh! Wang Teng didn't hesitate to use Void Flash to avoid the area where large amounts of black blood had been spilled and appeared 1,000 miles away. Boom! The enormous arm slammed into the ground with a deafening roar, snapping many trees and kicking up dust. Hiss hiss hiss. The black blood also fell, but it seemed to have extremely strong corrosive properties. When it landed on the ground, it emitted black smoke and instantly corroded the ground, leaving it pitted and unrecognizable. Large areas of trees suffered even more, withering and rotting upon contact with the black blood. Some dark race and human warriors screamed in agony upon being touched by the black blood, and were instantly melted. If black blood comes into contact with vital parts of the body, there is no chance of survival. However, some people were physically injured, and when they realized they could not stop it, they could only cut off their arms and legs to save their lives, resulting in extremely bloody and tragic scenes. Many people were horrified when they saw this scene. That was close. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He quickly checked himself over, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had not been stained with black blood. "Get out of the way," he shouted immediately. Much black blood dripped down, and the surrounding warriors fled in panic. "Roar! Who is it? Who dares to sever my arm? Get out here!" At this moment, the roar finally rang out, truly earth-shattering, as if it would shatter the entire world. Countless human warriors and dark race members covered their ears, their faces contorted in pain, as if their heads were about to explode. Fear. This is how terrifying a demon lord-level dark being can be when enraged. Even Wang Teng frowned deeply. If it weren't for the golden light emanating from the 9 treasures pagoda in his mind, which blocked the sound, he probably wouldn't be in much better shape. However, he suddenly felt something flowing from his nose, and when he wiped it, his hand was covered in bright red blood. "My nose is bleeding." Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. So strong. Even though he had blocked the terrifying sound, he was still shaken so badly that his nose bled. Fortunately, the impact is minimal and things will recover quickly. Wang Teng breathed a slight sigh of relief, then looked at General Mokarin and the others, and found that they were also not feeling well, with furrowed brows and slight bleeding from their ears and noses. Unexpectedly, even Domain Lord and World Lord level experts couldn't stop it. The Demon Lord level dark species are truly terrifying. The surrounding dark creatures were also affected, especially the lower level dark creatures, who clutched their heads and roared in extreme pain. Wang Teng's expression was strange. This Demon Lord level dark being is a wolf destroyer. When they get angry, they don't even spare their own people. At this moment, the dark race, including one Demon Emperor, was so horrified that their faces changed completely. They finally realized that the shrill screams they had just heard were clearly made by the Demon Lord. Its arm was severed. Who is it? Who exactly is it? They were actually able to sever the Demon Lord's arm. Suddenly, everyone's pupils contracted sharply. A figure slowly emerged from the void ahead. It was a man with snow-white hair casually draped over his shoulders, fluttering gently in the breeze. From behind, one might mistake him for an elderly man, but he looks like a young man with a smooth profile and incredibly handsome features. He appears even younger and more attractive than 18-year-old men and women in the prime of their youth. His appearance caused the entire world to fall silent, as if all things were in submission and dared not utter a sound. All was quiet. Immortal level. This is an immortal level powerhouse. Wang Teng was deeply shaken and could not calm down for a long time, his gaze fixed on the white-haired figure that had suddenly appeared. The demeanor of an immortal level powerhouse is extraordinary. Even if they do nothing, just their presence is enough to awe people and make them want to submit. Fortunately, Wang Teng had a strong will and his heart was filled with longing at this moment, so he did not lose his composure too much. At least my reckless actions weren't in vain. Wang Teng looked at the figure and let out a long sigh of relief. That's right, his previous crazy probing was to lure over the Demon Lord level dark seed, thereby attracting the attention of the human race's immortal level beings. Once the human race reaches the immortal level, this Demon Lord level dark race will naturally no longer pose a threat. Lord Baishan, General Mokailin and the others were overjoyed and exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, no words could describe their feelings. The immortal level powerhouse of the human race had finally appeared. Very good. They can finally stop worrying about that Demon Lord level dark species. With an immortal level human expert present, the Demon Lord level dark race no longer dared to act recklessly. Moreover, the immortal level powerhouse that appeared was a Marquis level figure. Marquis of Baishan. That was an extremely famous immortal level existence in the starfield where the Great Qian Empire was located. Its strength was incomparably powerful and it suppressed a starfield. How extraordinary and peerless it was. He hadn't even shown himself yet, but he had already severed an arm of a demon lord level dark being, which is the best proof of his strength. All the human warriors breathed a sigh of relief, as if the sharp sword hanging over their heads had finally been cut down and could no longer threaten them. The deterrent power of a Marquis-level immortal expert is evident. Marquis Baishan. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback when he heard General Mokalan and the others address this immortal-level expert. Wang Teng, he is a Marquis-level immortal. A round, shocked voice rang in his mind. The immortal-level Marquis. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. He naturally didn't know what the immortal-level Marquis was. With his current strength, he couldn't even reach that level. However, Yuan Gungun understood perfectly and immediately explained, the immortal level is divided into ordinary immortal level, Marquis immortal level, King immortal level, etc. These Marquis and King titles are not ordinary national titles, but titles bestowed upon the strong. Only those with extremely strong strength who have left a great reputation in the universe can obtain such titles. Therefore, this Marquis of Baishan is an extremely powerful immortal level existence. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light, not expecting that there would be such a division among immortal level powerhouses. He's more than just powerful. If he wanted to kill an ordinary immortal level expert, it would be as easy as turning his hand, said Roundball. So terrifying. Wang Teng gasped inwardly. In his view, immortal level experts were already extremely powerful beings. Whether they were ordinary or had been granted titles, they were all immortal level and were seen as lofty and unattainable figures by the world. However, Yuan Gungun told him that an immortal level expert who had been granted a title of Marquis could easily kill an ordinary immortal level expert. What terrifying power this is! I can hardly believe it. But this white-robed Marquis is actually more handsome than me. Wang Teng touched his chin, feeling that his looks had been challenged. You know, his looks had just broken through to the level of incredibly handsome, and now someone even more handsome than him has appeared. He felt that his incredibly handsome label might be a bit exaggerated. The round, chubby one was speechless. At such a serious moment, this guy is actually trying to outdo others in looks. What on earth is he thinking, you bastard? While the human warriors were overjoyed, the dark race was utterly horrified, their hearts pounding with fear. They stared in terror at the white-haired figure, and couldn't help but want to flee the place. Horrible. That's terrifying. This powerful human being prevented them from even having the slightest thought of resistance. Even the incredibly powerful One-Out Demon Emperor turned pale, not daring to meet his gaze, fearing he would be crushed to death on the spot. Bai Shanho didn't even look at the other dark species. He looked up at the Demon Lord level dark species behind the spatial passage, his gaze extremely indifferent. You, an immortal level human. The enormous pupils of the Demon Lord level dark being contracted violently as its gaze was fixed on Marquis Baishan. Get out, Marquis Baishan said calmly. Damn it, the Demon Lord level dark being roared as if insulted. Then, several huge hands appeared at the edge of the spatial passage, seemingly about to tear the surrounding space apart. And a terrifying being was about to cross over from behind the spatial passage. You're courting death. Bai Shanho's face turned cold, and a gleaming longsword appeared in his hand. He lightly slashed at the sky above his head. Boom! A white streak flashed across the sky, its sword light like a river, with sword energy weaving through it as if the river were flowing endlessly. In an instant, the world turned deathly white. Sword energy stretches across 30,000 miles, a single sword's light chills 19 continents. Everything disappeared, as if only that sword, as vast as the Milky Way, remained, reflected in everyone's eyes. What? The Demon Lord level dark being seemed to have seen something unbelievable. Its pupils contracted sharply, filled with utter horror. How can it be so strong? Foolish. Marquis Baishan said disdainfully. Human immortal, you dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid of violating the treaty and causing an immortal war? The roar of the Demon Lord level dark race echoed, tinged with fear. It couldn't block that sword strike. This sword will kill it. They're definitely going to die. So it was afraid, and dared not take the sword. However, it was impossible to dodge, it found itself firmly locked on, and no matter where it fled, it would be struck by the sword. This is the power of an immortal, containing the power of laws, and there is no way to avoid it. You climbed over here yourself, what does it have to do with me? Marquis Baishan said calmly, his sword disappearing from his hand. He stood with his hands behind his back, his white hair fluttering in the wind. The river of sword light, however, did not stop at all. It seemed to move very slowly, but it instantly traversed an unimaginable distance and directly entered the spatial passage. No! Roar! Ah tilde. A roar accompanied by a piercing scream resounded, filled with indescribable pain, before the sound gradually faded away. The sword light vanished and the long river disappeared. Everything returned to normal, as if it had never happened. The spatial passage still existed, but the space behind it was completely empty, with no sound coming out anymore. The deathly silence was unsettling. Dead? Whether human warriors or dark race warriors, they were all stunned at this moment. The terrifying demon lord level dark being was killed just like that? One sword. Just one sword strike. Everyone found it unbelievable. So powerful. Wang Teng clicked his tongue in amazement, gaining a direct understanding of the strength of a marquis-level immortal. That's incredible. This was completely beyond his comprehension. If an immortal-level powerhouse were to really go all out and attack, even the entire 29th defensive planet might not be able to withstand a single blow. Just like that demon lord-level dark species, if it were to appear in its true form, it could crush an entire planet with a single hand, leaving humanity with no chance to resist. That's why restrictive things like the Immortal Treaty came about. The Immortal Treaty was created to prohibit immortal-level powerhouses from taking action. Both the light and dark factions have made compromises and restrained each other. If any immortal-level powerhouse disregards this treaty and forcibly intervenes, the consequences will be similar to those of the demon lord-level dark creature just now. Even if two immortal beings attacked at the same time, they wouldn't be able to easily kill a demon lord-level dark creature. However, the marquis-level immortal being was simply too strong, so the demon lord-level dark creature had bitten off more than it could chew. It was just bad luck. At this moment, all the dark beings, including the demon emperor Wanao, wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost, their hearts filled with turmoil. An indescribable sense of fear permeated their hearts, and they could not shake it off. Panic is spreading. Bai Shanho's gaze swept casually across the surroundings, and all the dark creatures he looked at couldn't help but take a step back, not daring to look him directly in the eye. Even the demon emperor Wanao was no exception. The body of the Candle Dragon clan. Bai Shanho's gaze fell on it, and he murmured. At this moment, Wanao demon emperor felt his scalp tingle and an unprecedented sense of crisis rose in his heart. The other party's eyes were like those of someone who had seen prey. That was the look in a tiger's eyes as it stares at a rabbit. Wanao demon emperor felt like it had become that rabbit, a feeling that made it extremely uncomfortable. It was a high-level demon emperor, once arrogant and domineering, never taking any human warriors seriously. But now it was being looked down upon as well, even treated as prey that could be killed at will. Snort. Just then, a cold snort suddenly came from behind the spatial passage, and an extremely powerful wave emanated from it, causing all the human warriors to feel as if they had been struck by a heavy blow, and their faces turned pale. Wang Teng suddenly raised his head, his expression changing. Demon Lord level. Another Demon Lord level, and it's even stronger than the previous one. Another one coming to die. Bai Shanho's gaze turned cold, and a powerful aura erupted from his body, instantly blocking the opponent's aura. Only then did everyone feel the pressure above their heads disappear and catch their breath. This big shot is so confident, he must be very sure of himself, Wang Teng thought to himself. They have the ability, Roundy said disdainfully. Unlike you, you have no ability but you still talk nonsense. Hey, how am I spouting nonsense? I'm usually very modest, Wang Teng said, his face darkening. You're being modest. The round little one had a "are you kidding me?" look on his face. Lord Baishan, do you intend to provoke an immortal war? A cold, murderous voice came from behind the spatial passage, but it was not the voice of the demon lord-level dark being from before. Oh, who do we have here? It's you old man with osteoporosis. Marquis Baishan said indifferently. What, you want to fight? Then come on, stop with the nonsense. The dark creature behind the spatial passage choked for a moment. Kill him, help me kill him, I must kill him. At this moment, another frantic voice rang out, but it carried an undisguised weakness. It was the same dark species of the demon lord level from before. You're still alive? Looks like you're lucky, little minion, said Marquis Baishan in surprise. Wang Teng was also extremely surprised. They still didn't die. Is this a demon lord level dark species? Roar. Human, I will definitely kill you. The demon lord level dark creature was almost insane, wishing it could rush up and fight Bai Shanho to the death. Then come and kill me. I'll wait here. Don't just stand there in a fucking, impotent rage, Marquis Baishan said calmly. Wow, simple and straightforward. This big shot's personality is a lot like mine. Wang Tang stroked his chin. Are you trying to glorify yourself? The round-faced boy said. What do you mean? Wang Tang asked irritably. Who gave you the audacity to compare yourself to those at the immortal rank? The round-faced boy glanced at him sideways. Wang Tang was furious. He had actually been underestimated by this round guy. Dead bone, kill him for me, and I'll grant you any request. The previous Demon Lord level dark species didn't dare to come over on its own. So it could only speak to the other Demon Lord level dark species. Enough. Another Demon Lord level dark being shouted impatiently, fool. If you hadn't attacked first, how could we have ended up in such a passive situation? The Demon Lord level dark creature was furious, gritting its teeth as it said, it's all because of that human brat. Wang Tang clearly felt that someone behind the spatial passage was watching him. Not only that, everyone else's eyes were also fixed on him, and those gazes made him feel a little uneasy. Why are you looking at me? Wang Tang said irritably. What does it have to do with me? It's just that it's stupid. Roar, what did you say? The Demon Lord level dark creature was so angry it felt like vomiting blood. Isn't that right? To kill a stellar level martial artist like me, he almost lost his life. What else could he be but a fool? Wang Tang mocked. Quote. That Demon Lord level dark species. General Mokalin and the others were speechless. This guy is incredibly audacious. He dares to say anything, even mocking a Demon Lord level dark being. But considering what he did before, this doesn't seem like much. After all, compared to how he tricked the other party before, this is just empty talk now, and it can't be compared at all. Wu Nao Demon Emperor and the others looked at Wang Tang, at a loss for words. Humans who are so reckless should have died long ago, but they are still jumping around there, making them very depressed and helpless. Chibi, you're really getting worse as you get older. You actually got provoked to this extent by a mere stellar level martial artist, the Bone Demon Lord said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, interesting. Marquis Baishan glanced at Wang Tang, his eyes seemingly filled with a hint of admiration. Actually, he knew as soon as he arrived that Wang Tang had lured him here. The little guy was very clever. He used this method to provoke the other party into making a move and attract his attention. I will kill you. The Demon Lord with the demon arms spat out these words through clenched teeth. I'm so scared, please don't come any closer, Wang Tang said, sounding very timid. Everyone was speechless. This guy has no morals left. Marquis Baishan looked at Wang Tang with great interest. You, the Demon Lord with the demon arm was so angry that he couldn't speak. This statement isn't particularly offensive, but it's extremely insulting. After all, it really didn't dare to come over, which hit its sore spot. Wang Tang immediately realized the benefits of having a powerful backer and felt a sense of satisfaction. Are you still going to fight or not? Marquis Baishan said contemptuously. If you're not going to fight, then get lost. You're wasting my time. Lord Baishan, you and I will eventually have a battle, the Demon Lord of the Dead said coldly. I'll be waiting, Marquis Baishan said defiantly. What, it just ended like that? Wang Tang was speechless after hearing their conversation. It's like arranging a fight. If we can't fight today, let's schedule another day. Don't overthink it. Immortal level experts don't make a move so easily. The fact that you managed to provoke that Demon Lord level dark species to attack you is already unprecedented. Roundy shook his head and then laughed gleefully, speaking of which. That Demon Lord level dark species was really screwed over by you. Even if it didn't die this time, it probably lost 2/3 of its life. Judging from its appearance, it was seriously injured. It's too good for it to be alive. A cold glint flashed in Wang Tang's eyes. Roundy felt the killing intent emanating from him and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This guy really holds a grudge against the other party. HMPH. The Bone Demon Lord snorted and cackled. This battle isn't over yet. Don't think you've already won. Marquis Baishan frowned. Now, use the demon egg, the Bone Demon Lord ordered. Yes. Wu Nao Demon Emperor's eyes flashed and he grabbed downwards. The demon egg flew out from the building on the back of the great rock-armored dragon beast and floated in front of it. When Bai Shanho saw the demon egg, his pupils contracted slightly. I can't make a move, and neither can you. Now let's see what you two do, the Demon Lord of the Dead laughed loudly. The voice of the Bone Demon Lord echoed in the sky, sending a chill down everyone's spine. A massive, jet-black ball of flesh hovered in front of the demon emperor Wunao, like a black heart throbbing continuously. An extremely evil, chaotic, and dark aura emanated from it, drifting between heaven and earth. The mere presence of this aura was enough to make one feel extremely uncomfortable, casting a shadow over one's heart. Magic egg. That's a demon egg. The root of cholera, the beginning of a dark uprising. Human warriors were naturally familiar with the demon egg, and its terrifying reputation filled them with fear and panic. In the history of humankind, once the demonic egg appears, it is unstoppable. All righteous beings will be infected, and all things will fall into the abyss of darkness and be completely corrupted. Once, a demonic egg exploded on a planet, causing all life on that planet to be transformed into dark creatures overnight before they could even react, with none surviving, a truly tragic fate. Ultimately, because it couldn't be controlled in time, the influence of the demonic egg spread to the entire galaxy where that planet was located, causing countless lives to suffer and become slaves to darkness, living a life worse than death. That scene was even more terrifying and horrifying than war. Everything will perish. Life cut off. It has become a death trap. This is the consequence of the appearance of the demon egg. Now that the human warriors have witnessed the real demon egg appear before them, how could they not be alarmed and terrified? Many people have never actually seen the demon egg, they have only heard of its terrifying reputation through rumors. The more this was the case, the deeper the fear of the demon egg became in everyone's hearts. The unknown always fills people with fear. Even though General Mokalin and the others had received Wang Teng's assurance, they were still somewhat shocked and uneasy when they saw the appearance of the demon egg. The demon egg's infamous reputation is far too great. If something goes wrong, the entire 29th Defense Planet will perish as a result of their decision. As the moment approached, they also became nervous. And, is this demon egg really the same one from last time? Its appearance and size had completely changed, and the dark aura it exuded was exceptionally rich and pure, which was terrifying. They could hardly believe their eyes. No wonder, last time Wang Teng brought back a demon egg that hadn't fully grown yet, it wasn't this big, and its aura wasn't this strong. But this time, it was a demon egg that the demon emperor Wu Nao had carefully nurtured at the cost of the dark origin crystal. This demon egg is already a mature demon egg. It can infect and bewitch life on its own, no longer needing to be controlled by others. Did this demon egg eat pig feed? Wang Teng suddenly asked in astonishment. To ensure everything went perfectly, he fed the demon egg extra food every day, including lots of beans. When I saw it yesterday, it wasn't this big. How come it's grown so big in just one day? Nobody would believe it wasn't fed pig feed. Wu Nao Demon Emperor turned his head and looked over. His eyes twitched involuntarily, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. They're eating pig feed. Whose magic eggs are fed pig feed? This is a demon egg, not a pig. Quote. Marquis Baishan looked at Wang Teng speechlessly. The tense atmosphere was instantly ruined by this kid. The other human warriors' facial muscles twitched, unsure of what expression to make. However, they had to admit that Wang Teng's interruption had lessened their heavy feeling considerably. Especially when looking at the demon egg again, one can't help but think of some kind of fat creature, and suddenly the demon egg doesn't seem so scary anymore, but rather a little comical. Ignorant brat, came the disdainful voice of the demon lord with the demon arms from behind the spatial passage. Ignorant? Wang Teng said with a strange expression, I snatched your demon egg back last time, and I studied it inside and out. How can you say I'm ignorant? What? The demon lord with the demon arms was clearly unaware of this and was extremely astonished. Wu Nao Demon Emperor's expression froze. Damn it, this human brat actually exposed this. It originally intended to keep it a secret, as losing the demon egg was no small matter. Although it eventually retrieved it, the demon lord would inevitably punish it if he found out. At this moment, the way it looked at Wang Teng seemed capable of killing. Wunao, what's going on? The bone demon lord asked coldly. My lord, this. Wu Nao Demon Emperor was speechless, unsure how to explain. Ha ha ha, Wang Ji you don't know yet, do you? We once obtained your demon egg, and we've already thoroughly studied it. Bai Shan Hu laughed, making up a story. He would naturally not let go of any opportunity to strike at the dark race, even if it was just verbally. Wu Nao, the voice of the bone demon lord suddenly turned extremely gloomy, as if it had a bad premonition. The fact that the demon egg was obtained by humans is unprecedented. If, as the humans claim, something has been researched and discovered about the demon egg, its future usefulness will be greatly diminished. To the dark race, this demonic egg is like a weapon box. If it's cracked, they're useless. My lord, although they stole the demon egg, we quickly retrieved it. There's no way they could have researched anything in such a short time, Wu now said, sweat beading on his forehead, gritting his teeth. HMPH, that's for the best, Wang Jiyu sneered. That's not necessarily true, Wang Teng said with a smile. Damn it, Wu Now Demon Emperor was shocked and wished he could sew Wang Teng's mouth shut. This human is deliberately making trouble for it. It had just calmed down the demon lord when this brat jumped out to mess with it. He's utterly inhuman. If it knew that Wang Teng was the Jia Teng eagle on which it had placed high hopes, it would probably slap itself. What kind of mess have they created? What do you mean? Wu Now Demon Emperor took a deep breath and asked. Didn't you say we haven't figured anything out? Well, I'll prove it to you then, Wang Teng said with a smile. He still felt a little ashamed. Old Wu, don't blame me. We are all of different races, and we are destined to have no future. Marquis Baishan was quite satisfied with Wang Teng. This kid was not bad, he could even continue the conversation and twist the words. Let's see what he has to say. How do you intend to prove it? Wu Now Demon Emperor felt a sudden tightness in his chest, sensing that this kid was about to pull some kind of trick again. I'll call out to the demon egg, and see if it responds, Wang Teng said with a mysterious air. Several black lines appeared on the forehead of the demon emperor Wu Now. What kind of proof method is this? Besides, how could a demon egg possibly respond to this human brat? Aren't you overthinking it? Marquis Baishan was both amused and exasperated. This method was indeed rather bizarre. However, General Mokalin and others had already informed him of Wang Teng's plan via telepathy. What will be the expressions on the faces of these dark creatures when they discover that the demon eggs have been tampered with? That sounds really interesting. No one noticed that the demon egg trembled when it saw Wang Teng. It trembled very slightly. It's likely that no one except the demon egg itself noticed its tiny action. At this moment, the demon egg felt like it had been screwed over. When it saw Wang Teng, a surge of hatred welled up inside it, but it was also overwhelmed by an uncontrollable fear. It's him. It's him. It's him. It was this human who absorbed all of its dark essence, nearly causing its death, and then used it for research. Those days were the darkest time of his life. This human is a devil. Now the devil has its sights set on it again. Although it did not fall into the devil's hands this time, for some reason, it still feels uneasy. It seemed as if something extremely dangerous was pressing down on it. It made it wish it could flee this place immediately, escape the devil's gaze. Hee, listen up. Wang Teng seemed to sense the strangeness of the demon egg, chuckled, and called out to it, demon egg. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. There was complete silence. The demon egg offered no response whatsoever. It doesn't want to respond to this devilish human, but it's terrifying. If it doesn't respond, will this human absorb its dark essence again? The demon egg trembles in fear, JPG. Ha ha ha. Wu Now Demon Emperor laughed loudly. See? How could a demon egg possibly respond to a human? Is that so? A strange smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips. Show off. The Bone Demon Lord sneered and said, Now, ignore him. Quickly let the demon eggs begin to infect. I want to watch this planet be destroyed and turned into a fertile land of darkness. Yes. Wu Now Demon Emperor's expression turned cold, and he ignored Wang Teng, about to activate the demon egg. Demon egg, it seems you don't recognize me. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes. Just then, as if it had been suppressed for a long time, the demon egg suddenly let out a sharp cry. It couldn't take it anymore. This devil was truly terrifying. Wu Now Demon Emperor was completely stunned. Behind the spatial passage, the Bone Demon Lord and the Arm Demon Lord were also completely bewildered, looking at each other in disbelief, wondering if they were hallucinating. The demon egg really made a sound. Is this really a response to that human kid? But why was there a hint of fear in its cry? That's right, it's fear. They could indeed hear a hint of fear in the cries of the demon egg. What was going on? How could a demon egg fear a human stellar-level warrior? This is very wrong. How is it? Wang Teng looked at Wu Now Demon Emperor with a smile and asked casually. What did you do to the demon egg? Wu Now Demon Emperor asked angrily, barely suppressing his shock. I already told you we've thoroughly studied the demon egg, so it actually listens to us now and will naturally respond to me, Wang Teng said, making things up. I don't believe you for a second. The Demon King's worldview was about to collapse. It was very unwilling to believe Wang Teng's nonsense, but seeing the demon egg's reaction, it was not sure. It seemed that there was something it did not know that made the demon egg react this way. General Mokalin and the others had strange expressions. Seeing the demon Emperor Wunao's confused and bewildered look, their facial muscles twitched, and they were extremely uncomfortable trying to suppress their laughter. A dignified high-ranking demon emperor was actually completely outmaneuvered by Wang Teng. Is this demon emperor-level dark species a bit dim-witted? His IQ is worrying. Enough, Wunao, make your move. The Bone Demon Lord couldn't stand it any longer and urged again. The Demon King Wunao came to his senses, his face extremely ugly. He felt that he had been played. He gave Wang Teng a cold glance and finally broke free from Wang Teng's rhythm. It decided to stop arguing with Wang Teng to avoid being led astray again. Boom! The next moment, the Wunao Demon Emperor erupted with extremely terrifying primal force fluctuations. It raised one hand high, holding the demon egg, and flew directly into the sky. What is it going to do? Everyone's expression changed, and they looked up. A black light flashed in the eyes of the Demon Emperor Wunao, and the vast dark star force within his body surged out, flowing into the demon egg like a black torrent. Boom! The demon egg suddenly roared and began to expand, quickly exceeding tens of meters in diameter and continuing to grow towards 100 meters in diameter. And this trend did not stop, it continued. Everyone's pupils constricted, they hadn't expected the demon egg to undergo such a change, and their hearts were filled with horror. Marquis Baishan's expression also turned somewhat solemn, and he transmitted his voice, "Boy, are you confident?" Marquis Baishan. Wang Teng was taken aback, not expecting that Marquis Baishan would directly transmit his voice to him. He quickly replied, "I'm confident, about 70 or 80%. 70 or 80%, a strange light flashed in Bai Shanho's eyes. He nodded and said, "That's enough. Should we act now?" Wang Teng asked, his heart slightly heavy as he gazed at the ever-growing demonic egg. "No rush, let's wait and see," said Marquis Baishan. "Not in a hurry?" Wang Teng could only marvel at how carefree the big boss was. He had originally planned to detonate the demon bomb, but now he had to stop. This Marquis of Baishan probably has another purpose, perhaps he is observing the changes in the demon egg. Opportunities to observe the dark species so calmly are rare. He does whatever the big boss says, and even if problems arise, the big boss will cover for him, so he's not afraid. The demon egg continued to expand, reaching a size of 1,000 feet in an instant. It hovered in the sky, casting a large shadow that blotted out the sun. The fleshy, ball-like body throbbed slowly but powerfully, with countless vein-like structures writhing on its surface, creating an extremely eerie and terrifying sight that sent chills down one's spine. All the human warriors were utterly horrified, their mouths slightly agape, unable to utter a sound for a long time. At this moment, the world was completely silent. That's terrifying. This demon egg is absolutely terrifying. Can they really withstand something like this? Is this the fully formed demon egg? A strange light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and he was filled with curiosity. He wasn't afraid at all, he'd seen similar scenes many times and was already used to it. The methods of the dark race are bizarre and disgusting, so this change is actually a good one. Ha ha ha, die. Suddenly, the Demon King Wunao's loud laughter rang out, and its upper body appeared on the demon egg. Wang Teng's pupils suddenly contracted. At some point, the Demon Emperor Wunao fused with the demon egg. Its lower body merged into the demon egg, with black blood vessels connecting its body to the egg. Its upper body became extremely large, standing out even on the enormous body of the demon egg. I see. Even a fully formed demon egg requires a high-ranking demon emperor-level dark species to fuse and drive it, Bai Shanho said thoughtfully as he appeared beside Wang Teng. Didn't the human race discover this secret before? Wang Teng asked solemnly. I have seen it a few times, but I did not notice this point. Marquis Baishan shook his head and said, that is why I did not hesitate to let this demon egg be fully revealed, so that I could see its true face. Wang Teng was secretly surprised. He hadn't expected the demon egg to be so mysterious. If they hadn't taken the initiative this time, they probably wouldn't have been able to see the demon egg's true form. Pshaw. Just then, the blood vessels on the surface of the demon egg suddenly burst open, and thick black mist shot out, instantly enveloping the enormous demon egg. To outsiders, the demon egg was completely submerged in the black mist, and its true form could no longer be seen. What is this? Wang Teng's eyes flickered. He sensed a familiar yet peculiar power within the black mist, which was likely the medium through which the demonic egg infected and bewitched him. Moreover, a large number of attribute bubbles fell out, densely packed, floating around the black mist. So many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng quickly picked them up. Bewitching Mist 30. Bewitching Mist 50. Open black lens bracket. Bewitching Mist 20. Close black lens bracket. Huh! Wang Teng exclaimed softly in his heart. Bewitching Mist, this is another form of bewitching power. No, this is about inciting and infecting people on a large scale. He realized what was happening, his expression changed drastically, and without having time to analyze the attribute bubble, he immediately shouted at the martial artist below. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Everyone, get out of the area shrouded in black mist. Don't come any closer. Quickly! The crowd, who were still in a daze, suddenly realized what was happening. Without thinking, they rushed off into the distance, sensing the seriousness of the situation from Wang Teng's tone. Wang Teng! General Mokalin and the others came to Wang Teng's side, their faces solemn, as if they wanted to ask him something. General Mokarin, you should lead everyone to evacuate this area first, Wang Teng said directly without further explanation. This. General Mokalin and the others hesitated, unsure of what he was going to do. Listen to him, withdraw from this area. He and I are enough here, said Marquis Baishan calmly. Yes. General Mokalin and the others were startled. They wanted to ask questions, but after hearing what Marquis Baishan had said, they could only obey the order. They then immediately led the human warriors below to retreat out of the forest. The black mist released by the demon egg covered an extremely wide area, and judging from the speed at which the black mist appeared, once it spread, it would probably quickly spread throughout the entire mountain range. Wu Nao Demon Emperor ignored them, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Do these humans think they can escape? Once the demonic egg is activated, the entire planet will be destroyed, and no one will be able to escape. I didn't expect you to dare stay. Marquis Baishan looked at Wang Teng with great interest. With you here, what do I have to be afraid of? Wang Teng said shamelessly. Ha ha ha, you're quite an interesting kid. I rarely see such an amusing junior as you. Marquis Baishan laughed heartily. Is it that funny? Wang Teng thought to himself, exasperated, before asking, Senior, aren't we going to make a move now? Let's take another look. Marquis Baishan stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the demon egg, his eyes gleaming as if he were trying to find something. Wang Teng had no choice but to wait with him. Lord Baishan, it seems you are going to lose. The indifferent voice of the Bone Demon Lord came from behind the spatial passage. You're celebrating too soon, Marquis Baishan said calmly. HMPH, still stubborn even when facing death, the Bone Demon Lord sneered. Rumble. At this moment, the black mist on the surface of the demon egg suddenly began to roll and spread outwards at an extreme speed, which was completely visible to the naked eye. It will all end. The demon emperor Wanao opened his arms, as if to embrace the dark fertile land that was about to come. Marquis Baishan glanced at Wanao demon emperor, chuckled, and said calmly, Wang Teng, you can make your move now. Alright, I can't wait any longer. A sinister smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips as he shouted, Wu Nao Demon Emperor, it's indeed time to end this. Wu Nao Demon Emperor frowned and looked at Wang Teng, wondering what he meant by those words. Explode. Wang Teng stopped arguing and uttered a single word. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud explosions suddenly erupted from the massive body of the demon egg, continuing unabated and covering almost the entire body of the demon egg with astonishing power. What's going on? Wu Nao Demon Emperor's eyes widened, his face filled with horror, and he roared. Unfortunately, the only response it received was the endless sound of explosions. The surrounding black mist stopped churning, as if it had been forcibly stopped by a force and could no longer sweep through. Goodbye. Wang Teng waved to Wu Nao Demon Emperor. It's you. Wu Nao Demon Emperor stared at Wang Teng in disbelief, his heart filled with rage. It must have been this human who did it. It must be him. Boom. However, by the time it realized all this, it was too late. Terrifying forces exploded within the demon egg. No. The demon emperor Wanao only had time to let out a roar of resentment before he was completely engulfed by the roar of the explosion. In an instant, the billowing black mist shot into the sky and bloomed beneath the spatial passage, as if it had become a cold, black firework. Black fireworks burst forth, rising into a mushroom cloud, and a terrifying roar echoed between heaven and earth. This scene is absolutely astonishing. Because the demon egg was so large, it exploded completely, creating a spectacular scene. Countless dark beings were stunned, all their fanatical expressions vanished, and they stared in horror at the suddenly exploding demonic egg. Their minds completely unable to process what was happening. What happened? Why did the demon egg suddenly explode? Countless questions arose in the minds of the Dark Ones. Even the 2 Demon Lord level dark creatures couldn't understand what had happened. Blood Loon, Jaw Freak, and other mid-level Demon Emperor level dark beings were also completely shocked and unable to recover for a long time. On the other side, General Mokalin and his men had just retreated from the mountains when they heard an explosion in the distance and quickly turned around to look. Have you made your move yet? General Chi Yuanju asked, a hint of excitement in his eyes. They must have made their move. Such a terrifying explosion should be enough to kill the demon eggs, right? General Kimberly clenched her fists, her eyes fixed on the explosion deep in the forest. Colonel Wang Teng has really accomplished something incredible. Even I can't figure out how he did it, General Yukri said with amazement and admiration. As long as we can destroy the demon eggs, we have a chance of victory. I must recommend Colonel Wang Teng for credit. General Mokalin's expression was also a little excited as he ordered, have all the soldiers get ready. We are about to launch a counterattack. Without the demon eggs, what do the dark race have to fear? Ha ha ha, yes, what is there to fear? We'll go down and relay the order immediately. Fuck him. Ellipsis ellipsis. The generals immediately cursed and stopped talking nonsense. They turned around and flew towards the surrounding warships to make deployments and prepare for a counterattack. Below the spatial passage, Bai Shanho shielded his eyes with his hand, looking at the explosion in the sky, and exclaimed in surprise, "Tisk tisk, what astonishing power! It must have exploded from the inside, how did you do that?" He couldn't understand how Wang Teng had managed to put the bomb inside the demon egg. Moreover, there were clearly a lot of bombs, otherwise, such a large demon egg wouldn't have been blown up like this. This is puzzling. It's difficult to plant even one bomb, let alone so many. How come the demon eggs and the dark species didn't notice any of them? Were they all blind? This is outrageous. Ahem, I just fed it like that, and it ate like that, that's all. Wang Teng coughed as he faced Bai Shanho's gaze. That's it? Marquis Baishan looked at him with a strange expression and a meaningful gaze. Yes, that's it. Wang Teng nodded solemnly. Looks like you have quite a few secrets, kid, Marquis Baishan joked with a smile. Wang Teng chuckled awkwardly. Even he felt a bit pressured facing this old monster. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to care. Otherwise, if they had kept asking, he would have had to rack his brains to lie and cover up the truth. You can't possibly say he became a dark species and infiltrated the enemy, that's too absurd. If Lord Baishan knew that he possessed the Dark Star Force, he probably wouldn't be able to resist cutting him open to see what his structure was like. How could a human possess pure Dark Star Force without being affected by it? At this moment, the explosion above gradually subsided, and the black mist began to dissipate, slowly revealing its hazy outline. Roar! A shrill roar rang out, like that of a wounded beast, filled with undisguised madness and fury. Your explosion will at most cripple the demon egg. Killing a high-level demon emperor won't be that easy, said Marquis Baishan. Wang Teng nodded. This was something he had guessed beforehand. The high-level demon emperor is extremely powerful, and he is not confident enough to kill the opponent with a few demon bombs. That's unrealistic. If the demon bomb could truly achieve that level of power, then World Lord level warriors would be everywhere, and wouldn't even be considered strong. The black mist finally dissipated, revealing the current state of the demon egg. The enormous demon egg was riddled with holes, its surface riddled with craters from being blasted open, and flowing with a thick black liquid that resembled its blood. The once slow and powerful heartbeat has now become extremely weak, and it is shrinking in order to preserve its last bit of life. The demon bomb exploded inside its body, shattering most of its dark essence, rendering it unable to maintain its enormous size. In fact, if the same amount of demon bombs were detonated outside the demon egg, they would not cause such severe damage to the demon egg. However, Wang Teng's method was extremely cunning. He directly placed the bomb inside the demon egg, which was the source of the demon egg's power. The demon bomb exploded there, effectively cutting off its lifeline. It's like swallowing a razor blade. Who could stand that? At this moment, countless plumes of black smoke billowed from its body. That wasn't the bewitching mist of the demon egg, but rather smoke from an explosion. Moreover, a large number of attribute bubbles were floating in the smoke, as the fierce explosion had blasted out all the attribute bubbles of the demon egg. Pick it up. Wang Teng quickly channeled his mental energy, and countless attribute bubbles flew towards it. Bewitching Mist 100, Bewitchment 200, Darkness Origin * 100, Bewitching Mist 200, Darkness Origin * 120, Bewitchment 150, Dark Star Force * 2600. Ellipsis. They actually blasted out the source of darkness. Looks like I won't have to absorb it anymore. Wang Teng was slightly pleased. Absorbing the source of darkness requires contact with the demon egg and a series of concealment measures, which is very troublesome. It's not as simple and convenient as picking up attributes. In a short while, all the attribute bubbles were absorbed by Wang Teng. The attributes dropped by the demon eggs are mainly 4 types: Dark Origin, Bewitching Mist, Bewitching, and Dark Star Force. With his Dark Origin reaching 1600 points, Wang Teng had already accumulated the largest amount of origin he had ever acquired. It contained extremely powerful origin force and insights, which greatly helped him. Dark Origin, 2100 Tier 1. Wang Teng gained 2100 points from the Bewitching Mist skill, which, combined with the 800 points he had previously acquired, allowed him to instantly master the skill. Bewitching Mist, 1900 3000 Proficient. The difference between this Bewitching Mist and Bewitching is that one is invisible and generally only targets a single individual, while the other is condensed into a black mist and can bewitch over a wide area. In other words, Wang Teng now also possesses this large-scale bewitchment technique. If he wants to bewitch a certain group, he only needs to spread the bewitchment mist to achieve the desired effect, without having to bewitch them one by one. This skill is absolutely terrifying. It's already terrifying to bewitch one person, but now it's possible to bewitch a large group of people. Just thinking about it is horrifying. Wang Teng felt it was best not to reveal this skill too easily, otherwise he might become a public enemy. People are afraid of oddballs, and Wang Teng is now very much like an oddball. Fortunately, he usually disguised himself very well, playing dumb when he needed to and hiding his secrets when he needed to, so no one discovered too many of his secrets. Next, the Bewitch skill also gained 3200 attribute points, a huge gain, allowing Wang Teng to advance his mastery of Bewitch from proficient to expert. Bewitching, 605,000 mastery. Finally, Wang Teng gained a total of 31,200 Dark Star Force points, plus more Dark Star Force attributes he had previously acquired. All of this brought Wang Teng's Dark Star Force to the 9th level of the stellar level, and even exceeded that limit. Having reached this level, he could have already broken through to the cosmic level, but Wang Teng suppressed it. His other elemental forces have not yet reached the 9th level of the stellar level, so now is not the time to break through. Moreover, to participate in the Great Qian Empire's Genius Tournament, one must possess stellar level strength. If he were to break through to a higher level, he would miss this opportunity. PFF'd. A strange sound came from behind. Wang Teng looked up and saw that on the demon egg, the Wu Nao Demon Emperor was struggling to crawl out of the demon egg. One by one, the blood vessels connecting it to the demon egg broke, gushing out large amounts of black blood. Some muscle-like structures were even torn apart and detached from the demon egg. This brainless demon emperor seems to be injured. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed slightly. After all, it was blown up while it was connected to the demon egg, and it didn't have time to escape. Otherwise, those bombs wouldn't have been able to hurt it at all. This can be considered an unexpected bonus, said Marquis Baishan. Useless. The cold voice of the Bone Demon Lord came from behind the spatial passage. It was furious with the Brain Demon Emperor. A perfectly good thing had been ruined, and even the demon egg had been seriously injured. What else could it be but a piece of trash? The demon emperor Wanao had completely broken free. Black blood flowed across its massive body, and its long, dark red hair was disheveled. It lowered its head and made no sound, but its killing intent, which was as tangible as a physical entity, suddenly erupted. This high-ranking dark seed is about to go berserk. You'd better retreat. Now it's up to Mokurin to decide, said Marquis Baishan. The words had barely left his mouth when a whooshing sound came from the air. Wang Teng turned his head and saw that General Mokurin and others had returned to the battlefield. Leave this high-ranking demon emperor-level dark seed to me. You can handle the rest of the mid-ranking demon emperors. General Mokalin waved his hand and charged straight at the Wanao demon emperor. Die! Die! You all deserve to die! A frenzied voice came from the mouth of the demon emperor Wanao. It started as a low growl, but then turned into a roar that soared into the sky. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from its body. It stepped on the demon egg, creating a black shockwave that spread outwards before disappearing. General Mokalin had already charged forward. The two were moving at extreme speeds and collided in the air in an instant, creating a violent roar. General Mokarin was an Earth-type warrior, his body radiating a dazzling yellow light, while the One-Ao Demon Emperor, possessing the body of the Zhulong clan, had a dark red aura with wisps of dark red flames swirling around his body. The two were like two giant spheres of light colliding repeatedly in the sky, shattering the void and creating countless spatial rifts. Their battle leveled several mountains, reducing them to nothing. The two sides fought further and further apart, eventually flying into space. Their combat power is terrifying. If we want to unleash their full potential, we must go into space, otherwise the entire number 29 defensive planet will collapse. On the other side, General Qi Yuanju and others also charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with Shui Lun, Jaw Freak, and other mid-level Demon Emperor-level dark species, fighting one-on-one. Kill, kill, kill. The human warriors returned to fight, charging towards the surrounding dark race. The dark creatures roared and charged madly at the human warriors, engaging them in fierce combat. Hold head high. At that moment, a deafening roar resounded, startling everyone and causing them to look down. The earth shook violently. The ground cracked open with countless fissures, trees collapsed, mountains broke apart, and a terrifying behemoth shook its body on the ground and roared to the sky. That dark behemoth has finally made a move, Wang Teng said gravely, looking down at the giant rock-armored dragon beast that was climbing up. A great rock-armored dragon beast. Lord Baishan shook his head, rubbing his temples, seemingly with a headache. This dark behemoth was at most at the level of a world lord, which was nothing to him, but it was a big problem for the human warriors present. Boom! The ground trembled, and the great rock-armored dragon slowly rose to its feet, its four limbs stomping on the ground with a deafening roar. Its body began to grow larger. Originally only the size of a small mountain, it continued to grow, expanding the valley it was in and changing the terrain. The human warriors and dark races around them fled. When the great rock-armored dragon opened its mouth, several human warriors who couldn't dodge in time were bitten, and blood spurted out. Then, ignoring the other fleeing warriors, it slowly rose into the air and flew straight into space. As it ascended, its body continued to grow larger, surpassing mountains in the earth, until it flew out of space, where it remained visible to all. That body was almost as huge as a star. Gurgle. Many people subconsciously swallowed, their faces filled with horror, and some even forgot to breathe. Oh no, it's going to help the Demon Emperor One-Ao. Wang Teng's expression was solemn, and his heart was also shaken. Even though they already knew that the great rock-armored dragon beast was a dark behemoth whose body could grow to an extremely large size, the shock they felt when they actually saw it was still overwhelming. Of all the colossal beasts he had ever seen, only the Void Devourer could rival it. However, at that time, the Void Devourer was located within the core of the planet and had not yet revealed its truly enormous size. Mokalin is in trouble. Marquis Baishan shook his head. Wang Teng was speechless when he saw his expression. He knew he was in trouble, yet he remained so calm. Are all big shots this indifferent? What do we do now? Don't we have any other Realm Lord level experts? Wang Teng asked. He didn't come. How could a Realm Lord level expert be mobilized so easily? It would affect the whole situation if one thing happened. Marquis Baishan said calmly. Are we just going to watch General Mokarin get besieged? Wang Teng asked. No rush, let's take a look first. Bai Shanho put a hand on Wang Teng's shoulder, and the two of them disappeared from the spot in an instant, along with the demon egg, which he took with him. All over the universe, a terrifying cosmic beast coiled in the pitch-black void, while not far in front of it, two figures were clashing fiercely, and the vast, ocean-like primal force waves swept outwards, destroying any meteorites that approached. Hold head high, the great rock-armored dragon roared, raising one of its giant claws to strike one of the figures. The void was crushed, and a terrifying force swept out. Despite its enormous size, the great rock-armored dragon beast was incredibly fast, slamming down with one claw and arriving directly above the figure's head. When Wang Teng and Bai Shanho appeared in the universe, they happened to see this scene, and their pupils couldn't help but shrink. Careful! The target of the great rock-armored dragon beast's attack was naturally General Mokarin. However, its claw missed its target. General Mokalin had already noticed it when it appeared, and upon seeing it make its move, he immediately disappeared from the spot. Boom! A massive blade of light slashed down from the distant void. This slash was more than 100 feet long, its origin was almost invisible, and it struck the body of the great rock-armored dragon beast directly. Hold head high. The great rock-armored dragon beast roared in anger. It had been injured, and a bloody gash appeared on its back. Even the toughest body cannot escape unscathed from a single strike by a world lord-level expert. Moreover, the great rock-armored dragon beast's body was too large, making it an easy target for attack, and another slash came from the void. Boom! This time, we'll go straight for its head. The great rock-armored dragon roared, and a strong dark yellow light burst forth from its body, actually condensing into a dark yellow light screen above its head. Clang! It was as if metal was clashing. The blade's edge struck the light barrier but was actually blocked. The demon emperor Wunao was not idle either. Holding a dark red warhammer, he smashed it towards a void, causing the void to tremble and creating spatial cracks. General Mokarin was forced to abandon his attack on the great rock-armored dragon beast and confront the Wunao demon emperor. Boom! The two forces clashed again, and the great rock-armored dragon beast joined in, its giant claws striking repeatedly, crushing the void and leaving General Mokarin struggling to cope. With the combined efforts of Wunao demon emperor and Da Yan Kui armored dragon beast, General Mokarin was indeed at a disadvantage. This can't go on forever, Wang Teng said with a grave expression. It seems unrealistic to expect Mokarin to hold off this brainless demon emperor and the great rock-armored dragon beast by himself, said Marquis Baishan calmly. Boss, in such a pressing situation, can you please not act so nonchalant? Wang Teng had a lot of complaints he wanted to voice, but facing this marquis-level immortal, he ultimately said nothing. Only looking at him with his eyes. Ahem, never mind, let's use the planet-destroying cannon. Bai Shanho finally couldn't stand Wang Teng's gaze and coughed as he spoke. Star Destroyer. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant. That's right, even if there are no World Lord level powerhouses, there are still World Lord level force weapons. For other World Lord level powerhouses, the planet-destroying cannon might not be that effective, since it's difficult to aim. However, the massive size of the great rock-armored dragon beast makes it the perfect target. Where is the Star Destroyer? Wang Teng asked hurriedly. It's right there, said Bai Shanho, looking at a natural satellite of Defense Planet 29. A glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes and he suddenly realized. It turns out the planet-destroying cannon was always on satellite number 3. The number 29 defense satellite has a total of 5 natural satellites orbiting it, named using the simplest numbers 1 to 5. What Bai Shanho was referring to just now was the number 3 satellite. In fact, each satellite contains powerful force weapons, but at this moment, the giant rock-armored dragon beast just happened to be within the attack range of satellite number 3. You're only now realizing that some cosmic behemoths could appear in the universe at any time, so how could there not be powerful force weapons? Said Marquis Baishan. Wang Teng felt looked down upon. This Marquis of Baishan is a bit rude. He's clearly an elder, can't he be a little more friendly to him, a junior? But now that I think about it, the great rock-armored dragon beast has been completely outmaneuvered. Just as the two were talking, a bright light suddenly shone on satellite number 3, and a terrifying fluctuation of primal force emanated from it. The Star Destroyer cannon is charging up. Hold head high. The great rock-armored dragon seemed to sense something, letting out an uneasy roar. Dark yellow primal force surged and condensed into an incredibly thick light shield on its body. Boom! The next moment, a dazzling light burst forth from satellite number 3, shooting straight toward the great rock-armored dragon beast, accompanied by a booming sound in the void. The Star Destroyer cannon fired, and a beam of light extended from satellite number 3, instantly striking the massive body of the giant rock-armored dragon beast. The Star Destroyer cannon was blocked by the dark yellow light shield, as if it were frozen in place. But soon, cracks appeared on the light shield, spreading outwards like a spider web. Roar! The great rock-armored dragon beast roared, its dark yellow primal force surging out and pouring into the light shield. Wang Teng's expression was solemn. This giant rock dragon is so strong. It even blocked the planet-destroying cannon. In vain. Marquis Baishan sneered. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the dark yellow light shield exploded under the Star Destroyer cannon, which instantly struck the body of the great rock-armored dragon beast. Hold head high. The great rock-armored dragon's voice suddenly changed, filled with immense pain as the planet destroyer cannon pierced its body, spilling large amounts of blood that drifted through the void. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. This planet-destroying cannon is awesome. With a single shot, Wang Tang severely injured the great rock-armored dragon beast, which was known for its defensive capabilities. At this moment, he wanted to rave about the Star Destroyer cannon. Wang Tang knew very well how hard the rock armor on the great rock-armored dragon beast was, but under the Star Destroyer cannon, it was as hard as paper and could not withstand such terrifying power at all. "See? There's nothing to worry about," said Marquis Baishan, standing with his hands behind his back. "This big shot is showing off again." Wang Tang really wanted to grab a watermelon and sit down to watch. The current state of Baishan Hu can be summed up in 8 words. Don't worry about the basics, just sit back and watch. Roar! The great rock-armored dragon roared in pain, its huge eyes flashing with rage, and its massive mouth opened, rapidly condensing a huge dark yellow sphere of light. That shot just now enraged it, and it wants to attack the planet-destroying cannon, Wang Tang said, his expression changing. "Go," Marquis Baishan suddenly said. "What are you doing?" Wang Tang was bewildered. "Go and interfere with the great rock-armored dragon beast, or do you want it to attack the Star Destroyer cannon?" said Marquis Baishan. "No, you want me to go?" Wang Tang was dumbfounded. The other party was so strong, wouldn't he be throwing his life away if he went? The big boss doesn't play games with people like this. "If you're not going, do you expect me to go?" Marquis Baishan said irritably. "But I can't beat them." Wang Tang shook his head repeatedly. He wasn't going to do it. "I'm only asking you to interfere with it, not to actually fight it. Use your spatial abilities," Marquis Baishan urged. "If you don't act soon, the planet-destroying cannon will be destroyed." Holy crap! Wang Tang's expression changed. He knew there was no time to hesitate any longer. With a bitter look on his face, he could only rush forward. His eyes flickered as he quickly considered how to deal with the dark behemoth. A direct confrontation was definitely out of the question. He had to resort to a roundabout tactic. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought of a skill called Divine Sonic Wave. This is a sonic psychic skill obtained from the Ant-Man mother, which seems perfect for dealing with this giant rock-armored dragon beast. There's no need to rush in, just attack from a distance. However, I've only just begun to master the Divine Sound Wave technique, and it's unrealistic to expect me to be able to use it quickly. There's no other way but to add more. Wang Tang gritted his teeth and added the remaining blank attributes. The proficiency level of Divine Sound Wave immediately skipped the beginner, proficient, and master stages, directly reaching the minor mastery stage, and finally stopped. Wang Tang slammed on the brakes, not daring to get too close, and then without any hesitation, he roared at the great rock-armored dragon beast. The invisible sound waves combined with mental power to form a special mental sound wave attack, which rushed towards the great rock-armored dragon beast. At this point, the sphere of light in its mouth had condensed to a large extent, and the star-destroying cannon on satellite number 3 was recharged and about to be launched. Wang Tang's mental sonic attack suddenly entered the battlefield, causing the great rock-armored beast to be momentarily dizzy. However, it was, after all, a dark behemoth equivalent to a world lord, and even though mental power was not its forte, it quickly recovered from the dizziness. Wang Tang didn't give it a chance to react and roared again. The great rock dragon was dizzy again. Once it recovered, it was furious. Utter rage filled him, and he abruptly turned to look at the tiny ant not far away, his enormous beastly eyes flashing with cold light. "Look, there's an airplane." Wang Tang's scalp tingled, and he quickly pointed ahead. Boom! After Wang Tang's interruption, the Star Destroyer cannon was fully charged again and launched. The great rock-armored dragon beast's pupils constricted as an unprecedented sense of crisis descended upon it. Ignoring Wang Tang, it hurriedly turned its head and spat out the dark yellow ball of light that had not yet fully condensed in its mouth. Boom! The planet-destroying cannon collided instantly with the dark yellow orb of light, producing a deafening roar. The terrifying aftershocks of the force swept outwards, turning countless meteorites into dust wherever they passed. With a wave of his hand, Bai Shanho blocked the aftershocks of the force and protected the 29 defense star behind him. The half-formed attack of the great rock-armored dragon beast was no match for the Planet Destroyer cannon and was immediately shattered. The Planet Destroyer cannon continued its momentum and struck the great rock-armored dragon beast. Hold head high! A piercing scream rang out as the Star Destroyer cannon pierced straight through the head of the giant rock-armored dragon beast, piercing one of its eyes. Utterly tragic. Seeing this, Wang Tang breathed a sigh of relief. "Did you take them down?" "It's not that simple. The great rock-armored dragon beast has a strong vitality and won't die so easily," said Marquis Baishan. As expected, even with its head pierced, the great rock-armored dragon beast did not die. Its body shrank rapidly, and then, without a second thought, it tucked its tail between its legs and fled into the distant void. They ran away? Wang Teng was completely dumbfounded. They ran away? The dark behemoth, which had just been so majestic and seemed capable of swallowing the sun, moon, and stars, now fled with its tail between its legs. Where did that momentum from when they were fighting the Star Destroyer go? Wang Teng found it unbelievable. The scene was strangely jarring, making it feel unreal. Most importantly, this giant rock dragon escaped without the slightest hesitation, as if it had practiced countless times and was extremely skilled. It even exudes a sense of sleazy. Tisk, this great rock-armored dragon beast is really realistic. Marquis Baishan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. On the other side, Wu Nao Demon Emperor's face darkened. This great rock-armored dragon beast was utterly useless. It was blasted away by 2 shots as soon as it appeared. What use was it? Ha ha ha. General Mokaran laughed heartily. Without the great rock-armored dragon beast restraining him, he could finally attack freely. He slashed out with his battlesword repeatedly, the blade light sweeping across the sky, densely slashing towards the Wu Nao Demon Emperor. Get out of my way. Wu Nao Demon Emperor roared in fury, the dark red flames of his warhammer burning fiercely as if they could incinerate the starry sky. Transforming into a huge hammer shadow that smashed forward. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying, often spanning unimaginable distances across the void, extending deep into the starry sky. Wang Teng's eyes suddenly flashed, and he said to Bai Shanho beside him, "Senior, I'm going to chase after that great rock-armored dragon beast. We can't let it get away. Weren't you afraid to approach it just now? How come you dare to chase after it now?" Bai Shanho raised his eyebrows and asked meaningfully. "Hee, it's already badly injured, so I should be fine if I'm careful," Wang Teng chuckled dryly. "It's up to you. Go after her if you want," said Marquis Baishan. "All right." Wang Teng greeted him and headed straight for the direction where the great rock-armored dragon beast had fled. In just a short while, the beast had already run far away, and with his eyesight, he could only see a black dot in the void. Seeing his excited expression, Marquis Baishan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Wang Teng directly used spatial techniques to traverse the void and chased after the great rock-armored dragon beast at an extremely fast speed. His figure disappeared into the void, reappearing at intervals before disappearing again. Before long, the distance between him and the great rock-armored dragon beast became smaller and smaller. But when the great rock-armored dragon beast saw that someone was chasing it, it suddenly sped up and fled through the void like a nimble fat man. It's hard to imagine that such a massive body could unleash such terrifying speed. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Wang Teng's face darkened. Was this great rock-type armored dragon beast a rat? It could run so fast. Did it have no dignity as a dark behemoth at all? Wang Teng was helpless and used all his means. He propelled himself with wind elemental force, used spatial techniques to traverse, and unfurled the wind and thunder wings on his back. With each flap, the faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard, making his speed far exceed that of a cosmic-level martial artist. However, it is still far inferior to the great rock-armored dragon beast, which has the strength of a world lord, even though the opponent was seriously injured. Wang Teng, this area is no longer safe. Take out the demon slayer and use it. A round voice rang in Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng's heart stirred, and without any hesitation, he took out the demon slayer and flashed inside. This was a sign of his trust in the round, chubby boy. He hardly thought about it. The enormous Demon Slayer spaceship suddenly appeared in the void, looking extremely abrupt. Its size was comparable to that of the great rock-armored dragon beast at this moment. The force engine started, and the Demon Slayer roared. Propelled by its immense kinetic energy, the Demon Slayer vanished from its spot as a blur. A World Lord-level spaceship can naturally reach the speed of a World Lord-level vessel, and it may even be equipped with World Lord-level weapons, making it possible for it to deal with the great rock armor dragon beast. Fortunately, Wang Teng has a large storage capacity, enough to hold the Demon Slayer spaceship. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to use it normally. The great rock-armored dragon beast had immediately noticed the appearance of the Demon Slayer and was startled. In particular, the speed of the Demon Slayer was no slower than its own, making it impossible for the Demon Slayer to escape no matter how fast it accelerated. The great rock-armored dragon beast was extremely frustrated. Its only remaining huge eye flashed with ferocity. Then it opened its mouth and let out a huge roar, flying towards a remote and desolate star sector. It knew who was chasing it, the little ant that had caused it to suffer such a fate. Its hatred for Wang Teng even surpassed that for the Star Destroyer cannon. After all, the Star Destroyer cannon was an inanimate object, while Wang Teng was a living person and the culprit who directly caused its severe damage. This human is only at the stellar level. Even if it is severely injured, killing it would be a piece of cake. The great rock-armored dragon beast was very confident, but it was also filled with hatred. Star beasts are often very vengeful, and seeing that no other strong people were chasing after it, it wanted to kill Wang Teng immediately. The two sides chased and fled. With the Demon Slayer spaceship, Wang Teng's speed increased significantly, and he kept closing in on the great rock-armored dragon beast. This big guy seems to be intentionally leading us to a remote place. Inside the spaceship, a round, plump object floated in front of Wang Teng, looking at the scene ahead through the panoramic simulation. Its eyes flashed, and it spoke. "I know, it probably wants revenge on me." A cold smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips. "Don't get too close, let's fly a kite for a while." Hee, this big guy probably hasn't been beaten up yet, he doesn't know how treacherous people can be, the round guy chuckled. "The way you're saying that makes me feel like I'm the main villain," Wang Teng said speechlessly. The round, chubby girl glanced at him sideways, her eyes seeming to say, "Aren't you one?" "Hold head high." A roar came from ahead, and the great rock-armored dragon suddenly stopped. One of its eyes was filled with a fierce light, and blood was flowing from the other eye. Its body was covered in bloody wounds, making it look particularly ferocious. A dark yellow orb of light began to condense in its mouth, aiming at the Demon Slayer spaceship. "Get out of the way," Wang Teng ordered. "Prepare to attack." With Roundy in control, the Demon Slayer spaceship instantly began charging. Boom! A dark yellow orb of light was spat out from the mouth of the great rock-armored dragon beast. Due to its high speed, it resembled a beam of light in the void as it hurtled towards the Demon Slayer spaceship. Unfortunately for Wang Teng, he was prepared. The left propulsion engine of the Demon Slayer ship roared, and he easily avoided the attack with minimal distance. At the same time, the force weapons on the Demon Slayer were fully charged and fired at the great rock-armored dragon beast. Boom! 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 Several cannons were fired in succession at the same time, with astonishing power, forming an encirclement that completely trapped the great rock-armored dragon beast. "Hold head high." The great rock-armored dragon hurriedly dodged, but was still hit by a lot of force cannons. The terrifying force bombarded its body, making it dizzy and disoriented. Its huge body was pushed backward and crashed into a meteorite, breaking it into pieces. Boom! Enraged, the great rock-armored dragon burst forth from the shattered meteorite, roaring as it charged toward the Demon Slayer. Wang Teng and Yuan Gungun naturally wouldn't give it that chance. The Demon Slayer made a perfect drift and appeared in another position, firing several more shots at the great rock-armored dragon beast. Boom! 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 The scene was so moving that it made Oolongmon want to cry. It had been bombarded again. The opponent used a wide-range attack method, and even if it avoided some of them, a lot of them still hit it. Under normal circumstances, such an attack would be nothing more than a drizzle to it. It could easily force its way through, get close to the human spaceship, and destroy it. With just one slap, it could turn that spaceship into scrap metal. But at this moment it was seriously injured, and its attack power, defense power, and speed were all greatly reduced, making it extremely frustrated. It's truly a case of a tiger fallen into the plains being bullied by dogs. It was an incomparably powerful dark behemoth, yet it was forced to this extent by a human of stellar level. How despicable. Hold head high. The great rock dragon couldn't help but let out a grief-stricken roar. However, it was met with a massive artillery barrage, and Wang Teng showed no mercy. After bombarding the spaceship 4 or 5 times, the great rock-armored dragon probably realized that it could no longer get close to the spaceship. It was filled with resentment, but it could only give up and turn around to escape into the starry sky. No matter what, survival is the most important thing. They got away again. Roundy's expression was strange, and he quickly controlled the Demon Slayer to give chase. Wait a minute, Wang Teng quickly stopped it. We're not chasing anymore. Roundy had just asked when it saw the great rock-armored dragon suddenly turn its head around and launch a surprise attack, which really startled it. Use the Lord-level force cannon, Wang Teng said, walking towards the spaceship's hatch. Damn, I almost fell for it. Roundy's face darkened a bit. Fortunately, Wang Teng reminded it in time. It controlled the Demon Slayer to retreat and activated the World Lord level force cannon to begin charging. What are you going to do? I'm going out for a walk. You can get ready. As soon as Wang Tang finished speaking, he jumped out of the spaceship. A set of crimson armor instantly covered his body. This was a World Lord level armor, and he dared not be negligent in the face of a behemoth like the great rock armored dragon beast. Hold head high. Upon seeing Wang Tang appear, the great rock armored dragon beast was filled with intense hatred, as if it were meeting an enemy. It roared and charged at him like a madman. This little ant. It was this little ant that drove it to this point. The great rock armored dragon's eyes turned red, wishing it could tear Wang Tang to pieces, chew him up and swallow him whole. So fierce. Wang Tang raised an eyebrow, his figure flashed, dodging the pounce of the great rock armored dragon beast, and then a strange, invisible sound wave came from his mouth. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the great rock armored dragon beast. It was prepared for that kind of mental sonic wave technique and immediately concentrated its mental power, as if it had turned into a stubborn rock to resist the impact of this mental sonic wave. It was because it was the first time it had encountered this problem that it got infected twice in a row. This time, it definitely won't fall for it again. As expected, the mental sound waves entered its sea of consciousness but could not shake its concentrated spirit at all, demonstrating its power, which was equivalent to the spirit at the Domain Lord level. Hold head high. The great rock-armored dragon beast let out a loud roar, its voice tinged with smugness. But before it could even feel happy, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over it. What's going on? The dizziness didn't last long, only 2 or 3 seconds, before the great rock-armored dragon beast recovered, looking completely bewildered and utterly incredulous. When Wang Tang saw the other party's appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. This great rock-armored dragon beast was really very clever. He got infected so easily, I was worried about him just now. This time, he not only unleashed the divine sound wave, but also another sonic technique, a more powerful and bizarre mental sonic wave from the demon egg, the sub-demon sound wave. This demonic sonic wave was truly undetectable, directly blending into the sonic attack caused by the divine sonic wave. Since the giant rock-armored dragon beast was not skilled in the mental domain, it naturally could not detect it. To be honest, the smug look on Oolongmon's face just now was inexplicably comical. It thought it was standing on the second level, but little did it know that Wang Tang was already standing on the upper level, looking down at it. The great rock-armored dragon beast was furious. This human was too cunning. Even with its clever mind, it had been fooled. As expected, humans are all bad. While it was furious, it was also extremely wary of the strange sonic attack. I clearly blocked it, so why did it still get hit? What's wrong? At this moment, the terrifying primal force fluctuations emanating from the distant demon slayer caught its attention. It glared at Wang Tang, then abandoned him and charged toward the demon slayer. The concentrated primal force attack made it feel a slight threat, and it absolutely could not be allowed to launch it easily. The great rock-armored dragon beast is no different in intelligence from ordinary humans. If it hadn't been tricked by Wang Tang several times, it wouldn't have been seriously injured. But just then, another wave of mental sound waves arrived, unstoppably intruding into its sea of consciousness. Despite its best efforts, the great rock-armored dragon beast became dizzy and stood frozen in place. 2 or 3 seconds later, it shook its head, regained its senses, and a look of shock and anger finally appeared in its eyes. At this moment, the demon slayer finally finished charging and unleashed its Lord-class force cannon. Hold head high. The great rock-armored dragon roared to the sky, unleashing its dark yellow primal force. Faced with a life-or-death crisis, it could no longer care about anything else. At this moment, it completely overexerted itself, depleting its source energy to form a powerful defense. Boom! The force cannon slammed into its body. Recharge! Wang Tang's eyes narrowed, and he quickly said to the round little thing in his mind. Roundy was taken aback, but without hesitation, it quickly recharged the force cannon. Hold head high. With a roar, the great rock-armored dragon beast was still alive. It charged out of the range of the force cannon, its body radiating a dark yellow light, as if forming a protective shield around it. Not good. Get out of the way. Wang Tang's eyes narrowed, and he shouted hurriedly. After the great rock-armored beast rushed out of the blast radius, it charged straight towards the demon slayer. Its speed was extremely fast, and it seemed to have unleashed its full power. In an instant, it arrived in front of the demon slayer, and its huge body crashed into the demon slayer's steel shell. Boom! A loud bang echoed through the void. Roundy activated the Demon Slayer's defensive shield in time, colliding with the great rock-armored dragon beast. The massive spaceship was unable to withstand the immense force and was sent flying, crashing into a passing meteorite. The protective shield on the surface of the spacecraft shattered with a loud bang. Wang Teng's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected the great rock-armored dragon beast to launch such a powerful counterattack in its final moments. As expected of a dark behemoth comparable to a world lord, it couldn't afford to relax even when it was at its last gasp. The impact had also affected the great rock-armored dragon beast. It shook its head and took a while to recover before glaring fiercely at the Demon Slayer spaceship, intending to try again. This time, it will definitely be able to smash this spaceship into scrap metal. Roundball, don't try to fight it head-on. This great rock-armored dragon beast is going all out, Wang Teng quickly transmitted to Roundball. Roundy noticed this too, and hurriedly controlled the Demon Slayer to break free from the meteorite and fly away into the distance. The impact not only shattered the protective shield but also damaged the ship's main body by 30%. The Demon Slayer could not withstand such an attack again. Hold head high. The great rock dragon chased after the Demon Slayer spaceship, seemingly determined to take it down first. Wang Teng's gaze turned solemn, and the spatial power within his body surged forth, sweeping around him. Previously, the dark race opened a spatial channel, forming a large number of spatial attribute bubbles. Spatial rifts caused by battles between powerful beings also formed spatial attribute bubbles. Wang Teng secretly collected and absorbed all of these, greatly enhancing his spatial body. Spatial body, 2,085,003,000, third tier. Although it is still a third-order spatial body, it is undoubtedly many times stronger than before. Wang Teng doesn't know if he can hurt the great rock-armored dragon beast. This is his most powerful means at the moment, so he can only go all out. Boom! The power of space swept out, swirling around Wang Teng and quickly forming a tornado. The surrounding space shattered and turned into endless nothingness. An invisible wind blew in, sharp as could be, seemingly capable of cutting through everything. The great rock-armored dragon instantly sensed something, and one of its eyes looked in Wang Teng's direction with suspicion. Round and round, hold it back, Wang Teng said in a deep voice. That move, huh? A glint flashed in the round eyes as it looked at the giant rock-type armored dragon in front of it, grinning, big guy, come play with me. Boom boom boom. Force cannons were fired from the Demon Slayer spaceship, harassing the great rock-armored dragon beast. These attacks were not at the level of a world lord, but they could still injure a domain lord. Such attacks could not be ignored by the great rock-armored dragon beast at its current state. Yuan is actually quite heartbroken. This is all money being burned. Each shot consumes a large amount of source stones. If Wang Teng weren't so wealthy, they wouldn't be able to afford it anymore. Even a World Lord level expert probably wouldn't dare to use a Domain Lord level or World Lord level force cannon so recklessly. With the round, cuddly creature restraining him, Wang Teng was able to unleash his ultimate move with peace of mind. Before him, a terrifying spatial storm grew larger and larger, sweeping outwards and engulfing the surrounding meteorites, instantly shattering them. The void trembled, and terrifying fluctuations emanated from it. Even Wang Teng himself was taken aback by the scale of the spatial storm. It seems like things have gotten out of hand again. Roundball, lure the great rock-armored dragon beast over here. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, sensing that it was about time. If he didn't get rid of this spatial storm soon, he would lose control. After his spatial body was upgraded, the power of this spatial storm also increased many times over. Now, even with his physical body, he is finding it difficult to withstand. Upon hearing Wang Teng's command, Yuan Gungun immediately controlled the Demon Slayer spaceship to make a sharp turn in the void and fly in another direction. It didn't fly directly towards Wang Teng, but instead led the great rock-armored dragon beast in circles. After all, the great rock-armored dragon beast wasn't stupid. It couldn't possibly know that Wang Teng was in danger and still foolishly crash into him. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he concealed himself within the spatial rift, causing the spatial storm to disappear as well. Within the spatial rift, the spatial storm seemed to thrive, its violent fluctuations spreading out and drawing in wisps of spatial power. Sweat beaded on Wang Teng's forehead as he desperately tried to control the spatial storm. If it exploded, things would get interesting. He himself would probably be caught in the crossfire. Faster, faster, faster. His gaze was fixed on the approaching great rock-armored dragon beast, and he kept muttering to himself. The round and chubby creature perfectly embodied Wang Teng's essence, infuriating the great rock-armored dragon beast, which roared and chased after the demon-killer spaceship relentlessly. Its massive jaws agape, tearing and snapping as it tried to crush the demon-killer spaceship. They were so close that if they weren't careful, the Demon Slayer spaceship would fall into the jaws of the giant rock-armored dragon beast. The round, chubby boy was extremely nervous at this moment. His playful expression vanished, replaced by a solemn look. Boom! Just then, a loud roar came, and Roundball immediately felt the Demon Slayer ship shake violently. It seemed that an extremely powerful suction force was coming from behind, trying to pull the Demon Slayer ship into it. This is terrifying. You have to understand that the Demon Slayer is a World Lord level spaceship with incredibly powerful kinetic energy. What on earth could possibly pull it in? Wang Teng has made his move. Roundy's face hardened, and he quickly looked behind him. Sure enough, a massive spatial storm appeared beside the great rock-armored dragon beast and slammed into it. At this moment, the Demon Slayer spaceship was too close to the space storm, which is why the suction force was so terrifying. Roundy was shocked, but he couldn't care less about that and hurriedly activated the spaceship's overload propulsion system. Boom! A blue flame shot out from the engine of the Demon Slayer. The immense kinetic energy generated a powerful thrust, propelling the Demon Slayer out of the area swept by the space storm. Phew! Roundy let out a long breath and patted his chest. My God, we almost did it. Then it quickly looked behind it, as if afraid of missing some exciting scene. Hold head high. Da Yan saw the dragon beast let out a terrifying roar, a roar filled with undisguised fear, because it was being sucked into the spatial storm inch by inch, and no matter how it struggled, it could not break free. It was too close. A spatial storm erupted right beside it, and no one could escape. Hold head high. Finally, with a roar of resentment, its entire body was engulfed in the spatial storm. Click click click. The dark yellow protective shield on the surface of the great rock-armored dragon beast held for a while before finally shattering, signifying the disappearance of the great rock-armored dragon beast's last layer of defense, and the loss of its last glimmer of life. PFF'd, PFF'd, PFF'd. A large amount of dark red blood sprayed out, turning the spatial storm a dark red color, and a strong smell of blood permeated the air. Wang Teng stood at a distance, his face pale, watching this scene, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. A round, chubby creature appeared on his shoulder and exclaimed, "Your move seems to have become much stronger." It has indeed become much stronger, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to use it against this great rock-armored dragon beast, Wang Teng nodded. A dark behemoth equivalent to a world lord level, we actually managed to wear it down. A smile appeared on the round face, as if he felt he had accomplished something extraordinary. It used to follow Nangong Yu and had never encountered such a grand scene before. Now that it thinks about it, Nangong Yu's opponents are not worth mentioning at all. It has now hunted down even the dark behemoths at the level of world lords, and its sense of accomplishment is bursting. Don't overthink it, it's all thanks to those two planet-destroying cannons, otherwise we wouldn't have gotten this good deal, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. That's true. Even the World Lord level force cannon on our Demon Slayer ship is no match for the Star Destroyer cannon. Roundy nodded, then suddenly his face fell. Our Demon Slayer ship has suffered considerable damage this time. Wang Teng glanced at the Demon Slayer spaceship in the distance, his face twitching. Such powerful defenses had been destroyed like this in front of the great rock-armored dragon beast. He wondered how much it would cost to repair it. Well, at least we killed that great rock-armored dragon beast, Wang Teng said, taking a deep breath. Boom! The spatial storm roared, unleashing its final, violent energy. Wang Teng and Yuan Gungun quickly retreated a great distance, not daring to approach even slightly. The power of the space storm was truly terrifying. Even he, its creator, dared not face it directly. After a moment, the spatial storm gradually dissipated, and the massive body of the great rock-armored dragon beast appeared before Wang Teng. At this moment, the great rock-armored dragon beast was 1,000 times more miserable than before, covered in wounds and dripping with blood. It was truly a pitiful sight. To Wang Teng's surprise, its body was relatively intact and was not destroyed by the spatial storm. It floated silently in the void, like a wrecked body, motionless, seemingly already dead. Is it dead? Roundy stared in shock at the body of the great rock-armored dragon beast, seemingly marveling at the strength of its physical body, and asked hesitantly. Let me take a look. Wang Teng was about to use his spiritual vision to see if the life essence of the great rock-armored dragon beast had been extinguished when he suddenly realized that his spiritual vision level seemed insufficient to see through the great rock-armored dragon beast. He could only improve it first. As for the blank attribute, as a dark behemoth, Magnamin should drop quite a few blank attributes, right? Wang Teng looked at the scattered attribute bubbles around him and immediately picked them up. Earth-type Celestial Force * 5600. Saint-level Earth Element Talent * 1200. Saint-level Dark Talent * 1500. Stellar Level Spirit 2800. Cosmic Level Comprehension * 7100. Dark Star Force * 6200. Blank Attribute * 14000. Dark Origin * 1100. Dark Rock Dragon Armor 2400. Earth Element Origin * 800. Blank Attribute * 10800. Ellipsis. A multitude of attribute bubbles surged into Wang Teng's body, making his eyes grow brighter and brighter, and a surge of ecstatic joy welled up within him. This was a great deal. A flood of attribute bubbles rushed into his body and mind, and Wang Teng's eyes flickered as he experienced a moment of enlightenment. First, the force attribute has increased significantly, especially the Earth-type star force. Wang Teng's Earth-type star force was at the 9th level of the stellar level, but it had not yet reached perfection before. Now, after obtaining the Earth-type star force attribute dropped by the great rock-armored beast, it has reached that level. Earth-type stellar force, 9000, stellar level 9. This is terrifying, because reaching the 9th level of the stellar realm requires 90,000 attribute points. However, during the previous battle, many human warriors possessed Earth-type star force, so a considerable amount of Earth-type star force was lost. Combined with the force lost by the great rock-armored dragon beast, it barely reached the 9th level of perfection. As for the dark star force, Wang Teng had already reached perfection. This was merely to make the dark star force even larger. If Wang Teng were to glance at his sea of nothingness at this moment, he would find that the star representing the primal force of the dark stars has become much larger than before. At this point, Wang Teng had achieved the 9th level of perfection in 2 of his primal forces. In addition, there are quite a few Saint-level Earth-type talents and Saint-level Dark-type talents, which Wang Teng has been eyeing for a long time. When Wang Teng first saw the great rock-armored dragon beast, he immediately recognized it as a huge, fat sheep. Unfortunately, this fat sheep was too strong. Wang Teng couldn't pull it off, nor did he dare to. It wasn't until the great rock-armored dragon beast was severely injured by 2 shots from the planet destroyer that he had the chance to take advantage of the situation. In truth, we have to thank Marquis Baishan. If he hadn't disdained to hunt down the great rock-armored dragon beast, Wang Teng wouldn't have had the chance to reap this benefit. Saint-level Earth Element Talent, 8505 Saint-level Dark Talent, 9205. Wang Teng looked at his Earth and Dark talents, and sure enough, they had increased dramatically in an instant. This feels great. It was as if the Earth Elemental Force and Dark Elemental Force in the world revolved around him, constantly surrounding him, and he could absorb them whenever he wanted, and very quickly. Saint-level talent is indeed extraordinary. Subsequently, his stellar-level mental strength and cosmic-level comprehension also improved once again, especially his cosmic-level comprehension, which improved significantly this time, making his comprehension even stronger. Comprehension, 51,800 cosmic level. After this period of improvement, my cosmic level comprehension attribute value is already more than halfway there. Maybe it won't be long before I reach the Domain Lord level. Next are 2 extremely important attribute bubbles, Earth Origin and Dark Origin, both of which are the primal powers mastered by Magnamin. The reason why the Great Rock Dragon Beast is so strong is that it has mastered both of these primal powers at the same time, making its defense extremely powerful. When it finally erupted, it clearly used the power of its origin. Even the Demon Slayer spaceship couldn't withstand its 2 impacts. Wang Teng almost had to give up and escape. In that state, the Great Rock Armored Dragon Beast was simply unable to break through its defenses, and they couldn't defeat it. Dark Origin, 4600 Tier 1. Earth Element Origin, 2800 Tier 1. This time, Wang Teng obtained a total of 2500 points of Dark Origin and 2800 points of Earth Origin, which can be considered a large amount of origin income. Among them, the Earth Element Origin was obtained for the first time, adding another element to his understanding of origins, bringing the total to 5. In addition, he also obtained a special combat skill, Dark Rock Dragon Armor. This is an extremely powerful defensive combat skill that can condense a body of Dark Rock Dragon Armor, making its defensive power astonishing. Dark Rock Dragon Armor, 1405 proficient. This Dark Rock Dragon Armor is actually somewhat similar to the Demon Armor, but the Demon Armor is formed solely from Dark Primal Force, while this Dark Rock Dragon Armor is formed from both Earth Primal Force and Dark Primal Force. This alone shows that the Dark Rock Dragon Armor is clearly stronger than the Demon Armor. Speaking of which, star beasts like the Great Rock Armored Dragon Beast, which simultaneously possess two kinds of primal power, are extremely rare. And the combat skills it unleashes are naturally far superior to ordinary combat skills. Furthermore, as the insights gained from the Dark Rock Dragon Armor were integrated into his mind, Wang Teng discovered that it could also incorporate the earth element and the dark element, making it a combat skill with potential for growth. A glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and a slight smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Marvelous. The Dark Rock Dragon Armor's defensive capabilities are definitely many times stronger than the magic armor. In the future, if he simultaneously uses magic armor and Dark Rock Dragon Armor, and then puts on a World Lord level battle armor, he will have triple defense. It's harder than a tortoise shell. Moreover, Wang Teng had already learned the appearance of the Dark Rock Dragon Armor from his insights. It was truly ferocious and rugged, with a streamlined body that was not lacking in beauty. It was simply the most perfect combination of nature and art, and the helmet was exactly the shape of the head of the Great Rock Armor Dragon Beast. This combat skill, similar to armor, is completely unique, unlike the Demon Armor, which is available to all Demon Armor races. The difference between the two is like the difference between custom-made and standard issue. Of course, the magic armor also has its advantages. It is very suitable for Wang Teng to infiltrate the dark race, making him less likely to be discovered. Without the magic armor, Wang Teng could no longer transform into Armored Eagle. For Wang Teng, the magic armor served more as a disguise than a defense. Finally, there's the blank attribute. Wang Teng obtained a total of 108,500 blank attribute points this time. More than 100,000. Wang Teng had never received so many blank attributes at once before, and he was truly pleasantly surprised. In any case, it's enough to improve spiritual vision. Without hesitation, Wang Teng silently chanted, "Add points," and the blank attribute points rapidly decreased, while the spiritual vision attribute began to increase rapidly. Spiritual vision had originally reached the advanced level, but now, with the upgrade, spiritual vision has begun to transform, and the attribute panel has changed. Spiritual vision, 5000 1000th true level. True level, Wang Teng muttered to himself as he examined the changes on the attribute panel. The spiritual vision has reached the true level. What does true level mean? Is it because they see things more real? Wang Teng stroked his chin, feeling both confused and impressed. But no matter what, this true level was clearly the realm after the advanced perfection, which meant it was stronger than before. He stopped improving, as he had already used up a full 50,000 points of his blank attribute in just a short time, and dared not improve any further. Since Wang Teng obtained spiritual vision and Eye of Origin, the increase in these two attribute values has been at a ratio of 1 to 10. The further he progresses, the more attribute values he needs, making him a veritable money devourer. In any case, whether it's 5,000 attribute values or perfect, it's considered true level, so there shouldn't be too much difference. Wang Teng took a deep breath, activated his transformed spiritual vision, and a spiritual light flashed in his pupils, becoming extremely deep. He then looked at the body of the Great Rock Armored Dragon Beast in front of him. "How is it?" Roundy asked after waiting for a while. Wang Teng did not answer, but added the remaining blank attributes to Eye of Origin, and the attribute value of Eye of Origin immediately began to increase. Open black lens bracket Eye of Origin close black lens bracket, 5000 1000th true level. After reaching the advanced perfection level, the Eye of Origin actually reached the so-called true level, which surprised Wang Teng. It seems that the talents related to these strange eyes are basically classified into the same levels. Just as Wang Teng was about to use the Eye of Origin to confirm whether the Great Rock Armored Dragon Beast was truly dead, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. The spirit vision and the Eye of Origin can be fused? Wang Teng's eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise appearing in his heart. Unexpectedly, after the two heterochromatic eyes reached the true level, the system actually gave a prompt to fuse them. Merge. He chose merging immediately, almost without thinking. This situation had occurred once before, when the heart of heavy rock, the magnetic sand body, and the sand control talent were fused into the elemental magnetic heart talent. Judging from the previous fusion results, the fused talent would only be stronger and would possess all the characteristics of the fused talent, so Wang Teng was not worried about any problems. As he made his choice, his spirit vision and source eye began to merge. The two heterochromatic eye attributes on his attribute panel slowly disappeared, transforming into a new talent, True Sight Eye. True Sight Eye, 1/1000th, true level. The Eye of True Sight. Wang Teng murmured to himself, while information about the Eye of True Sight surfaced in his mind. The Eye of True Sight truly combines the characteristics of both the Eye of Spiritual Vision and the Eye of Source. It can not only see through various energy bodies, but also has the ability to see through things like X-ray vision, allowing it to see through the essence of things. Furthermore, after fusion, this ability becomes even more powerful. Although both are true level, in terms of rank, the True Vision Eye is definitely stronger than either the single, Spirit Vision, or Source Essence Eye. Wang Teng closed his eyes and silently sensed it. There seemed to be a strange energy swirling within his eyes, giving his pupils abilities that ordinary people did not possess. It can actually fuse with the power of other heterochromatic eyes. Wang Teng opened his eyes, his gaze strange. This was the information he had just digested. True Sight Eye can later fuse with the power of other heterochromatic eyes, thus continuously transforming into a unique eye in the world. Wang Teng was shocked and suddenly wanted to shout, "System Daddy is awesome." I managed to hold back in the end. He calmed down without showing any emotion, so that the round little one next to him didn't notice anything. As a mature and strong person, how can you be so childish? You'll be looked down upon by Yuan Gun Gun. It's a bit of a rip-off. All the 5,000 attribute points I painstakingly increased were wiped out after the fusion. Wang Teng glanced at the attribute panel again and muttered to himself, his heart bleeding. If he only upgrades to the true level and doesn't use the extra 5,000 points, he can save 100,000 blank attribute points. What a rip-off. He didn't know what he was thinking. In the past, when he was improving, he would always stop just when he broke through, and he would never be willing to improve a little more. How come he was suddenly pushed to 5,000 attribute points this time? Could it be that he suddenly became rich and couldn't resist? This kind of mentality is unacceptable. He was a poor man, extremely poor, very, very poor. Wang Teng mentally hypnotized himself. Then, he stopped worrying and activated the True Sight Eye, a golden light flashing in his eyes. That's right, after transforming into the Eye of True Sight, even the light in the eyes changed, revealing a hint of golden light. Roundy had been secretly watching Wang Teng, and when he suddenly noticed that sliver of golden light, a sense of surprise arose in his heart. What kind of eyes are these? Or is it some kind of special eye-type combat technique? It was filled with doubt when it suddenly heard Wang Teng's cold laughter. As expected, he's not dead. Not dead? Roundy was shocked. Yes, it's playing dead, but it's already very weak, trying to fool us, Wang Teng said. Very cunning. The round, chubby creature looked at the giant rock dragon ahead and clicked its tongue in disapproval before asking, "So what do we do?" Wang Teng did not answer, but instead took out a soul crystal, and the body of the Ant-Man mother slowly floated out. "Elizabeth, are you alright?" Upon hearing this name that left everyone speechless, the Ant-Man queen paused for a moment, then nodded and said, "Leave it to me." Roundy's lips twitched. Wang Teng's taste in names has never changed. He actually named the Ant-Man mother Elizabeth. I don't know what he was thinking. In that case, this great rock-armored dragon beast is yours to deal with. Wang Teng nodded. The biggest reason he risked so much danger to chase after the great rock-armored dragon beast was for the rebirth of the Ant-Man clan's mother. It needs a star beast with extremely strong vitality as a vessel to come back to life, so what could be more suitable than a behemoth like the great rock-armored dragon beast? As for the great rock-armored dragon beast, it is a dark behemoth. If its body is used as a vessel, the Ant-Man mother may also be tainted by dark power and will no longer be able to appear openly in front of people. Wang Teng had also considered this point. But in the end, he felt there was no need to worry too much. He himself possessed extremely pure dark primal force, so what did it matter if the star beasts under his command were tainted with a little dark primal force? Wang Teng has never been one to shy away from trouble. If anyone really wants to use this to target him, then sorry, they've miscalculated. He won't fall for it. As for whether infection with the dark force will cause loss of consciousness, there's no need to worry too much. The dark energy of the great rock creeper is innate, not acquired through ordinary infection. Therefore, if the Ant-Man mother uses it as a vessel for rebirth, it is not simply due to infection, but rather because she has acquired that innate dark talent. This change was so peculiar that even Wang Tang was surprised. Of course, this was also the Ant-Man mother's own decision. The body of the great rock-armored dragon beast was simply too attractive, and it was unlikely that she would encounter such a powerful body again in the future. If it can be reborn through this, it might gain unimaginable benefits. Besides, it doesn't have much time to wait. If it doesn't undergo rebirth soon, its soul power will dissipate quickly. At this moment, the Ant-Man mother no longer hesitated. The soul crystal in which it resided suddenly emitted a strong light and merged into its soul body. The soul crystal slowly dissipated, eventually merging into the soul of the Ant-Man mother, making her soul much more solid. I can't believe it's possible. Wang Tang exclaimed in surprise. I always have to keep something in reserve, otherwise, with my weak soul power, I won't be able to compete for the body of this great rock-armored dragon beast. The Ant-Man mother smiled slightly. Are you sure it's okay? Do you need me to help you suppress the soul of the great rock-armored dragon beast? Wang Tang asked. Now that the Ant-Man mother is one of his own, he naturally wants to help her. However, the so-called rebirth method is obviously not that simple, and the success rate is probably not very high. Wang Tang prefers to play it safe. That would be best. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Ant-Man mother, but she did not refuse and nodded. Alright, I'll put this big guy into the devouring space first, so even if it tries to resist, it won't be able to do anything about it. Wang Tang said, summoning void. A flash of purplish-black light appeared and an ethereal figure materialized before them. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the Ant-Man mother, who dared not approach the void. Shu Wu smiled faintly and, before Wang Tang could speak, said, I already know your plans. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, the massive body of the great rock-armored dragon beast disappeared into the void and appeared in an extremely dark space. Let's go. Wang Tang nodded and led the Ant-Man mother into the devouring space. Inside the devouring space, Wang Tang sat cross-legged in the dark space, while Shu Wu sat cross-legged at the other end. The two of them simultaneously channeled their spiritual power into the sea of consciousness of the great rock-armored dragon beast. The soul of the Ant-Man mother also flashed and disappeared into the head of the great rock-armored dragon beast. The sea of consciousness of the great rock-armored dragon beast was somewhat peculiar. It was a hazy gray expanse, filled with drifting mist, making it impossible to see the surrounding scenery or know how vast it was. However, the depth of this sea of consciousness is far beyond the current depth of Wang Tang's sea of consciousness. They are incomparable. After all, his spirit was only at the stellar level, while the spirit of the great rock-armored dragon beast had at least reached the domain lord level. Suddenly, the surrounding gray mist churned up, and a ferocious giant beast appeared before Wang Tang. It was none other than the great rock-armored dragon beast. Human, how dare you enter my sea of consciousness? Upon seeing Wang Tang, the great rock-armored dragon beast was enraged and let out a terrifying roar. Huh? You can actually talk. Wang Tang looked at it in surprise. The great rock-armored dragon beast was stunned for a moment, then became even angrier, as if it had been insulted. You're asking for death. I'll tear you to pieces. Then why aren't you coming over? Wang Tang beckoned with his finger, looking at it with a half-smile. The giant rock dragon roared fiercely, but then cowered behind the gray mist, not daring to approach, completely different from its previous appearance. The great rock-armored dragon's eyes flickered, its gaze involuntarily drifting towards the void clone and the Ant-Man mother, showing great apprehension. No wonder, the void-devouring beast is a higher-level star beast than it. Although its true form is not here at the moment, it still felt the suppression from its bloodline. Furthermore, the Ant-Man mother was a realm lord level being in her previous life, and she excelled in the spiritual realm. In this area, the great rock-armored dragon beast has no advantage whatsoever. Come on, don't be a coward. Wang Tang shouted at the great rock-armored dragon beast. The creature was so frightened that it shrank back and almost turned to run away. But it seemed to realize that this was too cowardly, so it suppressed its fear and roared fiercely, Human, don't push your luck. You talk too much nonsense. Wang Teng shook his head, waved his hand, and countless void mayflies flew out, like countless points of light, drifting towards the spiritual body of the great rock-armored dragon beast. What are these things? The great rock-armored dragon beast stared at the points of light, somewhat bewildered. These void mayflies are harmless and small in size, posing no threat whatsoever. One of them even thought Wang Teng wanted to tickle it. However, boom, boom, boom. The next moment, as the void mayflies filled the area around the great rock-armored dragon beast, they suddenly exploded, transforming into a fierce mental shockwave that swept towards it. The great rock dragon was completely stunned by the explosion, howling with its face covered in dust and dirt. The mental explosion was no fun at all. The pain was many times more intense than the physical pain. The void-devouring beast clone was not idle either. It directly transformed into its main form and suppressed the great rock-armored dragon beast. It was an enormous being, its entire body surrounded by a purplish-black mist, making it difficult to see clearly. However, the oppressive aura emanating from its bloodline terrified the great rock-armored dragon beast. You. It stared wide-eyed at the void-devouring beast clone, stammering incoherently. Boom! The void-devouring beast clone didn't waste any words with it and directly suppressed it, smashing the surrounding gray mist so that it swirled in all directions, revealing the great rock-armored dragon beast completely, its body involuntarily falling downwards. A glint flashed in the eyes of the Ant-Man mother, and without needing any prompting, she transformed into a streak of light and charged toward the great rock-armored dragon beast. Countless white rays of light appeared, like interwoven threads, completely entangling the great rock-armored dragon beast. Hold head high. As if sensing something, the great rock-armored dragon roared and struggled frantically beneath the void devourer. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The light formed by the Ant-Man mother quickly enveloped it, turning it into a huge white cocoon of light. The roar of the great rock archon continued to emanate from within the cocoon of light. It frantically rammed against the cocoon, trying to break free, but to no avail. The cocoon of light was like a solid iron cage, locking it firmly inside. Alright, now it's up to it. Wang Teng clapped his hands. The void-devouring beast clone transformed back into human form and appeared beside Wang Teng, looking at the cocoon of light and saying, "The Ant-Man clan's mother's talent is indeed quite something. There are quite a few limitations, otherwise it would have been invincible long ago." Wang Teng smiled and shook his head. "With your help in the future, its growth potential will be even greater, and with the body of this great rock-armored dragon beast undergoing transformation, there might be some pleasant surprises," Shu Wudao said. After exchanging a few words, the two disappeared from the consciousness of the great rock-armored dragon beast. Now, all they need to do is wait for the Ant-Man clan mother to regenerate. After returning to space, Wang Teng boarded the Demon Slayer and returned to Defense Planet 29. He's gone quite far, and he's already used up a lot of spatial power. If he tries to return to Defense Star 29 on his own, it will probably take him quite a while. Upon reaching the vicinity of Defense Planet number 29, Wang Teng put away the Demon Slayer and flew forward alone. He could already hear the roar of battle. I didn't expect that the battle between General Mokurin and One-Ao Demon Emperor was still going on. Are battles between world lords really this long? Boom! As soon as he got closer, Wang Teng saw a figure being blasted away. It was General Mokurin. Roar! Another dark red figure roared and chased after them. When Wang Teng saw the dark red figure, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. It was an enormous creature, resembling an ancient dragon, but not a fully fledged dragon. It was half human and half dragon. Its upper body is that of a robust human, with dark red scales covering its chest and arms, as well as fine scales on its cheeks. It has a pair of dragon horns on its head, exuding a sense of nobility. Its lower body was entirely that of a dragon, coiled in the void, covered in dark red dragon scales, with two incredibly sharp claws that seemed capable of tearing anything apart. My god, what is this? When Wang Teng saw the current state of the Demon Emperor Wu Nao, his eyes widened involuntarily, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Before, this brainless Demon Emperor was still somewhat human, but now he's completely inhuman. Half human, half dragon. Is that you, my lovely little dragon? Cute my foot. This is anything but cute. At this moment, Marquis Baishan sat on a meteorite, drifting around as a bystander. Even when General Mokalin was being hunted down, he remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Seeing Wang Teng appear, he glanced at him and said indifferently, "You're back." What, did the great rock-armored dragon beast run away? Yes, they ran away. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and hurriedly nodded miserably. One should not flaunt one's wealth. Who knows if this big shot will ask him for the remains of the great rock-armored dragon beast? Bai Shanho looked at him suspiciously, feeling that something was off. The boy's expression seemed a bit exaggerated. Senior, what's going on? Wang Teng quickly changed the subject, looking at the battle in the void ahead, and asked. This is half of the true form of Zhulong. A strange light flashed in Bai Shanhu's eyes as he said calmly. Half true form. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. Wasn't this appearance the complete true form? That's right, just as you thought. This dark species of the Demon Brain Clan has only mastered half of the Candle Dragon Clan's true form and cannot fully reveal its true form, said Marquis Baishan. Why is that? Wang Teng asked. After all, it is not a true Zhulong clan. If the Zhulong clan wants to fully reveal its true form, it must consume its original essence blood. However, after the dark species of the Demon Brain Clan takes over the body of the Zhulong clan, it cannot produce original essence blood. Every time it is used, it is less. Bai Shanho seemed to have some special feelings for Wang Teng and did not hesitate to explain. I see. Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully, as if it were a profound mystery. Boom! In the void, after transforming into the Candle Dragon, the One-Ao Demon Emperor became extremely fast. The void seemed to recede beside him, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with General Mokurin and smashed out his dark red warhammer. A massive hammer-like shadow crashed down, unleashing a deafening roar. The hammer shadow resembled a giant meteorite. As it fell, its tail trailed a long, dark red flame, drawing a stunningly beautiful yet dangerous dark red trajectory in the void. Upon seeing this, General Mokurin's pupils contracted sharply. He stopped dodging and unleashed a massive blade of light from his sword, which shot into the sky. A rich source of primal power was imprinted on the blade's edge, causing strange patterns to appear on its surface, as if it were engraved with runes of heaven and earth, making it exceptionally profound. At the same time, an extremely powerful wave suddenly emanated from the blade's edge, and a blade intent as heavy as billions of tons swept across, as if it could cut through everything. Slay! General Mokurin roared and slashed out with his sword. Ding tilde. The blade's edge flashed across the sky and collided with the enormous hammer shadow, unleashing a tremendous sound like metal clashing. The sound echoed in the void, as if forming invisible sound waves that reverberated outwards. Any meteorites swept by these sound waves shattered and turned into cosmic dust. Wang Teng's eyes widened in shock, his heart filled with awe at the power of a world lord-level expert. Even the sound waves generated by the attack have such terrifying power. Such a terrifying attack, if it were to collide inside a planet, would inevitably destroy the landmass and cause the continents to sink. The blade's edge and the hammer's shadow were locked in a stalemate in the void, and for a time, no victor could be determined in this exchange. Roar! One-Ao Demon Emperor roared, his eyes flashing with a blinding red light, and he slammed his warhammer down. Boom! This scene resembled a volcanic eruption, instantly increasing the power of the hammer shadow. Click click click. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the blade aura that General Mokurin had condensed. Clear cracks appeared on the surface of the blade aura and spread at an extremely fast speed. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. General Mokurin was about to be defeated. Marquis Baishan shook his head and let out a soft sigh. Boom! The next moment, with a loud bang, the blade light shattered completely. General Mokurin was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying backward. The talent of the Candle Dragon clan is truly too strong. Marquis Baishan said regretfully, even if this Demon Brain clan cannot unleash the full power of the Candle Dragon clan's body, Mokurin still cannot defeat it. Ha ha ha. Wu-Nao Demon Emperor laughed loudly. Humans, you can't beat me. You are the ones who will lose this battle. General Mokurin remained silent, his face pale. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared coldly at the other man. Although I don't want to admit it, the opponent, relying on the body of the Candle Dragon clan, is indeed much stronger and difficult to defeat. Wang Teng's expression was solemn. He couldn't get involved in a battle of this level and could only watch from the sidelines. Looking at Bai Shanho beside him, he saw that Bai Shanho was still completely calm, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, and his face twitched slightly. Senior, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Use them quickly, or we're really going to lose, Wang Teng transmitted his voice. What means do I have? I can't take action. I'm helpless too. Marquis Baishan waved his hand. Wang Teng was speechless. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have something extra in his hand. I'm out of options. But if you have any puppet robots or anything that can unleash the power of a world lord, feel free to bring them out and use them, Bai Shanho said without even glancing at him. Wang Teng was suddenly stunned, then reacted and probed the object in his hand with his mental energy. It really is a space-based device. Inside were 3 black robots, about 3 or 4 meters tall, with a metallic sheen. At first glance, it exudes a chilling killing intent. It is no ordinary robot. Wang Teng immediately understood Bai Shanho's plan. No wonder he was always so fearless. These 3 robots were actually able to unleash power at the level of a world lord. The power of a world lord. My god, I can't even imagine it. This is an extremely rare item. How could an ordinary person possess such a powerful robot? But this senior's move was really something else. Since he couldn't take action himself, he secretly handed over 3 world lord level robots to him, letting him use them. It seemed like a reasonable solution. This is quite feasible. Wang Teng understood, and glanced at Bai Shanho with an expression that said, I understand. Ahem. Marquis Baishan coughed lightly. Wang Teng snapped out of his daze and quickly took out the 3 world lord level robots. He controlled them with his mental power, and the eyes of the 3 world lord level robots lit up, turning an ice blue color without any emotional fluctuation. That chilling killing intent grew even stronger. Robots are just robots, not mechanical life forms like the machine race. If no one controls them, they are inanimate objects. The puppet robots that are popular in the universe are basically controlled by mental power, which is something Wang Teng is quite familiar with. The appearance of the 3 robots immediately attracted the attention of the Demon King Wunao and General Mokaran. The chilling killing intent, so palpable it was almost tangible, was so obvious that it was impossible to ignore. Wu Nao Demon Emperor's expression changed slightly, and he looked at the 3 robots with a hint of apprehension. It wouldn't be afraid of dealing with just 3 robots, but now there's a human realm master-level warrior watching from the side. Its expression immediately turned ugly. Damn it, these humans can't defeat one by one, so they all gang up on each other. Have they no shame? A hint of joy flashed in General Mokalin's eyes as he glanced at Marquis Baishan and Wang Teng, wondering who had made the move. Bai Shanho couldn't make a move easily, could it be Wang Teng? But those seem to be robots at the World Lord level. Each one is incredibly valuable and extremely rare. If a stellar-level martial artist like him really possesses such a thing, it would be truly astonishing. The only frustrating thing is that Wang Teng didn't bring it out earlier. He only used it when he was about to lose. Was he really that stingy? Didn't you see him being chased all over the place just now? For a moment, General Mokalin couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment. Wang Teng was somewhat bewildered when he saw the resentful look in his eyes. Has General Mokalin misunderstood something? If Wang Teng knew what he was thinking, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. If anyone is stingy, it's Marquis Baishan who's stingy, not him. The Demon King's gaze suddenly turned extremely cold and fierce. Before Wang Teng could use the 3 robots, it charged towards General Mokaran again, intending to eliminate this human warrior first. Snort. General Mokalin was not afraid. He snorted and went to meet him. The 2 engaged in another fierce battle. Seeing this, Wang Teng didn't dare to waste any time. He quickly manipulated his mental energy to move the arms and legs of the 3 robots and get used to them. The feeling of controlling this robot is very strange, as if my limbs have been extended and become multi-armed and multi-legged. When moving the robot's limbs, there is no stiff or mechanical feeling. Instead, it feels just like human hands and feet, and everything is very natural. So he adapted quickly. Boom! Immediately, a roar resounded, and 3 robots rushed out at an extremely fast speed, heading towards the Demon Emperor Wunao. 3 robots, each wielding a battle blade, unleashed a powerful slash, their blades radiating primal energy. Boom! 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 3 blades of light slashed directly into the battle between Wunao Demon Emperor and General Mokaran. Wunao Demon Emperor's eyes narrowed, and he was instantly forced back. It wouldn't dare to take an attack of that magnitude head-on. The 3 robots instantly arrived and, together with General Mokaran, surrounded the Demon King Wunao. The Demon King Wunao's gaze swept across the scene, its expression growing even more grim. Then, it charged directly at one of the robots. Wang Teng immediately controlled the robot to retreat, while 2 other robots surrounded and attacked. The three robots worked together to try to withstand the Demon Emperor Wu Nao. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the force continued to resound as the three robots clashed with the Demon Emperor Wu Nao and were all blasted away. Although these three robots possess the strength of a world lord, they are clearly no match for a true world lord, let alone a powerful world lord like the Demon Emperor Wu Nao. So as soon as they started fighting, the three robots were at a disadvantage. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly as he looked worriedly at the three robots. Their bodies had been blasted and deformed, but fortunately, the metal used by these robots was extraordinary, and they quickly returned to their original state. Not only are World Lord level robots incredibly powerful, but the materials used in their construction must also be able to withstand the bombardment of a World Lord level expert. Otherwise, they would be shattered in no time, and thus could not be considered World Lord level robots. The Demon Emperor Wu Nao clearly understood how troublesome the World Lord level robots were, which is why he wanted to deal with General Mokurin first before dealing with the three robots. However, Wang Teng clearly wouldn't give it that chance. Now that he was certain that the three robots could withstand the attack of the Wu Nao Demon Emperor, he felt confident and immediately controlled the robots to charge back again. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to use three robots to fight the Demon Emperor head-on anymore, as that would be pointless and would only cause continuous damage to the robots. If the damage exceeds the limit, this Lord-level robot will no longer be usable. Therefore, he is now adopting a long-range bombardment tactic, not getting close, but constantly bombarding and harassing Wu Nao Demon Emperor from a distance. General Mokurin, on the other hand, was the main force, seizing every weakness of the Demon Emperor Wu Nao and delivering devastating blows. The Wu Nao Demon Emperor was made uncomfortable by this cowardly fighting style. He tried to grab the three robots, but no matter what he did, he couldn't catch them. Every time, Wang Teng would control them to avoid them in advance, which made the Wu Nao Demon Emperor grit his teeth in hatred. Roar! It roared incessantly, feeling so frustrated it felt like it was going to vomit blood. All it could do was frantically attack General Mokurin, trying to find a way out from him. Boom! Suddenly, a peculiar wave emanated from the Wu Nao Demon Emperor, sweeping outwards. This is its territory. The Demon Emperor Wu Nao finally couldn't resist using his domain. General Mokurin's gaze sharpened, and he dared not be negligent. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his body, sweeping outwards. A deep yellow realm unfolds, encompassing a void. On the other hand, the domain unleashed by the Demon Emperor Wu Nao was a dark red domain, which collided directly with General Mokurin's deep yellow domain. Boom! A booming sound echoed in the void. It's not the dark domain. Wang Teng frowned. When Wu Nao Demon Emperor taught him, he always used the dark domain. He didn't expect that he would use a different domain now. Could it be that this dark red domain is stronger than its dark domain? It seems this dark creature is going to fight to the death. Marquis Baishan's eyes flashed, and he stood up, saying, "Let's go take a look." He and Wang Teng disappeared from their spot, actually barging directly into their territory. Within those two domains, dark red and deep yellow light collided, and primal power continuously invaded each other's domains. The domain of a Realm Lord level expert is different from the power of an ordinary domain. Their domain contains primordial laws, making it far more powerful than an ordinary domain. At this moment, both the Demon Emperor Wu Nao and General Mokurin have used the fundamental laws, making this a contest of fundamental laws. General Mokurin's fundamental law is clearly the Earth Element fundamental law, while Wu Nao Demon Emperor seems to have used the fundamental law mastered by the Candle Dragon clan. That dark red power seems to be a fusion of the dark fundamental law and the fire fundamental law, so its power is naturally much stronger. Those who can master two fundamental laws are always exceptionally gifted. The Candle Dragon clan is such a gifted race. The Demon Emperor Wu Nao possessed the body of a Candle Dragon clan member because he valued this powerful talent. "Human, you are no match for me." The Wu Nao Demon Emperor's voice was icy cold as the power of primordial laws wrapped around its warhammer, which it swung and unleashed a devastating attack. General Mokurin's domain trembled violently from the blast, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Wu Nao Demon Emperor saw Wang Teng and Baishan Marquis, but it only glanced at them and then paid no more attention, because Baishan Marquis could not make a move, so it was not afraid. Boom, boom, boom. The two domains collided, producing continuous booming sounds. Wang Teng's brow twitched as he watched, attempting to control three World Lord level robots to rush forward and fight. However, within this domain, the robot's effectiveness was greatly reduced. Wu Nao Demon Emperor smiled coldly, as if he had expected this all along. General Mokalin's expression grew increasingly grim. He had never felt so frustrated since becoming a world lord-level powerhouse. You will surely lose this war, General Mokalin said coldly. Finally, he seemed to make a decision. His expression hardened, and he continuously mobilized his primal power, causing an extremely violent wave to spread out within the domain. Marquis Baishan raised an eyebrow and gave General Mokalin a deep look. What is General Mokalin going to do? Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He felt the violent fluctuations around him and his heart trembled. You're insane. Before Marquis Baishan could answer, Wu Nao Demon Emperor's expression changed drastically, and he roared in shock and anger. HMPH, I told you, you were doomed to defeat. General Mokalin's expression remained unchanged, but a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. With the power of the primordial laws surging, the fluctuations within his domain became increasingly violent, as if a terrifying change could occur at any moment. Wang Teng had probably guessed General Mokalin's plan by now, and his face showed shock. He wanted to stop him, but didn't know how to start. Let's go. This is his decision, and besides, he might not die. Marquis Baishan shook his head, turned around, and led Wang Teng away from General Mokalin's territory. A ripple appeared in the void, and the two stepped out from within the domain, instantly appearing more than 10 kilometers away, gazing at the two domains in the distance. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. Almost at the same moment the two left, the deep yellow domain finally exploded, and terrifying energy waves swept out, completely engulfing the dark red domain. Wang Teng's eyes trembled as he stared intently at the sight of the explosion. The explosion was extremely terrifying, sweeping outwards, and the terrifying residual force even threatened to shatter the protective layer of Defense Planet 29. With a wave of his hand, Marquis Baishan unleashed an invisible force that blocked the terrifying shockwave. The explosion lasted for a long time before it gradually subsided, and the void returned to a deathly silence. Ha ha ha, but in the midst of this deathly silence, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. The Demon Emperor Wu Nao is not dead. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed as he looked ahead. A rather disheveled figure slowly emerged, none other than the Demon Emperor Wu Nao. It didn't die. Although it was severely injured, with its scales shattered, even one of its dragon claws broken off, and blood flowing freely, and one of its dragon horns missing, it did not die. Ha ha ha, you think you can kill me by self-destructing your domain? How utterly foolish. Wu Nao Demon Emperor laughed, a mocking expression on his face. Cough cough. Another figure also appeared, covered in wounds and coughing up blood continuously. General Mokalin. Wang Teng was overjoyed. General Mokalin was not dead. He had self-destructed his domain, but still survived. I already said, how could a Realm Lord level martial artist die so easily? Marquis Baishan said calmly. Wang Teng really wanted to give him a piece of his mind. Although this senior appeared calm throughout, his eyes actually flickered slightly when General Mokalin self-destructed his domain, showing that he was not indifferent. So arrogant. You're still alive. The Demon King looked at General Mokalin as if it had seen a ghost. It had thought that this human warrior was surely dead, but the other party had stubbornly survived. The joy it had just felt vanished instantly, and it was so frustrated that it felt like it was going to vomit blood. It's like seeing your rival go bankrupt. You're initially happy, but then you suddenly realize that the other party is thriving right in front of you. How can anyone be happy about that? It's a pity I still couldn't kill you, General Mokarin said with great regret. HMPH, you're not worthy to kill me. Wu Nao Demon Emperor snorted coldly, staring at him coldly and said, since you're still alive, I'll end you with my own hands. You're at your last gasp now, aren't you? Die! A fierce killing intent suddenly erupted in its eyes, and its figure vanished from its original spot, appearing directly in front of General Mokalin and smashing down with its hammer. Am I going to die here? General Mokalin looked up at the giant hammer, powerless to resist. There was no fear in his eyes, only regret. As a martial artist and a general, dying on the battlefield was his destiny, but it was a great regret that he failed to eliminate this dark creature before his death. Die! Wu Nao Demon Emperor grinned savagely, and his giant hammer crashed down. This human being is finally going to be ended by its own hand. But it didn't realize that time seemed to freeze for a moment. It only lasted a moment. Boom! Then General Mokarin's figure was directly hit, but the savage smile on Wu Now Demon Emperor's face froze, and his cold gaze looked at a certain void. There, two figures slowly emerged. They were Wang Tang and General Mokarin. In that critical moment, Wang Tang couldn't help but intervene. He used his time and space talents, freezing time for a brief instant, and then seized the opportunity to rescue General Mokarin. First, this is the first time he has used his time manipulation ability. The effect was surprisingly good. The feeling of time being stolen made his heart tremble, and it felt extremely unreal, as if it were a dream. In that instant, his soul essence and time essence both consumed 1,000 points. The cost is considerable. Wang Tang originally planned to wait for Bai Shanho to come to his rescue, since he was only a star-level being and it was not his place to save people. But in the end, Marquis Baishan still showed no intention of making a move, which he found extremely unbelievable. General Mokailin was, after all, a military commander and a world lord-level expert. Did he really just stand by and watch General Mokailin be killed? Wang Tang was completely baffled, but there was nothing he could do but take matters into his own hands. General Mokailin had been very kind to him, and Wang Tang simply couldn't bear to watch him die at this moment. Wang Tang. General Mokarin finally realized what was happening and was incredulous. He thought he was going to die, but unexpectedly he was saved by Wang Tang. That's a high-ranking Demon Emperor-level dark species. How did Wang Tang manage that? General Mokarin had no idea what had just happened in that brief moment. On the other side, Bai Shanho's gaze fell on Wang Tang, his eyes seemingly filled with doubt, as if something had just happened that he was unaware of. The gift of time is truly mysterious. Even if it is used, others may not be able to detect it. Those without the talent for time perception find it difficult to sense the passage of time. Even immortal-level powerhouses cannot. Time is a forbidden law, and very few people can peek into it. Besides, Wang Tang only froze for a very short moment. Furthermore, it was limited to the small area around the Wu Now Demon Emperor, and those not in that area would find it very difficult to sense anything unusual. This is also why Wang Tang dared to use his time-based talent. What did you do? At this moment, Wu Now Demon Emperor stared intently at Wang Tang, his gaze icy cold, filled with the anger of prey being snatched away, and at the same time, he was shocked and incredulous. It didn't know what had happened in that instant, and the feeling of losing control over itself terrified it. Anyone would be terrified. What did you say? I don't understand. Wang Tang pretended to be stupid. Quote. General Mokailin. Quote. Marquis of Baishan. Could this be any more fake? Who would believe that? Wu Now Demon Emperor's face darkened, knowing that he probably wouldn't get anything out of Wang Tang. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Wang Tang dared not delay and quickly used his teleportation ability to bring General Mokailin to Baishanhu's side. Although he can't take action, it's always safe to be by his side. Wang Tang didn't believe that this brainless demon emperor would dare to run up to Marquis Baishan and snatch someone away. He definitely didn't have the guts. Sure enough, the demon emperor Wu Now appeared where Wang Tang had just been standing, staring at him with a gloomy gaze. Lord Baishan, do you want to interfere? The voice of the demon lord of the dead bone echoed eerily. It did not appear here, but a pair of enormous, icy eyes opened in the void. I didn't make a move, Marquis Baishan said calmly. The bone demon lord stared at him for a while before finally speaking. You humans are truly shameless. Really? Marquis Baishan looked around, with an expression that said, how come I didn't know? HMPH. The bone demon lord snorted coldly, smiled coldly, and said to Wu Now Demon Emperor, Wu Now, go and kill all the other human warriors. Yes. Wu Now Demon Emperor grinned ferociously and charged toward Defense Star number 29. Both Wang Tang and General Mokailin's expressions changed slightly. If a high-level Demon Emperor were to join the battlefield below, all human warriors would only be slaughtered. Go! Wang Tang immediately controlled 3 World Lord-level robots to rush towards Wu Now Demon Emperor and intercepted it. He felt helpless. He was just a stellar-level martial artist, yet he was burdened with a burden that his level should not have to bear. Rushing around to save the day. Was it easy for him? 3 mere robots think they can stop me? The Demon Emperor Wu Now sneered and unleashed his warhammer. Boom! The 3 robots were no match for the Demon Emperor Wu Now and were instantly smashed away. The Demon Emperor Wu Now had no intention of letting them go. He flashed and reappeared above the robots, smashing down with his hammer. One robot was smashed to pieces, while two other robots launched slashing attacks. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, Wu Now Demon Emperor said with utter contempt. He unleashed his warhammer, shattering the two sword lights, and charged towards the two robots with the remaining force of the force. Wang Teng immediately controlled the robot to retreat rapidly, but it was too late. Wu Now Demon Emperor instantly appeared in front of the robot, and his warhammer swept across, sending both robots flying and severely damaged. At this moment, the robot that had been smashed to pieces had recovered and charged back, unleashing force attacks at the Wu Now Demon Emperor as if they were free. Get lost! Wu Now Demon Emperor swung his warhammer repeatedly, thoroughly annoyed by the robot. The robot, though not very strong, was still quite annoying to it, and it couldn't be dealt with in a short time. Wang Teng's expression was solemn, his mind racing as he pondered a way to break the deadlock. Only spatial storms can deal with beings at the World Lord level. However, it's still enough to deal with a heavily injured Magnaman, but it seems insufficient to deal with the current Wu Now Demon Emperor. Although the Demon King Wu Now was seriously injured, it seemed to still have some strength left, and Wang Teng could not guarantee that he could kill it. Unless, his gaze fell upon the talent of time. Bai Shanho noticed Wang Teng's expression, let out a soft hum in his heart, and a look of interest flashed in his eyes. This kid seems to have a plan. General Mokalin stood aside, just recovering from the shock of being saved by Wang Teng. Now, looking at the battle ahead with an anxious expression, he glanced at Wang Teng and saw that he seemed to be thinking about something. A glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Could it be that Wang Teng still has a way to salvage the situation? This idea was absurd. After all, the opponent was a high-level demon emperor, and it was really asking too much of a star-level warrior to deal with him. But now there is really no other way, otherwise he would not have pinned his hopes on Wang Teng. This guy has created quite a few miracles and inexplicably inspires trust. I wonder if he can create another miracle this time. Wang Teng had no idea what General Mokalin was thinking. He had no time to think about anything else, he was only focused on how to stop the Demon Emperor Wu Now, otherwise their entire plan would fail. General Mokalin chose to trust him and launched the surprise attack. General Chi Yuanju, General Yu Kelly, and others all trusted him and never questioned him. And then there were the countless soldiers who risked their lives. Wasn't that a form of trust? Wang Teng felt a heavy weight on his body. This isn't about how great he is, but rather about the most basic sense of responsibility that comes with being human. Although he had truly done his best and accomplished many things that even stellar-level warriors could not, he once tipped the scales of war in favor of the human race. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. There are too many unexpected events on the battlefield, which ultimately led to this situation. But he was unwilling to accept it. We've already gone this far, how can we lose? So many soldiers and warriors are still fighting to the death, how can he give up so easily? So, no matter what, we can't lose. Wang Teng murmured softly, his head bowed. Although the sound wasn't loud, the powerful figures present were so formidable that they couldn't possibly miss it. White Mountain Whose Tale? General Mokalin revealed a look of surprise. He believed in Wang Teng, he always had. Even though he had only heard a few words, he felt that indomitable spirit. The Bone Demon Lord looked over, its eyes terrifying, impossible to look directly at even across the distance of a world. At this moment, a hint of disdain appeared in its eyes. A stellar-level martial artist, what utterly arrogant words. Can't lose? Wu Now Demon Emperor laughed loudly, his face contorted with rage. He smashed 3 robots away with a hammer and said contemptuously, "You, who barely managed to hold me off with 3 inanimate objects, what makes you think you can say such things? You have already lost. After I smash these 3 machines, I will personally twist your head off. No, I will spare your life first, so you can watch how I slaughter your entire human race. Then, let's give it a try." Wang Teng raised his head, looked directly at the Demon Emperor Wu Now, and suddenly grinned. In his dark and deep eyes, a hint of madness flashed. When Wu Now Demon Emperor saw that look in his eyes, he couldn't help but frown. That look made it very uncomfortable, and an impulse to gouge out those eyes and crush them arose in its heart. Wang Teng took a deep breath, took a step forward, passed by Shanho and General Mokarin, and stood quietly in the void. He stretched out his hands, closed his eyes slightly, and an invisible spatial force flowed within his body. This spatial power appeared out of thin air, replenishing the spatial power he had previously consumed by unleashing the spatial storm. Fortunately, I left a clone on Defense Star 29 beforehand, so I was able to collect quite a few spatial attribute bubbles. Wang Teng muttered to himself, feeling somewhat fortunate. These spatial attribute bubbles are enough for him to unleash another spatial storm. This time, he's going to give the 1-Ao Demon Emperor a big one, even bigger than the one he gave to the great rock-armored dragon beast. At this moment, he has an immature idea. It's really immature, it's just started out. However, if it works, it's probably possible to make 1-Ao Demon Emperor cry and go home to find his father. The first time I used it, it was all up to fate. Wang Teng suddenly opened his eyes, his madness intensifying, making General Mokaran, who was standing beside him, feel a chill run down his spine. Boom! A powerful spatial force suddenly emanated from the area and began to rotate rapidly around Wang Teng. Spatial fluctuations. Bai Shanho's eyes showed surprise. He had long known that Wang Teng possessed spatial abilities, but he was still startled when he felt the terrifying spatial fluctuations. Very strong. Such powerful spatial fluctuations are something even he might not be able to trigger. To achieve this with stellar-level strength, this kid is truly unfathomable. The Demon Emperor 1-Ao, who was surrounded by 3 robots, clearly sensed the spatial fluctuations, and his pupils contracted slightly. This human boy actually possesses such terrifying spatial talent. The Bone Demon Lord's eyes also turned to Wang Teng, his gaze filled with cruelty and coldness. Is he yet another prodigy of the human race? It seems we can't keep them. Boom! Wang Teng ignored everyone's thoughts, nor did he have time to pay attention to them. At this moment, he was focused entirely on controlling the power of space. Endless spatial power swept through, shattering the surrounding void and revealing true nothingness. A sudden gust of wind from behind the spatial rift swept around Wang Teng, quickly forming a terrifying storm. The Demon King 1-Ao's eyes grew increasingly serious as it saw the storm. It attacked the 3 robots frantically, wanting to eliminate them quickly. Wang Teng naturally wouldn't let it break through easily. He unleashed his mental power, controlling the 3 robots to buy himself time. His ultimate move isn't fully ready yet. At this moment, as the spatial storm took shape, Wang Teng's face turned extremely pale. Casting the spatial storm twice in a row had put too much strain on him. Even though he replenished his spatial attributes once in the middle, it was only a temporary solution. He felt a throbbing pain all over his body, as if he were being cut by spatial forces. Even his powerful physique had some bloodstains, and blood was flowing out from the bloodstains and pores. Not enough. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and integrated the several primal powers he possessed into the spatial storm. This is the attempt he's going to make. For him now, it is extremely difficult to integrate his primordial power into such a powerful move. A slight misstep could result in his body exploding and dying. But at this point, he couldn't care less about anything else. Only this method could possibly kill the Demon King 1-Ao. The first primal power is the source of fire. Sweat beaded on Wang Teng's forehead as he slowly integrated the essence of fire, relying on the strange fire of heaven and earth, into the spatial storm. The heavenly flame is a creation of heaven and earth, and it poses a considerable threat to even high-ranking demon emperors. Boom! An external force was introduced, causing the spatial storm to tremble violently, becoming somewhat unstable and even more volatile. Wang Teng unleashed his mental power frantically, desperately trying to control the 2 forces and find a balance. He maintains a balance of various primal forces within his body and has even attempted to integrate the 5 elements, so there are traces to follow. However, this time it is slightly different because the power of origin is integrated into the power of space. Time slips away bit by bit. Finally, Wang Teng found a balance point, bringing the 2 forces into equilibrium. Before he could even feel happy, he glanced at the Demon Emperor 1-Ao ahead. The 3 robots were almost unable to hold him off. Phew! He exhaled a breath of stale air and directly merged the remaining 3 primal powers into the spatial storm. The origin of gold, the origin of earth, the origin of wind. This is crazy, but there's really no time left. Boom! 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 The spatial storm, which had just calmed down, erupted again with a roar, extremely violent, and violent shockwaves swept outwards. Marquis Baishan's brow twitched, and he quickly pulled General Mokalan back. Quote. General Mokalan, is this really a good idea? Wang Teng was working so hard ahead, but they ran off first. That seems a bit unfair. Ahem, I didn't expect this kid to go this far, said Marquis Baishan with a dry cough. The demon emperor Wunao in front was also terrified. It sensed a threat from the spatial storm and its eyes showed disbelief. It's astonishing that a stellar-level martial artist could unleash such powerful techniques. That's cheating. Explode, explode. Wu Nao Demon Emperor couldn't help but mutter to himself, wishing that Wang Teng would immediately lose control. However, things didn't go as planned. The more Wu Nao Demon Emperor tries to avoid something, the more likely it is to happen. The spatial storm actually showed signs of stabilizing. Damn it, Wu Nao Demon Emperor couldn't help but curse in his mind as he slammed his warhammer down. Boom! 3 robots were smashed and thrown into the air, their bodies severely damaged. This time, the 3 robots struggled for a moment but failed to recover. They had reached their limit, their energy was exhausted, and they could no longer be used. Oh no! General Mokalin's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Wu Nao Demon Emperor was overjoyed. He looked at Wang Teng with a ferocious expression on his face. A large amount of dark red flames suddenly gathered on the warhammer in his hand, and even more primal power condensed. Now let's see how you stay calm. It grinned ferociously, and its warhammer slammed out, heading straight for the spatial storm. Damn it, we were so close. General Mokalin's face showed despair. Wang Teng was just a hair's breadth away from stabilizing the spatial storm, but now everything is over. With this hammer blow into the spatial storm, no matter how hard he tries to stabilize it, it probably won't hold. Marquis Baishan's gaze sharpened, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Boom! The dark red hammer shadow slammed into the spatial storm in an instant, unleashing a powerful roar and terrifying shockwaves that swept outwards. Ha ha ha! Wu Nao Demon Emperor laughed heartily, the trace of fear in his heart finally dissipating. The spatial storm was destroyed. What can this human brat use to fight against it? Wang Teng. General Mokalin stared at the spatial storm, his face pale. That exceptionally talented young genius is among them. Is he really going to perish here like this? A deep sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. No, Bai Shanho exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the spatial storm. General Mokarin was slightly taken aback and quickly looked over. After the dark red hammer shadow erupted within the spatial storm, it froze for a moment. Before the terrifying dark red primal force fluctuations could escape the spatial storm, they were completely shattered by the storm's violent energy. The explosion was abruptly stopped, as if it had been held in place by an invisible hand and could not spread. How is this possible? Wu Nao Demon Emperor was shocked and roared in a mixture of shock and anger. Boom! No one answered it. Only the sudden, sweeping spatial storm rushed towards it. Wu Nao Demon Emperor's expression changed drastically, his pupils contracted to pinpoints, and without thinking, he immediately retreated, trying to escape the range of the spatial storm. Trying to leave, a cold shout rang out. Wu Nao Demon Emperor felt his body suddenly stiffen, unable to move no matter what he did, and even his mind lost the ability to think. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. This time, the state of stagnation lasted for a full 3 seconds, and the Wu Nao Demon Emperor was completely unable to move. When it regained control of its body, it saw the spatial storm was right in front of it, and a terrifying suction force erupted. No! Wu Nao Demon Emperor let out a furious roar of resentment, his entire body erupting with primal force in an attempt to escape the pulling force, but it was all in vain. How could it possibly escape at such close range? In an instant, the Wu Nao Demon Emperor was sucked into the spatial storm, and endless spatial cutting power acted on its body. The 4 primal forces within also erupted. Boom! 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 It is unknown how much time passed before the spatial storm gradually subsided and dissipated into the void. Only the unhealed spatial rifts around the perimeter confirmed that the terrifying spatial storm had just occurred. General Mokarin's face was filled with shock and horror. Even though he already knew that the power of this spatial storm must be extremely terrifying, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he actually saw it. Bai Shanho's facial muscles twitched, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. This is a prodigy. On the other side, the pupils of the Bone Demon Lord also contracted to their limit, and the intense killing intent in his gaze toward Wang Teng could not be concealed. Everyone was focused on Wang Teng, while the Demon Emperor Wu Nao was forgotten. As the spatial storm completely dissipated, a tattered figure emerged, floating there, covered in blood and unrecognizable. It was completely unrecognizable, like a tattered rag doll with no intact parts. Large amounts of blood were scattered all around. Blood stains the starry sky. The starry sky was stained red with the blood of a high-ranking demon emperor-level dark being. What an achievement! Throughout history, only a handful of stellar-level martial artists have been able to achieve this. At least in the history of Defense Planet 29, there has never been such a remarkable achievement. All eyes were focused on the young figure. Everyone's emotions were different, but they all had one thing in common. Shocking. Utterly shocking. So the atmosphere around us was very quiet, like a silent movie. In reality, everyone experiences emotional ups and downs and is unable to find peace. Wang Teng activated the true sight eye to confirm whether the demon emperor Wu Nao was dead. Just then, a beam of black light flew out from the tattered body of the Candle Dragon clan and rushed straight towards the eyes of the Bone Demon Lord. Not good. General Mokalin realized what was happening and shouted angrily. Trying to leave, a cold glint flashed in Bai Shanho's eyes, and an invisible force surged from his body, as if forming a chain that coiled towards Wu Nao Demon Emperor. Trying to keep his true form. HMPH. The Bone Demon Lord snorted coldly. Boom! When Bai Shanho was blocked, another force collided with his attack, creating a deafening roar. Meanwhile, the black light that Wu Nao Demon Emperor had transformed into rushed into the eyes of the Bone Demon Lord. Knowing that it was the Demon Lord of the Dead Bone who had made the move, and that he had ultimately failed to capture the Demon Emperor Wu Nao, Marquis Bai Shan's expression turned extremely ugly. The Bone Demon Lord gave Wang Teng a deep look, then said nothing more. His eyes slowly twisted, as if turning into a deep vortex, and gradually disappeared. Wang Teng. Then, Wu Nao Demon Emperor's voice, filled with resentment and unwillingness, rang out. I'll remember you. One day, I'll settle this score with you. The distorted vortex disappeared, and the Bone Demon Lord was gone for good, leaving only the voice of the Wu Nao Demon Emperor still echoing in the void. Damn it, we failed to keep it. General Mokarin clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Wang Teng also shook his head regretfully. This mindless Demon Emperor was a powerful dark species at the high-level Demon Emperor level. It was a pity that we managed to defeat it but failed to kill it completely. You've done quite well, Bai Shanho said calmly, patting Wang Teng on the shoulder. I'm just a little unwilling, Wang Teng said with a smile. After all, I almost lost my life. This deal was a loss. Quote. Marquis Baishan was speechless. Is this what this kid cares about more? However, on the other hand, trading the life of a stellar-level martial artist for the life of a high-ranking demon emperor-level dark being seems like a fair trade. No, that's not right. This guy is so monstrous that he can be compared to a high-ranking dark species. He wouldn't be willing to sacrifice Wang Teng's life for him. Never be so impulsive again. It's okay that this high-level demon emperor-level dark creature ran away. Only when you grow up can you truly contend with it, Marquis Baishan said earnestly. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This Marquis of Baishan seems to have a rather high opinion of him. So, his damn talent, which has nowhere to hide, is finally going to be exposed. When Bai Shanho saw his expression, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This kid seems to be a bit narcissistic. I was so impressed by Wang Teng's move that I couldn't help but praise him. And with just that one sentence, he got all cocky. This guy can't handle praise. Wang Teng had no idea what Bai Shanho was thinking. At this moment, his gaze swept over the area, and he looked slightly excited. It was time to collect attributes again. This is an attribute bubble dropped by a high-ranking dark species, so it must contain a lot of good stuff. Wang Teng immediately unleashed his remaining spiritual energy, and the scattered attribute bubbles around him flew towards him like swallows returning to their nests. Dark Star Force * 6800. Saint Level Dark Talent * 2600. Saint Level Fire Talent * 3500. Fire Type Star Force * 7500. Earth Type Star Force * 6800. Flame of the Candle Dragon * 3200. Dark Essence * 1300. Open Black Lens Bracket Origin of Fire * 1800 Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket Essence of Earth * 1600 Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket Dark Flame Domain * 5200 Close Black Lens Bracket. Earth Domain * 4700. Stellar Level Spirit * 10700. Cosmic Level Comprehension * 13500. Ellipsis. One by one, attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Teng's body, causing him to take a deep breath and a look of wild joy flashed in his eyes. A lot of The attribute bubbles dropped by the Demon King and General Mokaran were indeed plentiful, and each one was quite impressive. There's no need to elaborate on the Dark Star Force and Earth Star Force. Wang Tang's Earth Star Force and Dark Star Force have already reached the 9th level of the stellar level, and any further increases would still leave him at this level. Another person gained a lot of fire-type stellar energy at this moment, as much as 21,800 points, which made his fire-type stellar energy directly reach the 9th level of the perfect stellar level. Fire-type Star Force, 9,000, stellar level 9. At this point, Wang Tang's third type of primal force reached the 9th level of the stellar level, taking another step closer to the cosmic level. Then there are two Saint-level talents, Saint-level Dark Talent and Saint-level Fire Talent. Wang Tang, who already possesses Saint-level Dark Talent, has gained a considerable amount from the Great Rock Armored Dragon Beast. Now, with the increase in his attribute values, his Saint-level Dark Talent has been further enhanced. This time, thanks to the presence of the two big bosses, the Great Rock Armored Dragon Beast and the One-Ao Demon Emperor, his Saint-level Dark Talent really leveled up quite a bit. So much so that his Dark Talent now even surpasses the Saint-level Wind Talent he initially obtained. However, Wang Tang did not possess the Saint-level Fire Talent. His Fire Talent was originally only at the Emperor level, but now it has been directly upgraded to the Saint level. This is a qualitative change. A tremendous transformation. Saint-level Dark Talent, 12,305 Saint-level Fire Talent, 5,405 There was nothing particularly special about the improvement in the Dark Talent. After all, it had been improved several times, and Wang Tang had gotten used to it. However, the qualitative change in his fire-type talent gave Wang Tang a feeling of being reborn, as if he had become the king of fire between heaven and earth, and could easily control the fire-type primal force between heaven and earth with a wave of his hand. If Wang Tang hadn't suppressed it so fiercely, the fire elemental force around him would have converged on him by now. Bai Shanho and the others were right next to him, and Wang Tang didn't want to be exposed. A sudden increase in talent will make certain connections unless someone is completely stupid. At the same time, even the strange fires of heaven and earth and several kinds of beast fires became more compatible with him. He had subdued the strange fires of heaven and earth and several kinds of beast fires, which were already very friendly to him, but now the feeling was different. As if they regarded him as one of their own. How can a master and his fellow human beings be the same? Wang Tang was extremely pleased with the improvement in his talent. He now possessed 4 saint-level talents. 4 kinds. How terrifying. Others probably wouldn't even dare to think of it. If word got out, even immortal-level powerhouses would be vying to take him as a disciple. Next up is the Flame of the Candle Dragon. This was actually a special kind of flame. Wang Tang was surprised. He observed the dark red flame that had appeared in his mind and teased it casually. After comparing the various star beast flames, including the wrathful beast flame and the star sparrow flame, Wang Tang discovered that the candle dragon flame seemed to be even more powerful. However, compared to the strange fire of heaven and earth, it is naturally inferior. As expected, my heaven and earth strange flame is still the most awesome, Wang Tang thought to himself. Of course, having another type of flame is also good. It will make you even stronger when using Dragon Blood Battle Body. Wang Tang naturally accepted it without hesitation. Next are the 3 primal forces. The Dark Force has 2,500 points, the Fire Force has 3,100 points, and the Earth Force has 2,400 points. Dark Origin, 7,100 1,000ths Tier 1. Origin of Fire, 3,300 1,000ths Tier 1. Earth Element Origin, 5,200 1,000ths Tier 1. In an instant, a wealth of insights into the origins of darkness, fire, and earth flooded Wang Tang's mind, instantly elevating his understanding of these 3 fundamental forces to a new level. Especially the source of fire. The attribute value increase this time directly made the source of fire the 3rd most powerful source of power he had comprehended. If it weren't for the significant improvement in the earth element's origin, it would probably have been surpassed. This shows that the talent of the Zhulong clan surpasses that of the Great Rock Armored Dragon Beast. Otherwise, how could they have comprehended so much primal power? The understanding of primordial power is closely related to talent, comprehension, and other factors. That being said, others have to work hard to comprehend a single attribute, while he just picked it up directly, as if God had given him a special favor. This feeling is absolutely addictive. Picking up attributes once is fun for a moment, and picking up attributes all the time is even more fun. Besides the power of origin, Wang Teng didn't expect to obtain 2 more domain attribute bubbles. One is the realm of Earth. There is a heavenly stone meteor domain, related to the Earth domain. Wang Teng originally planned to directly integrate it into his understanding of the heavenly stone meteor domain. However, after thinking about it again, he realized that the Earth domain is the most fundamental attribute domain power. Its many variations are incomparable to the heavenly stone meteor domain, which focuses too much on power and explosive force. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he decided to carefully comprehend the Earth domain. Earth domain, 1703,000 Tier 3. With 4,700 attribute points, the Earth domain directly reached the 3rd tier. Another rather unique area is the Dark Flame domain. This Dark Flame domain is clearly the same Dark Red domain that Wu Nao Demon Emperor used before, and it is even more powerful than General Mokurin's Earth-type domain. As the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, Wang Teng gradually mastered the Dark Flame domain. As expected, it's a combination of the Dark domain and the Fire domain. This kind of domain must have been created by the Demon Emperor Wu Nao himself, and it's more powerful than a simple Dark domain or Fire domain. A glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. When he first saw the Dark Flame domain, he had a guess, and now, after comprehending it himself, he confirmed that guess. That Demon Emperor Wu Nao was indeed a brilliant and talented individual, with a profound understanding of the domain. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a dark being to master the Fire domain and merge it with the Dark domain. This is not something an ordinary dark being could do. Unfortunately, it ultimately benefited me. Domain fusion is the path I will take next. The glint in Wang Teng's eyes grew stronger. He has always wanted to integrate various fields, but he has not yet reached a high level of understanding in these fields, so it is too early to talk about integration now. He can actually achieve a preliminary fusion now, but it's not stable and can't be used to fight enemies for a long time. If one's own territory is unstable, how can one contend with the territory of an enemy? Dark Flame domain, 2203,000 Tier 3. The 5,200 attribute points directly brought the Dark Flame domain to the 3rd tier. Wang Teng was very happy because both of the domains he obtained this time were at the 3rd rank, which was quite good, as his highest domain was only at the 4th rank. What puzzled him was why the Earth domain and Dark Flame domain were only in their initial stages and had not yet reached the realm. Logically speaking, General Mokurin and Emperor Wu Nao shouldn't still be at the most basic level of their understanding. Unless the system administrator deliberately withheld it. Wang Teng really wanted to confront the system, but considering the system's consistently aloof attitude, he silently accepted the situation. At worst, we can just take it step by step and gradually understand it. It won't make a difference if we take a day or two. Wang Teng consoled himself. Finally, there was nothing special about the spirit and comprehension attributes. He absorbed them directly and felt a cool sensation swirling in his mind, which nourished his spirit, which he had just exhausted, and restored it considerably, making him less tired. He had just exerted himself too much, which caused a slight headache, but fortunately he recovered in time, saving him from suffering. After collecting the attribute bubbles, only a few breaths had passed. Wang Teng looked at the body of the Candle Dragon clan abandoned by the Demon Emperor Wu Nao in front of him, his gaze somewhat fiery. Many of the attribute bubbles dropped by the Demon Emperor Wu Nao are unique to the Zhulong clan, which means that the Zhulong clan is truly a treasure trove. If we could properly exploit this body of the Candle Dragon clan, we could probably find quite a few good things. Although it's a bit unfair, there's no other way. When it comes to getting freebies, the most important thing is to take advantage of the loopholes. As for whether he could extract any valuable information from the corpses, Wang Teng wasn't worried. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't done it before. He had extracted quite a few very useful attribute bubbles from the corpses of those ancient gods. It turns out that you can even get something for nothing from corpses. What kind of look is that? Bai Shanho suddenly asked, looking at him with a strange expression. This kid probably has some kind of weird fetish. Staring at a corpse so intently is kind of creepy. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly straightened his expression and said, I'm wondering what to do with the body of this Candle Dragon clan member. You wouldn't be thinking of taking advantage of this Candle Dragon's body, would you? Marquis Baishan asked suspiciously. Impossible. How could a normal person like me possibly have designs on a corpse? Wang Tang vehemently denied. The look in your eyes just now didn't seem like that of a normal person, Marquis Baishan said quietly. Wang Tang, this is a huge misunderstanding. No, I didn't do it. Don't talk nonsense and slander my innocence, Wang Tang said hurriedly. Whether you have it or not, let me tell you the truth, this Candle Dragon clan's body is a bit troublesome. Bai Shanho looked at the broken body and frowned, seemingly wary of something. Oh, why do you say that? Wang Tang asked. The Zhulong clan cherishes their bodies very much. They value their bloodline above all else, believing themselves to be one of the most noble races in the universe. Bai Shanho carefully considered his words before slowly saying. And that is indeed the case. Their talent is among the best in the entire universe and they have every reason to be proud. So, if they knew that their people's bodies had been possessed by the dark species of the Demon Brain Clan, they would definitely cause trouble. And might even try to reclaim those bodies so that they wouldn't be left to wander outside, Wang Tang continued. Not bad. Marquis Baishan nodded and gave him an approving look. Talking to smart people is so easy. This is really troublesome. Wang Tang frowned. I've damaged this Candle Dragon clan body like this, won't they come after me? Given the nature of the Zhulong clan, it's hard to say, Bai Shanho said with a hint of schadenfreude. No way, I at least help them get this body back, Wang Tang protested. The Zhulong clan is too arrogant, they may not appreciate your kindness, said Marquis Baishan, shaking his head. Isn't this a rip-off? Wang Tang was speechless. After defeating the Demon Emperor Wanao, they still have to deal with the accusations from the Zhulong clan. What kind of situation is this? These are your spoils of war, do you dare to keep them? Marquis Baishan laughed. My spoils of war? Wang Tang was taken aback. Defeating this brainless demon emperor wasn't my achievement alone. General Mokalan played a major role and the 3 robots you gave me were also a great help. I just got a bargain. He knew his own limitations. If General Mokalan hadn't nearly exhausted the demon emperor, and if the 3 robots hadn't been there to restrain him, he wouldn't have been able to contend with it at all. Although he really wanted the body of the Candle Dragon clan. Don't look at me. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by the Demon Emperor Wanao long ago. What merit would I have to talk about? General Mokaran shook his head and said, besides, I don't want the body of the Zhulong clan. It's just a nuisance. It's useless to me. Why do I feel like you're trying to shift the blame? Wang Tang said quietly. Stop talking nonsense, just tell me if you want it or not. Marquis Baishan rolled his eyes and said irritably. Yes, of course I want it. I love studying these strange and unusual races. I'm planning to cut open this Candle Dragon's body and take a look. Wang Tang gritted his teeth, made up an excuse, and then with a wave of his hand, he pulled the Candle Dragon's body over and put it into his spatial ring. The body's life force has long since dissipated, so it can be placed directly in a spatial ring. Cut it open and let's see? Marquis Baishan's expression was strange. You're really bold. You know the Zhulong clan is not to be trifled with, yet you still dare to desecrate this body. And what are all these hobbies of yours? As an ambitious person who is eager to learn about everything, isn't this normal? Wang Tang rambled on. Quote. Marquis of Baishan. This is normal operation. What normal person would have such a bizarre hobby? He decided not to waste words with Wang Tang, otherwise he would definitely be led astray. General Mokalan, standing to the side, had a strange expression on his face. He suspected that Wang Tang had been brainwashed by Veblen and that he wanted to cut everything in sight. If Wang Tang and Veblen stay together for a while longer, will Wang Tang completely transform into Veblen's shape? I don't even want to think about it. The scene is too gruesome to look at. As the 3 talked, they rushed toward Defense Planet 29. The Demon Emperor Wanao was taken away by the Demon Lord of the Dead Bones, but the battle within the planet was not yet over. At their speed, the 3 of them quickly returned to the skies above the mountain range. Below, the landscape was a scene of devastation and the roar of the force still echoed. Countless warriors shed their blood on the battlefield, risking their lives to slay the dark race here. At a glance, there were not many dark species left, and even many mid-level Demon Emperor-level dark species had perished. At this moment, General Kimberly and the others are besieging several surviving mid-level Demon Emperors, including Bloodrin and Geofrek, who are mid-level Demon Emperors of the Dark Race. Everyone, the Demon Emperor Wanao has been slain. General Mokalan took a deep breath and shouted loudly to those below. What? Bloodrin, Geofrek, and the other dark races were immediately shocked, their faces filled with horror, unable to accept this fact. Even the Demon Emperor Wunao was defeated. This is their last hope. As long as the Demon Emperor Wunao wins, they still have a chance to turn the tide. But now even that sliver of hope has been shattered. Bloodloon and the other dark races looked despairing, their hearts already harboring thoughts of retreat, and they had no desire to fight anymore. Even in such an unfavorable situation, they did not give up, but now they know that there is no chance of winning and that it would be futile to fight any longer. The defeat is inevitable. The human warriors were overjoyed and roared in celebration. We won! Ha ha ha, we won! General Qi Yuanju and his men were greatly encouraged to see General Mokalan and Wang Teng return. They shouted to the surrounding warriors, fellow soldiers, victory belongs to us. Follow us. And kill, 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 kill. Countless warriors responded with a roar, their morale soaring like never before, charging towards the surrounding dark creatures, determined to annihilate them all. Roar! Faced with this situation, the Dark Ones were terrified. It was unclear who was the first to break down and turn to run away. Fear is contagious. The other dark races scattered and fled, completely losing the courage to fight again. Under these circumstances, the balance of power in the war has already shifted to one side. The human race has finally achieved the greatest victory in the history of Defense Planet 29. The great battle finally came to an end. The remaining dark race either fled or scattered, but almost all of them were killed by human warriors and remained here forever. Only a small number of the dark race escaped through the spatial passage. They could not be stopped. Among them was the dark vampire Shui Lun, who had attacked Wang Teng multiple times. Wang Teng watched helplessly as it escaped, unable to stop it, and felt truly frustrated. He had already unleashed 2 spatial storms and was no longer able to attack. It seems this grudge will have to stay in my little notebook. By this time, the spatial passage in the sky had already dissipated and could no longer be maintained. The dark race left without uttering any harsh words, slinking away and going into hiding. Perhaps they are waiting for the right opportunity to invade again. However, it's unlikely to reappear anytime soon. This great battle has severely damaged them and reversed the situation on Defense Planet 29. After repelling the main force of the dark race on this planet is no longer a threat. Human warriors are capable of sweeping them away and then completely reclaiming Defense Planet 29. From this day forward, this place will no longer be a place where the Dark Ones can set foot at will. We've won! Many martial artists remained silent, staring at the blood on their hands, feeling a sense of unreality. An unprecedented victory appeared before them, and even though they had created it themselves, they still found it hard to believe. The victory came so suddenly, they weren't prepared. As the warriors gazed at the blood on their hands and at their fallen comrades around them, tears suddenly streamed down their blood-stained faces. Wah! Lo! Suppressed sobs escaped from their throats. They tried to hold them back, for men bleed but don't cry, but damn it, they just couldn't help it. We won! We really won! Looking around, everyone finally confirmed the fact, and then burst into roars and cheers. Ellipsis ellipsis. In the sky, Wang Teng, General Mokalan, and others looked down, and a relieved smile appeared on their lips. Yes, they won. Although this battle was difficult, we did not lose in the end. General Mokalan turned to look at Wang Teng beside him, his heart filled with emotion. It was this young man, a peerless genius, who single-handedly created this great victory in the war. Wang Teng was also filled with mixed emotions. This battle was hard-won. Many times he thought they were going to lose. And he looked down. The earth shattered, towering mountains were leveled, trees collapsed, and everywhere bore the marks of the force's bombardment. At first glance, it was a scene of devastation. Furthermore, black mist was rising, causing the plants and life on the ground to wither and die, as they had been corrupted by the dark primal force. The land stretched for miles, barren and desolate. Where the blood of the Dark Ones is stained, life ceases to exist. Defense Planet 29 was once a vibrant planet teeming with life, but since the invasion of the Dark Race, it has gradually become the desolate place it is today. This great battle destroyed the only remaining mountain range and forest, which may not recover for millions of years. Wang Teng sighed inwardly. The cost of war was too high. The dark species are a scourge. Wherever they appear, they bring disaster and kill countless people. For some reason, the joy of victory faded considerably when I thought about this. I felt a little lost. Everyone. General Mokalan smiled slightly, then suddenly spoke downwards, his voice slowly emanating from below. All the warriors looked up, their gazes falling on General Mokaran's face with fervor and respect. If General Mokaran hadn't dealt with the Demon King Wunao and that terrifying dark behemoth, they would have been defeated, and many warriors would have died at the hands of the dark race. Clearly, General Mokaran, who led this great battle and won the victory, will eventually become famous throughout the Great Qian Empire. However, his next words surprised everyone. We've won. But this is not my achievement, I want to thank someone else. All the martial artists wore expressions of disbelief upon hearing his words. This wasn't thanks to General Mokaran? How is that possible? Who else could it be but him? Who else has the ability to achieve such a record? And who is the person he wants to thank? Countless questions arose in everyone's minds, and their eyes were all focused on General Mokaran's face. General Mokalan wouldn't be. Wang Tang's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He already knew what General Mokalan was going to say. He simply hadn't expected General Mokalan to say it in this kind of situation. The person I want to thank is Colonel Wang Tang. General Mokalan didn't keep everyone waiting long. He looked at Wang Tang beside him and said with a smile but also with seriousness. What, Colonel Wang Tang? Everyone looked at the young man next to General Mokalan in utter astonishment. To be honest, everyone is familiar with Wang Tang. In the previous battle, Wang Tang performed exceptionally well, daring to confront even a demon lord-level dark being, which impressed everyone and made them look at him with new eyes. Amazed by his extraordinary talent, everyone thought that the leader of the Tiger Fiend Gang was incredibly awesome. Later, he detonated the demon egg, averting a disaster. Although no one knew how he did it, everyone understood that his contribution must have been significant. However, if we're talking about the biggest contributor, it can't possibly be him. Peggy and Wei Tong, the vice-captains of the Tiger Fiend Squad, were scattered around the battlefield. Each of them had suffered injuries of varying degrees, but fortunately, none of them were in mortal danger. At this moment, their eyes were all focused on Wang Tang. They were shocked and thought of the same thing. Their regimental commander seems to be causing trouble again. Wait, why did I say, again? On the other side, Diki was also on the battlefield. He looked at Wang Tang beside General Mokaran, his expression slightly complicated. He used to be much stronger than Wang Tang. How did things turn out like this? He was a little confused as to how he had been surpassed by so much without realizing it. Is it really true that comparing goods will make you throw them away, and comparing people will make you die? A sense of frustration welled up in his heart. What many of you may not know is that the dark race was lurking here, planning a full-scale attack on us. It was Colonel Wang Tang who first discovered their plot. And it was Colonel Wang Tang who risked his life to obtain a lot of useful intelligence for us. General Mokalan nudged Wang Tang, making him step forward and stand in front of everyone. Then his voice became extremely impassioned. So, I must thank him, because without Colonel Wang Tang, we would probably have faced a surprise attack from the dark race, resulting in countless casualties. Without Colonel Wang Tang, we would be unable to deal with the demon egg, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Without Colonel Wang Tang, we wouldn't have been able to so easily injure the great rock-armored dragon beast and allow it to escape. Even without Colonel Wang Tang, I would have died at the hands of Wu Nao Demon Emperor. He saved me and ultimately defeated Wu Nao Demon Emperor. Ellipsis ellipsis. The words echoed between heaven and earth, and everyone's mouths gaped open, unable to close them for a long time. They found it hard to believe. Because apart from the second point, they had no idea that Wang Tang had done so many things. And everything was so incredible. How did he discover the Dark Seed's plan? How did he manage to assist in severely injuring Magnaman? Finally, he even saved General Mokaran from the clutches of the Demon Emperor Wunao and defeated him. Is this really something Wang Tang did? You have to understand that no matter how powerful Wang Tang is, he is only a stellar-level martial artist. How could he possibly participate in a battle between world lords? No one doubted the truthfulness of General Mokalan's words. These things were too easy to verify and impossible to lie about. General Mokaran had no reason to do so, giving away such a great credit to someone else for no reason. The victory achieved in this war is an absolutely tremendous achievement, one that would probably make even World Lord-level powerhouses envious. However, this was so unbelievable that everyone was stunned and speechless. Wang Tang was taken aback when he heard General Mokalan recount all his achievements on the spot. General Mokalan is really something. He didn't even warn us about something this important beforehand. How embarrassing to do this in front of so many people. He's a very thin-skinned person, okay? However, Wang Teng probably knew why General Mokalan did this. He was building momentum for himself. This achievement is truly immense. If it were to be reviewed by the military system, who knows what kind of complications might arise. Moreover, Wang Teng has a very special identity and has offended many people. Surely many people are unwilling to see such great credit all fall on Wang Teng. They only need to interfere to erase most of Wang Teng's achievements. But General Mokalan's actions have made everyone aware of Wang Teng's contributions, which is like providing him with insurance and fundamentally solving the problem. Anyone who wants to use this as a pretext will probably have to ask the martial artists present for their consent. General Qi Yuanju and the others exchanged glances, and a smile involuntarily appeared on their faces. They did not object to General Mokalan's actions, because it was something Wang Teng deserved, and they had also benefited greatly from it. They would certainly receive a lot of credit this time. They were actually very grateful to Wang Teng for this, and naturally didn't mind helping him out. When the Tiger Fiend gang members heard about these achievements, they were almost dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at Wang Teng. Was this all done by their regimental commander? Regardless of anything else, at this moment, everyone's gaze towards Wang Teng was completely different. The fervor and respect that had been directed at General Mokalan earlier now transferred to Wang Teng. Martial artists have always respected the strong. Wang Teng's actions have earned him the respect and even gratitude of many. Without Wang Teng, the 29th defensive planet might have truly fallen, and many of them would probably have died. So, do you like this gift? General Mokalan, having achieved his goal, came to Wang Teng's side and asked with a smile. General Mokalan, this gift of yours has caught me quite off guard, Wang Teng said, raising an eyebrow and looking both amused and exasperated. Ha ha ha. General Mokalan couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw him like this. You deserve it. Wang Teng shook his head and didn't say anything more. Having fought side by side before, the two have become much closer than before. Not to mention, Wang Teng had also saved General Mokalan's life. General Mokalan now treats Wang Teng as a junior or nephew, rather than simply as a promising subordinate or a gifted prodigy. Let's go down, said General Mokalan. Senior. Wang Teng turned to look to the side, only to find that Bai Shanho had disappeared without him noticing at all. Marquis Baishan has already left, General Mokalan said. Wang Teng nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of the power of immortal-level experts. With such elusive and unpredictable strength, even an immortal-level expert could kill him with just a flick of their finger. Wang Teng's belief in becoming stronger grew stronger and more urgent. The two then landed and rejoined the others. Wang Teng had already collected all the scattered attribute bubbles around him, and was just waiting to go back and take stock of them. He saw Wei Tong and the others in the distance and immediately flew towards them. Commander! Wei Tong and the others exclaimed excitedly. In their eyes, Wang Teng was simply a hero. Those achievements are not something ordinary people can accomplish, yet Wang Teng managed to do them all. They were truly proud and honored by their commander's achievements. Is everyone alright? Wang Teng glanced around and saw that every familiar figure was there, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, we won't die. Those dark creatures are still a bit short of killing us. Wei Tong laughed and patted his chest, saying confidently. TCH, if Mori hadn't saved you once, you would have been killed by that dark creature with a single blow long ago. Vice Commander Li Lu couldn't help but scoff. Oh. Wei Tong looked embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly. Really, don't expose my shortcomings in front of the regimental commander. Wang Teng was both amused and exasperated. It turned out this guy was just bragging. The others couldn't help but laugh at Wei Tong's appearance. The sight of this burly man looking so awkward was truly comical. Wang Teng noticed a gaze fixed on him, and following that gaze, he saw a cold and beautiful woman standing behind the crowd. Her gaze was different from others. It was filled with concern and worry. She kept looking at Wang Teng as if trying to see if he was injured. That's Peggy. He has been with his adjutant ever since he arrived on Defense Planet 29. Wang Teng felt a slight warmth in his heart and smiled at her. Peggy immediately felt that her thoughts had been seen through, her face flushed slightly, and she turned her head away, not daring to meet his gaze. Ellipsis. After the war ended, everyone rested and cleaned up the battlefield. The bodies of the dead must be taken back for burial. Those warriors who died in battle were heroes and martyrs. They should not be buried in the wilderness but should be placed in the military's memorial hall. The corpses of the Dark Ones must also be burned. If they are valuable, they should be taken back to be cut open and studied. Nothing should be wasted. At the same time, the dark primal force in this land must be cleansed and purified, otherwise it is very likely to create a group of dark star beasts that will wreak havoc on the region. So Wang Teng was forced to do hard labor again. Because he is a warrior of light, and the power of light is the most effective way to purify the power of darkness. Having the force of light has turned me into a laborer. What use is this force of light to me? Wang Teng shook his head and smiled bitterly when he saw General Mokaran. You've got a good deal, and you're still complaining, General Mokaran said irritably. This talent of light is something countless people envy. Let them be envious then. I can't control talent, Wang Teng said innocently. General Mokaran was speechless. He felt that this guy was definitely showing off. Oh, the great sage Veblen is here too. Wang Teng saw an old man smiling at him from behind. Wang Teng, thank you so much for saving Moira this time. Veblen stepped forward and sincerely thanked him. During the time Moira was taken away, he couldn't eat or sleep well, and he felt extremely guilty, thinking that he was going to bury his child. Fortunately, Wang Teng did manage to rescue Moira. No need to be polite, Moira is also my friend. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. He had already ordered the dark species of the Demon Brain Clan to leave Moira's body, and now it was Moira herself who had returned. The demonic creature then reclaimed a body and fled back to the dark world ahead of time. Also returning was Kato Taka. This time, Jia Tang Ying was actually an illusion created by Wang Teng's void-devouring beast clone, since only he could calmly deal with those powerful dark creatures in the dark world. After learning that One-Ao Demon Emperor was not dead, Wang Teng made up his mind to continue his undercover work. He'll probably be undercover for another 3 years and another 3 years. As for his true form, he cannot go to the dark world in the short term, as he still needs to participate in the Great Qian Empire's Genius Tournament. He was determined to secure a spot in the secret realm of the battle for supremacy, as it was the key to his advancement to the cosmic level. Various thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind, then he smiled and asked, is she alright? She's alright now, just a little weak, Van Braun requested. However, once we get back, we might need your help to refine a Zanyang rejuvenating pill to repair her soul. These are minor matters, I'll help her refine them later, Wang Teng said. Thank you very much then. Consider it a favor I owe you. In the future, no matter what you need, just come to me and I will do my best to help you, Veblen said happily. No need to be so polite. What kind of relationship do we have? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would do this just for a favor? Wang Teng waved his hand with a smile. Veblen glanced at him and said, then forget about this favor. You're right, we're practically family, why talk about favors? Wang Teng, he was just being polite. Don't you understand the meaning of being polite? That old man must have done it on purpose. Ha ha ha. General Mokalan couldn't help but laugh when he saw him get the short end of the stick. He waved his hand and said, all right, you should purify the dark force first. The longer you delay, the harder it will be to purify. Veblen's expression turned serious, and he nodded. He immediately took out a strange machine, handed it to Wang Teng, and said, this is a purifier. It is inlaid with a source stone of light. If you inject the power of light into it, it can have a large-scale purification effect. This is amazing. Wang Teng curiously examined the machine in his hand, using his true sight eye to peer into its internal structure. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, there's even a light array constructed inside. Huh, you actually noticed that? Veblen was a little surprised, then realized, oh right, I forgot you're a rune master. Wang Teng smiled slightly. This formation wasn't particularly advanced, but its ability to integrate closely with machinery was quite impressive. Without saying another word, he soared into the sky and injected the force of light into the machine. Inside the machine, the light array was in operation. Large swaths of sunlight fell upon the earth. Wisps of black mist rose from the ground, were then purified and dissipated into the world. In just a short moment, the area was no longer as ominous and chaotic as before. The martial artists who were cleaning up the battlefield all looked up and stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. Many people only then realized that Wang Teng was actually a light warrior. Everyone has gained a new understanding of Wang Teng's talent. Colonel Wang Teng is truly a peerless genius. No wonder he was able to participate in a battle at the level of a world lord with the strength of a stellar. Defense Star Number 29 Main Base. One after another, warships reeking of blood flew from afar, slowly approaching the main base. The warriors remaining at the main base were immediately alerted and all looked up at the sky. I'm back. Has General Mokalin and his men returned? I wonder what the result will be. Ellipsis ellipsis. The crowd was filled with anticipation, discussing amongst themselves below, though some felt a sense of trepidation. Because this war was initiated by the human race, many people were pessimistic about it, believing that they might suffer a crushing defeat. Of course, there are also those who advocate war who believe that we should take the initiative instead of always being on the defensive. They have been suppressed by the dark race for too long, and it is time to launch a counterattack. The warship paused in the air for a moment, seemingly to contact the intelligence system at the main base to confirm its identity before being allowed to proceed. All the warships entered the main base one after another. When they got closer, many people could see that the warships were covered with bloodstains and damage marks left by the force bombardment, which showed how brutal the war was. However, the number is not much less than when it started. This indicates that the losses in this war were not significant. Many people had already guessed what it was, and their faces lit up with surprise. On the helipad, warships landed one after another, and a large contingent of warriors disembarked, led by General Mokarin and his entourage. General Mokalin, welcome back in triumph. Several leading domain lord-level generals came forward to greet him. They have received the message. This battle was a resounding victory. Ha ha ha. General Mokalin couldn't suppress his smile and burst into laughter. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists knew exactly what the outcome would be, and their eyes lit up with surprise and delight. The few domain lord-level generals who remained behind glanced over and saw General Chi Yuanju and the others standing triumphantly behind General Mokalin. And they all felt a bit envious and jealous. What a great achievement! Why weren't they included? Such a great achievement is impossible not to envy, but it's a pity that staying at the main base was their own choice. That's right, General Mokalin gave them a chance, but some people didn't think the battle would be successful, so they chose to stay. General Chi Yuanju and others followed General Mokarin into battle without hesitation, so this merit is well deserved. General Chi Yuanju and the others felt a surge of satisfaction upon seeing their reaction. These generals weren't from the same battalion as them, and they often rejected their decisions. Now, they've finally suffered a great loss. Let's see if they cry this time. General Tien, how is the main base? General Mokalin stepped forward and asked. General Mokarin, rest assured, everything at the main base is fine and nothing unexpected has happened, General Tien Bombing said. That's good. General Mokalin breathed a sigh of relief. With the main force deployed this time, only a small number of warriors remained at the main base. If the dark race takes the opportunity to attack, the main base could very well be wiped out. Fortunately, this did not happen. General Mokalin, let's have people prepare so we can properly celebrate your triumphant return tonight. Tien Bombing said with a smile. Don't rush to celebrate. Many soldiers are injured. Let them rest and recover first. If we want to celebrate, we'll all celebrate together, General Mokarin said, waving his hand. Look at my head, that's how it should be, that's how it should be, Tien Bombing said quickly, patting his head. In addition, I also need to submit a post-war summary report to headquarters, so I'm afraid I won't be available for the next couple of days. General Mokalin said. Tien Bombing was embarrassed and looked awkward. Several generals nearby couldn't help but feel disdain. Tien Bombing was trying to curry favor with General Mokarin after his triumphant return, but General Mokarin simply didn't buy it. Besides, he's being too hasty. The most urgent task is to prepare a post-war report and reward those who have done the work. Who has time to play these petty games with him? General Mokalin said nothing more, instructing General Chi Yuanju and others to lead the soldiers back to recuperate, while some of the seriously wounded were sent to the medical room for treatment. General Mokarin took this very seriously and made sure that every wounded soldier received the best possible treatment. Everything proceeded smoothly. Wang Teng was pulled into being a wet nurse again, since he possessed a method of healing with light, which was remarkably effective in treating injuries left by the dark race. Fortunately, it wasn't without its downsides, at least it boosted my reputation and favorability. If these warriors and soldiers were shocked and respectful when they learned of Wang Teng's great achievements, now their respect is tinged with warmth and affection. A high-ranking general, whose promotion is foreseeable and whose future is limitless, is from a completely different world from ordinary martial artists like them. However, he showed no arrogance, personally treating their injuries and even joking with them at times, showing no sign that this young man was a prodigy with exceptional talent. How could such a person not earn the respect and love of everyone? The Great Qian Empire's imperial star is now in turmoil. When news of the 29th defensive planet arrived, many high-ranking officials of the empire were astonished and alarmed. And they all dispatched their respective intelligence personnel to investigate the truth of the matter. The final result was that the 29th defensive planet did indeed achieve a great victory, and may even be able to completely reclaim it soon. Shocking. Countless people were shocked. The Imperial Star, a massive military fortress, sits on the northwestern continent, its area even larger than that of the imperial capital. Countless heavy force weapons were mounted on the fortress, and warships hovered in the sky, making the area completely enclosed. Every now and then, small teams of powerful martial artists would pass by, patrolling and paying attention to any slight movement in the surroundings. All of this gave the fortress a chilling and desolate feel. This is forbidden territory. On the entire Imperial Star, this military fortress ranks second, and no one dares to act recklessly here. And the first one is the Imperial Palace. This is the headquarters of the Empire military, a place that inspires awe and longing in everyone. Because being able to enter the military headquarters represents a great honor. The Great Qian Empire treated the military very well. This was achieved with the blood and lives of countless military warriors. Without the large number of military warriors fighting on various defensive planets to keep the dark race at the forefront, the people in the rear would not be able to live such a peaceful life. Given their large troop strength and advanced combat capabilities, no one dares to oppose the military. In short, the military's authority is sacred and inviolable, and no one dares to disrespect the military. At this moment, inside a large hall of this military fortress, beams of light and shadow suddenly appeared. They are not real people, but merely projections, yet they are incredibly realistic, indistinguishable from real people. None of the figures in the light and shadow spoke, they all sat down quietly around them. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the matter of Defense Planet 29? A calm voice rang out in the hall. But it wasn't anyone present who spoke, the voice seemed to appear out of thin air, coming from another dimension. Those present, however, remained unfazed, their expressions quite indifferent. But upon hearing these words, their brows furrowed, as if they were considering how to respond. Have any anomalies been detected on other defensive planets? The voice asked again. Nothing has been found, said a middle-aged man who appeared to be a general. Judging from his uniform, he was a lieutenant general. This war on Defense Planet 29 is very unusual, someone said, noting that this person was also a general. Yes, it's very unusual. Everyone keenly sensed something and nodded in agreement. But it's quite unexpected that our people discovered them and even won a battle, someone laughed. Everyone looked at the general with meaningful expressions. Everyone knows that the general who led the victory in the war on Defense Planet 29 was none other than this man from the 1st Battalion. Everyone tacitly agreed that no one would interfere in this matter. Because the war was indeed fought brilliantly, and they also uncovered the Dark Race's conspiracy, which was a great achievement, leaving no room for criticism. Although there are many factions and camps within the military, they are generally very united when facing external threats. Otherwise, the military would not have been able to develop to its current state. Moreover, even if the military were truly an impenetrable fortress, the imperial family of the Great Qian Empire probably wouldn't feel at ease. Wherever there is profit, there will be conflict. This has never changed since ancient times. That said, after hearing the general's words, someone said, "That's right. Being able to foresee the Dark Race's plans is not something an ordinary person can do. At least in all my years in the military, I have never heard of such a thing. The Dark Race and the human race are completely different races, with such great differences that humans cannot possibly infiltrate the Dark Race and therefore cannot possibly know their plans. Therefore, the human race has always been in a passive position. This time, however, they have taken the initiative, which is undoubtedly a huge breakthrough. Oh, it was that little guy named Wang Teng who discovered it. The calm voice said with surprise, he's only a stellar-level martial artist. Yet he can unleash attacks that are extremely damaging to World Lord-level experts. Interesting. It's easy to see from the words that the speaker has shown great interest in Wang Teng. Wang Teng's performance on the battlefield has been fully reported here, so the generals present now know about Wang Teng's phenomenal achievements. Many people looked at them with strange eyes, and even powerful figures like themselves couldn't help but marvel at this moment. This guy is truly a prodigy. Even when they were young, they couldn't do that. I remember this kid seems to have a grudge against the Perix family. He even caused a scene in the capital before, and many people know about it," someone laughed. Back then, Wang Tang's strength didn't seem to be up to this level. At most, he could only injure a domain lord. But this time, he was able to injure a world lord. It seems that he has become much stronger during his time on Defense Star 29, someone analyzed. Hiss. Such talent is probably a once in 10,000 years occurrence. Someone gasped. Ha ha ha, the Perix family is probably going to be worried. Someone laughed gleefully. Those present were all formidable in terms of status, position, and personal strength, and none of them were afraid of the Palakis family. Many people couldn't help but laugh, seemingly anticipating a good show to watch. We must protect this little guy until he grows up. He's now one of our military personnel. We can't afford to have anything happen to such a talented prodigy, someone said. That's right, since they're from our military, we can't let others cause trouble. HMPH, let's see who dares. Ellipsis ellipsis. In an instant, the generals present all switch to protecting their own mode. They look down on everyone else, as if they were fearless no matter who offended them. By the way, that little guy seems to be participating in the Imperial Genius Tournament. It looks like our military is going to have a chance to shine this time. This is a good thing. It will boost the morale of our military. I estimate that many talented people will be unable to resist joining our military. I never expected that we would get such a big advantage without doing anything. In any case, Wang Tang has made such a great contribution this time, so he must be rewarded handsomely. I heard that he is already a colonel, so it is not appropriate for him to be promoted any further. However, we can give him the Pillar of the Nation medal ahead of schedule. The Pillar of the Nation medal? With his merits, he certainly deserves it. I have no objection. I agree. Yes, this can be considered a form of protection for him, so it's acceptable. Ellipsis ellipsis. With just a few words, the crowd bestowed this supreme honor upon Wang Tang, something that outsiders would probably never have imagined. The Pillar of the Nation medal is something that only a handful of people in the entire Great Qian Empire possess, yet it was awarded to a young stellar-level martial artist. If Wang Tengli's contribution hadn't been so significant, this would have been a point of criticism. Alright, let's leave the reward aside for now. There's something more important I need to tell you, the previously calm voice said. Everyone fell silent. After you all return, be sure to investigate the situation on each defensive planet thoroughly. Even demonic eggs have appeared. I have a feeling that this dark seed operation is definitely not a coincidence, the voice continued. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and their expressions immediately turned serious. What this figure said was exactly what they had already guessed. After fighting the dark race for so many years, if they didn't even have this much vigilance, they would have died long ago and would never have risen to such a high position. We understand, everyone quickly replied. Then let's call it a day. Report any issues immediately. After the words were spoken, the voice disappeared, and the entire hall returned to silence. Then those figures slowly disappeared, and in a moment, the chairs in the hall were empty, as if no one had ever been there. Ellipsis ellipsis. In the capital city, inside a magnificent golden palace, a young man was meditating cross-legged. Strands of golden primal energy visibly flowed into his body, gradually strengthening his aura. Such a cultivation speed indicates that this young man's talent is definitely not weak, and at the same time, the cultivation method he is practicing is definitely top-notch. None of these qualities are things that ordinary people can possess. The young man had long, flowing black hair, a handsome appearance, and an air of nobility between his brows, as if he were born with noble blood. His temperament was exceptionally refined. He didn't know how long he had been cultivating before he slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp golden light flashed past. Come in. A calm yet slightly indifferent voice came from his mouth. It was very quiet outside the main hall. Only after this sound did footsteps come. A figure strode in. If Wang Tang were here, he would recognize him as Lu Qing, the man who had redeemed sweet from him. That disciple of the third prince. Your Highness. Lu Qing strode into the main hall and respectfully bowed to the young man. Clearly, this young man is the third prince of the Great Qian Empire. What has made you so flustered? The third prince asked calmly. Your Highness, this is intelligence from below. Please take a look. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment before handing a piece of intelligence to the third prince. Oh? The third prince glanced at him, opened the intelligence report, scanned it a few times, and then frowned. The atmosphere inside the hall froze instantly. Seeing the third prince's expression, Lu Qing knew he must be in a bad mood. He was angry. Lu Qing stood trembling to the side, not daring to speak, her heart churning with turmoil, unable to calm down. He never imagined that Wang Teng would do something so big and make such a great contribution. When he first met Wang Teng on the 29th Defense Star, he thought Wang Teng was extremely arrogant and didn't even respect the third prince. He was extremely disdainful of this. How long could someone who had offended the third prince possibly keep his way up, no matter how talented he was? But now, the other party was not only still jumping around, but jumping around quite enthusiastically. Even now, it might not be so easy for His Highness the third prince to touch him. They did have some luck, the third prince said casually. Your Highness is right. Wang Teng is just a mere stellar-level martial artist. He must have had some incredible luck to achieve this. Perhaps the generals on Defense Star 29 also protected him. Otherwise, how could he have accomplished such a great feat? Lu Qing chimed in. Since he has achieved merit, it means that Wang Teng will soon catch the eye of the military generals. Next time I see him, I can give him another chance to submit, the third prince said. Lu Qing was startled. Did the third prince actually want to recruit Wang Teng? However, given Wang Teng's personality, he probably wouldn't do as the third prince wished. Various thoughts raced through his mind, but he quickly said, being able to gain His Highness's favor is his greatest fortune. Go down and continue to monitor him. The third prince closed his eyes. Lu Qing said no more and quickly bowed and withdrew. The third prince opened his eyes again, a sinister glint in his pupils. The intelligence document in his hand was enveloped by a golden light, turning into countless dust particles and disappearing without a trace. In a back garden, a tall figure in a white robe was bending over, holding a watering can, watering the exotic flowers and plants in the garden. This was also a young man, handsome in appearance, and even somewhat similar to the third prince. He was equally noble, but his temperament was exceptionally gentle, unlike the third prince's coldness and arrogance. A beautiful young woman stood behind him, her features delicate and refined, like a proud white swan. A long purple dress accentuated her shapely figure perfectly. She exuded an irresistible charm. Any man who saw her would likely be drawn to her. Your Highness, second prince. A figure strode in from outside with a powerful and imposing presence. Jingtian, what's the matter that's so urgent? The young man was none other than the second prince. He turned to look at Zhou Jingtian, a slight smile on his lips, and asked. Zhou Jingtian, show some respect in front of His Highness the second prince, the woman said coldly, frowning. It's all right, the second prince waved his hand. Hee. Zhou Jingtian chuckled, glanced smugly at the woman, and then handed a piece of information to the second prince, saying, Your Highness, please take a look. This is information about Baron Wang Teng, whom you asked me to keep an eye on. Looks like there's some big news. The second prince handed the water jug to the woman, took the intelligence report, and began to read it with great interest. The further he read, the less his smile faded, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Is that Wang Teng, the one who refused the second prince's offer to recruit him? The woman asked, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. It's him. Zhou Jingtian nodded. He was curious to see what expression this arrogant woman would have after learning about Wang Teng's achievements. She had previously learned that Wang Teng had rejected the second prince's offer of recruitment, and therefore had a very poor impression of him. Zhou Jingtian was harboring wicked intentions. HMPH, a mere baron, is it really worth bothering His Highness the second prince? The woman scoffed. Qingyi, you've misjudged this time, the second prince said, shaking his head with a sigh. What does Your Highness mean by this? Lin Qingyi asked in surprise. Take a look at this too. The second prince sat down at the stone table in the garden and handed the intelligence report to Lin Qingyi. Lin Qingyi looked at the contents of the intelligence report with a puzzled expression, and her expression gradually stiffened. This can't be right? After a long while, she said incredulously. Well, that's how it is, Zhou Jingtian said cheerfully. He had a good chat with Wang Teng before, so when he saw Wang Teng achieve such a great feat, he was both shocked and very happy. Seeing Lin Qingyi's shocked and bewildered expression, he felt a sense of satisfaction at successfully pulling off a prank. Are you doing this on purpose? Lin Qingyi glared at him. Ha ha ha. Zhou Jingtian couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, the second prince watched with a smile, then waved his hand and said regretfully, this Wang Teng is truly astonishing. It's a pity I didn't bet enough, I missed out on a talent. Your Highness, you think too highly of him. What is your status, and what is his? Even if he has indeed made some contributions, it is not worth your praise, Lin Qingyi quickly said. Zhou Jingtian opened his mouth but didn't say anything more. For a prince, Wang Teng's status was indeed far inferior. Unless he could become an immortal-level powerhouse, he was at most just a talent. There are many talented people in this world. Defense star number 29. After several days of recuperation, many seriously injured martial artists have recovered and are out of danger. Wang Teng naturally contributed a lot to this. His quantity was astonishing, and his quality was excellent, with everyone who had used his products praising them. Legends about a certain wet nurse are now circulating in the military camp. Of course, this is a playful nickname, but it's also a way of showing affection. Wang Teng also heard these rumors and his face darkened. He felt miserable and thought he would probably never be able to shake off the title of grandma in his life. Moira covered her mouth and chuckled beside him. In the past few days, Wang Teng had taken the time to refine the Zanyang rejuvenation pill and brought this girl back to life. Wang Teng discovered it in time, and the dark species of the Demon Brain Clan had not yet had time to absorb too much soul power. So she was not as seriously injured as Diki last time and recovered quickly. Colonel Wang Teng, who is invincible on the battlefield, is jokingly called Naima, a derogatory term for a woman, which is quite a contrast, Moira laughed. Go away, go away. Wang Teng was very angry and frustrated. Okay, it's not a big deal, it's just a nickname, Moira comforted him. How about I give you one too? Wang Teng's eyes glanced at Moira's fierce mouth. Paw, Moira spat, unable to bear such a look, and quickly changed the subject. I came here this time to thank you in person. Forget it, it's not a big deal, Wang Teng said casually, waving his hand. Moira was stunned for a moment, then said irritably, isn't my life a big deal? I feel like you're implying something about me. After all, it was just something I did on a whim, Wang Teng said bitterly. Mila, hey, you'll never get a girlfriend if you talk like that, she said quietly. What, you want to be my girlfriend? Wang Tengnu asked. You're overthinking it, Moira said calmly, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. That's good, I'm too outstanding, and too many girls like me, really too many. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. Quote. Moira, this guy's heart must be made of meteorite iron. True straight man JPG. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself down, then took out something and handed it to Wang Teng. This is for you. What is this, a small tree branch? Wang Teng looked at the object in his hand with surprise, and suddenly exclaimed, it actually contains a very strong power of light. This was a gift from a friend on the planet of the light velvet spirit. If you encounter any trouble there, you can go to her, Moira said. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow and said, this thing must be quite significant, right? You're just giving it to me like this? I'm leaving. Moira waved her hand, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Wang Teng watched her retreating figure and shook his head. Smack. Suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder, and a teasing voice came. Stop looking, everyone's gone. I noticed you were lurking around like that a while ago, Wang Teng said, turning around to look at Diki, his tone irritating. You, even inside the base, you're using your mental powers to perceive things, Diki said speechlessly. Wang Teng put the small tree branch away, sealed it in a small jade box, and said, better safe than sorry. Speaking of which, now that you've gotten together with Master Veblen's apprentice, what about my cousin? Ditch shrugged and asked. What do you mean, what about your cousin? Wang Teng's face darkened, and he quickly said, your cousin and I have nothing between us. Are you trying to take advantage of me? And Moira, I'm innocent with her too, don't slander her. TCH, I saw everything. Diki curled his lip and chuckled. What did you see? Wang Teng's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as he looked at him with a grin. Ahem, I can say I didn't see anything. Diki quickly changed his tune. This guy was ridiculously strong now, and he couldn't afford to mess with him. Look at you, so cowardly. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Don't talk about me and your cousin anymore. What if your family finds out and insists on making me their son-in-law? I'll be very troubled. Diki simply exclaimed, good heavens. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. Thump. Just then, a series of bells rang out from the main base. Wang Teng and Diki both became serious. Let's go. Wang Teng walked outside and Diki nodded and followed. The two arrived at a building located at the back of the base amidst the sound of the bell. The building is very simple, but it is tall and solemn, exuding a sense of grandeur. In front of the building stood huge stone tablets, covered with countless names. When Wang Tang saw this scene, his eyes trembled slightly, as if a certain string in his heart had been touched. A large number of martial artists surged from all sides. They walked quietly without making a sound, and when they arrived at the square in front of the building, they stood there silently. If you look closely, you'll notice that everyone who came here today is wearing a military uniform with white cloth strips on their arms, making them particularly conspicuous. Wang Tang and Diki were no exception. More and more people arrived, filling the plaza in front of the building. However, it was unusually quiet. Silence. There was only silence and the heaviness and sorrow in everyone's eyes. Some people still had bandages on their bodies, their injuries not yet healed, but they stood there silently. A light rain suddenly began to fall from the gray sky, pattering softly, as if sensing the atmosphere of the moment. Even the heavens were moved. A series of orderly footsteps came from afar, and the crowd parted to make way. A group of warriors in military uniforms walked over with solemn expressions, carrying black wooden boxes. The leader of them was General Mokaran. Whoosh! Countless warriors around them straightened their bodies and saluted in unison. The martial artist, carrying a black wooden box, entered the building behind the crowd under their watchful eyes. Iron-blooded martial soul, may the spirits of the fallen live on. As the bells rang, a desolate and tragic voice echoed from within the building, reverberating throughout the heavens and earth. That building is Valhalla. On each defensive planet, there is a hall of heroes, where the bodies or clothing of every fallen warrior are buried, allowing their spirits to rest in peace. Where will I die, and where will I be buried? This is the greatest respect and reverence for the fallen heroes. This is their final destination. Wang Tang was deeply shocked. Looking up, he seemed to sense an invisible force hovering above the Hall of Heroes, which appeared to be the souls of countless heroic spirits. Ellipsis. The dead are gone, but the living must live in the present. The day after returning from the Hall of Heroes, everyone put away their grief and buried their pain, revealing their strength as they laughed, cursed, and walked firmly on their path of martial arts. But then another event stirred up everyone's emotions once again. Pillar of the Nation Medal. A Pillar of the Nation Medal will soon be awarded to the 29th Defense Star. The news caused a sensation, with everyone discussing it, and the buzz just wouldn't die down. For military personnel, the Pillar of the Nation Medal is undoubtedly a great honor and a driving force for many to strive for. However, the Pillar of the Nation Medal is extremely rare. Over the years, very few military personnel have received the Pillar of the Nation Medal. Many veterans who have lived on Defense Planet 29 for decades may never have even seen one. And now, a Pillar of the Nation Medal is about to be awarded on Defense Planet 29. For the 29th defensive satellite, this is certainly an honor. When they go out in the future, people will say, look, they are warriors from Defense Star number 29. They were recently awarded the Pillar of the Nation Medal. Therefore, how could everyone not be excited? How could they not be thrilled? As the news spread, many people speculated about who would receive the Pillar of the Nation Medal, and then everyone's attention was drawn to one person. Wang Tang. On that day, General Mokalan listed Wang Tang's merits one by one, so that everyone would know. Therefore, at this moment, everyone thought that the person who was awarded the Pillar of the Nation Medal must be Colonel Wang Tang. His military achievements were extremely outstanding. At first, no one expected that he would be able to receive the Pillar of the Nation Medal, because the Pillar of the Nation Medal was extremely rare. And even General Mokalan might not be able to obtain it. But now everyone is certain that it can only be him. Apart from Wang Tang, no one else meets the requirements. After learning this news, Diki went directly to Wang Tang to express his envy, jealousy and hatred. You absolutely have to treat us. It's not right for you not to. Diki's eyes were red, he was practically exploding with rage and couldn't control himself. The Pillar of the Nation Medal. What an immense honor this is. Even a nobleman like him could not resist the allure of the Pillar of the Nation Medal. If he were to receive a Pillar of the Nation Medal, at the very least, none of the younger generation of the 8 royal families could compare to him. Regardless of status or identity, they must be a cut above others. Unfortunately, the Pillar of the Nation Medal has nothing to do with him. It's just something he can dream about at most. It's just a Pillar of the Nation Medal, nothing special. Don't get so worked up, stay calm, Wang Tang said calmly. He has been informed that the Pillar of the Nation Medal is indeed his, so he can start showing off now. Otherwise, what if this pillar of the nation medal didn't belong to him? Wouldn't that be a laughing stock? Quote. Diki's expression froze and he looked at Wang Teng with resentment. This guy must have provoked him on purpose. Saying that is so offensive, doesn't he fear getting beaten up? But I can treat you to a meal. Just tell me what you'd like to eat, Wang Teng said generously, waving his hand. I don't know why, but seeing you like this, I can't feel happy at all, Diki said, shaking his head and sighing. Jealousy makes people lose their way, bro. Wang Teng patted him on the shoulder. Get lost, Diki said irritably. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Speaking of which, have you really not considering my cousin Olya? She seems to have a bit of a thing for you, and her parents have been asking me about you lately. They seem quite interested in you, Diki said, winking at Wang Teng. No way, Olya's parents are messing around too? Wang Teng was startled. If they were to force someone into marriage, that would be quite amusing. Ha ha ha, who told you to be such a prodigy? It would be strange if they weren't tempted, Diki laughed. No, I am just a minor baron, not worthy of your non-royal family, Wang Teng quickly said. I have faith in you. Diki patted Wang Teng on the shoulder. He felt that he had finally won back a point by making Wang Teng suffer a setback. However, he did not realize that he had obtained the money by selling his cousin. He's such a jerk and a real jerk to his sister. Amidst countless anticipations, on the morning of the third day, a broadcast was broadcast throughout the entire headquarters. All martial artists, please assemble in the plaza. Wang Teng had just finished breakfast when he arrived at the square with Diki, Pei Ji, Wei Tong, and others. They stood in front of the Tiger Fiend Gang's formation, each wearing a military uniform and standing tall and straight. Other martial artists also arrived. The two legions, the Violent Bear and the Red Scorpion, were not far away. The legion leaders, Berkeley and House, looked at Wang Teng with undisguised envy in their eyes. As military warriors, they had no resistance to the Pillar of the Nation medal. They used to think that losing once wasn't a big deal, and that they could win it back later. They still had a chance. As it turned out, before the opportunity even came, Wang Teng had already disappeared. They've already received the highest honor, the Pillar of the Nation medal, so how can we compare? Even if they try their best and are lucky enough to receive the Pillar of the Nation medal, thus settling the score with Wang Teng, it will probably be many years from now. For a moment, both of them felt a bitter taste in their mouths. This leader of the Tiger Fiend Gang is truly a prodigy. The two couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The other martial artists also turned their attention to Wang Teng. Their envy and respect for him were self-evident. More and more people gathered in the square, and the last to arrive were General Mokurin, General Qi Yuanju, and others. How could they be absent from such an occasion? Soldiers, let us welcome General Fu Xinglan, the commander of headquarters. General Mokalin said loudly from the high platform in front of the square. General Fu Xinglan. Many people were taken aback and deeply shocked. This is a highly renowned and powerful general at headquarters, who has made great contributions on the defense planet and is also a recipient of the Pillar of the Nation medal. At the same time, he was also an immortal level powerhouse. However, after he advanced to the immortal level with great force, he retreated behind the scenes and rarely appeared again. Unexpectedly, this time it was General Fu Xinglan who personally presented Colonel Wang Teng with the Pillar of the Nation medal. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. General Fu Xinglan personally awarded you the Pillar of the Nation medal. You've certainly received a lot of recognition, Diki said in a low voice, his eyes filled with reverence. Amidst the expectant and fervent gazes of the crowd, a figure slowly emerged beside General Mokurin. This is a very charming middle-aged man. He is not particularly handsome, just average-looking, but he has an outstanding temperament. His long, half-white hair falls over his shoulders, and his gaze is calm and deep. This is General Fu Xinglan. Wang Teng was shocked. His true sight eye saw a vast and boundless primal force within the other party, its light extremely dazzling, comparable to that of Marquis Baishan. This was definitely a supreme expert. Seemingly sensing Wang Teng's gaze, Fu Xinglan looked down and met his eyes with calm composure. But it was moved away quickly. Even so, Wang Teng was still taken aback. Have we been discovered? No, the other person only sensed his gaze. Wang Teng, this General Fu Xinglan is extraordinary. A round, exclamatory voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. What do you mean? Wang Teng took a deep breath and asked in surprise. General Fu Xinglan's deeds are also very legendary. Back then, before he had even advanced to the immortal level, he had won many great victories in the war against the dark race with very few defeats. He can be described as a god of war. Later, because of his outstanding military achievements, he was awarded the Pillar of the State Medal. At that time, he was only at the Domain Lord level. By the time he became a world lord, he had won countless victories in war. Upon his ascension to the immortal level, it was even rumored that he had killed several demon lord level dark species, making the dark species tremble with fear. As Yuan Gungun spoke, he relayed a lot of information about General Fu Xinglan to Wang Teng. Holy crap! Wang Teng cursed inwardly, his eyes widening slightly. Is General Fu Xinglan cheating? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's cheating. General Fu Xinglan is definitely a man of his generation. Roundy said, he has a very high status in the military and even in the Great Qian Empire. I never expected that he would come to award you the Pillar of the State Medal in person. Wang Teng nodded, feeling both admiration and a sense of pride. For such a prominent figure to award him a medal is truly a grand gesture. It's a pleasure to return to Defense Planet 29. General Fu Xinglan glanced at everyone, saluted, and then said, I once fought here as well. Returning to this familiar place evokes many emotions. Of course, I am even happier to see you all. You have shown me a different kind of spirit and energy. Before I came here, I kept thinking about what kind of team could defeat the dark race and achieve such a great victory. Now that I see you, I understand that you are an iron-blooded lion. Such a victory was no accident. You make me proud. The warriors below stirred with excitement. To receive General Fu Xinglan's praise is a great honor. Everyone knows that General Fu Xinglan never speaks politely, so his words are absolutely from the heart. They came here to witness the awarding of the Pillar of the Nation Medal, but they never expected to receive praise from General Fu Xinglan, which was a truly unexpected delight. General Fu Xinglan raised his hand and silenced all sound. He spoke again. Another reason I came here is to award the Pillar of the Nation Medal. Please invite Colonel Wang Teng to the stage. General Fu Xinglan's words were concise, and after he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Wang Teng. Instantly, everyone's attention was focused on Wang Teng. It really was Colonel Wang Teng. At this moment, everyone's guesses were confirmed, and they looked at Wang Teng with envy and admiration. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Teng strode onto the stage, his expression calm and composed. Colonel Wang Teng, you have made outstanding contributions in this war. On behalf of the military and the Great Qian Empire, I hereby award you the Pillar of the Nation Medal. A pillar of the nation is a pillar of the country. May you never forget your original aspirations and may your fighting spirit never cease. Hereby, I wish you great success in your military campaigns. General Fu Xinglan looked at the young man in front of him, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, before he spoke in a deep voice. Yes, sir. Wang Teng saluted and responded loudly. The next moment, a beautiful jade box appeared in General Fu Xinglan's hand. After opening the jade box, a golden medal appeared in front of everyone. Everyone stared wide-eyed, as if trying to see the golden medal more clearly, as if it were some kind of priceless treasure. General Fu Xinglan took out the gold medal and personally pinned it on Wang Teng's chest. Then he patted Wang Teng's shoulder heavily and returned the salute. Everything happened in silence, but Wang Teng saw the general's expectations of him, and felt a heavier burden in his heart. He looked down and saw the gold medal on his chest shining with a faint glow, making it particularly eye-catching and extraordinary. This is the Pillar of the Nation Medal. Receiving the Pillar of the Nation Medal is equivalent to having a get-out-of-jail-free card in the Great Qian Empire. This is protection from the military, and also protection from the Great Qian Empire. However, Wang Teng found that he was not as excited as he had imagined. After experiencing battle after battle, he knew that his own strength was the foundation of everything. If he could reach the immortal level, probably no one in the entire Great Qian Empire would be able to threaten him. Colonel Wang Teng, I look forward to your performance in the Imperial Genius Tournament, General Fu Xinglan suddenly said. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. This general knew that he was going to participate in the Imperial Genius Tournament. It seemed that General Mokalan had already informed the military leadership of this news. I will definitely do my best, Wang Teng said. Very good. You will represent the military in the battle. The military is your backing. No matter who it is, you have nothing to fear, said General Fu Xinglan. Yes. A glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. Suddenly I have a powerful backer. Many of the geniuses participating in the battle for supremacy must have powerful backgrounds, and some of them might have some dirty secrets. Now that he has the military as his backer, he naturally doesn't need to worry about these things anymore. Although he wasn't particularly worried, it was certainly a good thing to avoid trouble. Go. General Fu Xinglan nodded and said nothing more. His figure slowly faded until it disappeared. General Fu Xinglan had already left without anyone noticing. Many people felt regretful that they couldn't have taken a closer look. Colonel Wang Teng, congratulations. General Mo Kailan finally spoke, smiling at Wang Teng. I have to thank you for taking care of me, Wang Teng said gratefully. He knew that without General Mo Kailan's help, and with the power behind him, the Order of the Nation might not have been awarded to him so easily. Alright, let's not stand on ceremony. General Mo Kailan waved his hand and laughed. Go and enjoy your honor. Wang Teng shook his head, both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected even General Mo Kailan to have learned to make fun of people. As the awarding ceremony concluded, the warriors below did not rush to disperse, all wanting to get a closer look at the Pillar of the Nation medal. As Wang Teng stepped down from the stage, Diki and the others immediately gathered around him, their eyes burning with desire as they looked at the Pillar of the Nation medal on Wang Teng's chest. Wang Teng was speechless. He thought these people were really blind, looking at the medal instead of him. Did they think he was less attractive than the medal? Tisk tisk, this is the Pillar of the Nation medal. It's golden, and it even glows. It's so beautiful. I really want to touch it. You bastard. Who dares to touch my chest? Wang Teng roared in anger. End of Arc 7. Merits of the Baron, Part 3 of 3.